So yeah, I know. If you guys are following me, you probably weren't wanting another fanfic to come out and wanted me to finish one of my other ones first. Well, first, I'm not sure I can. I mean, UN, Armor Mode, and Dark Annihilator were two stories that I started writing quite a while ago. Everything has changed since then, so I'm not even sure I would even know where my stories had left off or how to continue them. With Corrupted Justice, well, I think that was a bit of a fail at an attempt to recreate how I wrote, but bleh, it no work. Secondly, I don't really want to. And I know that sounds bad, but I just don't have the inspiration to write those stories anymore. The reason I wrote those stories was to release my imagination onto a community so that I would be able to exercise my mind in that way. But I no longer needed to after a while, and it felt more like work than fun. So I'm changing it up. I don't want a fanfic that is just fun to read. I want my fanfic to be like the ones I love on the site, captivating. So this fanfic may sound way different than the ones that I have written so far, but if you don't like it, well, the X button is up there somewhere, and it will follow the canon up to a certain point. If I feel like the characters in this fanfic universe want to lead it away from the canon plot, then I will do so. One note, I will be skipping quite a bit in the first part of this story because sometimes the story follows the canon, and I just don't want to inaccurately and inadequately describe what people could watch or read in the Naruto anime/manga. So, if it says canon break, it means I'm skipping ahead in time due to it being similar to canon. Got it? So, let's get started. Distrust Chapter 1. Start. Don't trust anybody. Naruto learned that at a very young age. Even if they bring smiles and treats, do not trust them. Actually, those who bring smiles and treats are the most untrustworthy. Naruto preferred it when the villages came with pitchforks and knives, screaming at him. At least, there was no deception there. The Hokage seems to be fine, but then again, that makes it worse. Naruto has pulled prank after prank, distracting the elder from his duties, but he still has not raised a hand against him or attempted to kill him in any way. Why? Why be patient with him? It makes no sense for anybody to have that much patience out of their nature alone. There must be a reason why the Hokage won't lay a hand on him. And why not kill him? The Hokage would get so much support from the same villagers trying to murder him and be really popular. It made no sense, but at the very least, he could rely on his possibly deceptive generosity until he could find out the reason. Yes, he was a distrustful kid. He planted traps in his room, always made sure that he knew all the exits at all times, always stayed a foot away from everyone and avoided crowds, and he never tried to go by or get anything by himself. He always came with a Hokage or an ANBU. His milk became spoiled frequently because they were busy, but it was better than being lynched. So, why at the age of 8 is Naruto in a puddle of his own blood, lying in the shadows of the ones that caused him so much pain if he never trusted anyone? Well, trust isn't really a variable if the beast charges you of its own accord. He sniffled, tears trickling into his nose. When he saw the shadows of the men disappear around a corner, he tried to get up, but it took all his energy to block all lethal hits. He was tired, so he lay there. And then he began to think, were my plans so flawed? What do I have to change to make sure it doesn't hurt anymore? Should I just stay in my house all the time? The Hokage should check up on me after a while. If he is actually nice, then he'll check because he's worried. If he isn't, he'll check to see if I'm dead. Either way, I could manage to have him buy everything, right? And the house always has those masked ninja. I think it was ANBU or something, watching, so it should be safe. But what if it's not? What if they attack me like they did today? What if they just get angry at me for no reason and the ENBU aren't there? He started to cry out of frustration. The tears that were originally being held back mostly were flooding out. What should I do? He thought, angry and sad that he was running out of options. As he pitted his situation, he heard a deep voice. He would have thought it was one of the villagers if it weren't for two things. One, it was in his head. Two, what he heard didn't seem like a villager. You disappear. Who is that? Naruto whispered, his voice sore from screaming earlier. Suddenly, he blacked out. When he woke up, he found himself in a sewer, or at least it looked like one. The water was extremely shallow for a sewer of Konoha, and he should know. He's been in one when he was running away. Did they dump me in a sewer in another village? Would they even have the motivation to do that? He wondered to himself. He began walking in one direction, wanting to get out. But as he walked, he realized that the sewer he was in was definitely odd. There were rooms that the water lead into, which shouldn't exist. And there were tons of them. It was more of a prison than a sewer. Did that old man finally show his true nature? I am surprised. I would have thought the Hokage would kill me once he stopped pretending. Why a prison? And why am I not in a cell? Maybe it's a weird prison. He kept talking to himself. He was saying all these things, but deep down, he was just afraid that he didn't have any of his exit routes here with him. This was unfamiliar territory. What would he do if he was attacked? He ignored all the rooms and kept walking forward. It was safer to walk in a straight path. If he walked into each room, he might starve or worse, get lost. But after a couple minutes, he came across a room that was different from the others. It had this feel to it. It wanted him in there. He wanted to go in there. It was just so attractive. Not only that, but a dim red light reflected against the water streaked out of the room. No other room so far had a light source that he could see. Maybe this was the way out. He walked in. It didn't take him long to see a huge cage towering over him. The cage was made out of wood painted red, shut by a little piece of paper with some kanji or something on it. Besides that, nothing else seemed to close the door. Naruto, although curious, was very distrustful of the cage and decided to ignore it and go back to the hallway. But as he started walking out, he heard, "Where are you going?" Back into that shitty reality. He stopped in his tracks. It was that voice again, and it seemed to be coming from inside the cage. Although everything that he learned told him to keep distrusting the voice, he walked towards the cage. "Who are you?" he asked. Two big red eyes and a demonic smile appeared, glowing out of the darkness. Out of fear, Naruto fell back into the water and attempted to crawl away. But then a red ethereal hand shot out and grabbed Naruto by the ankle. Naruto began to panic and started to thrash, trying to get away. Then he woke up. He was back in that puddle, the blood staining his clothes. He breathed out a sigh of relief, but he felt a burning feeling at his ankle. Looking down, a red energy encased his foot and began spreading up. And before Naruto can react, it suddenly covered his entire body. Naruto couldn't move. The energy burned. This sucks. Naruto stopped moving, accepting his fate to die. Death was much different than he thought. He always thought it felt painful, and then a sudden darkness. Everything should be quiet. His body should be going numb. He should be... Naruto opened his eyes. "Oh," Naruto said to himself, "I'm still alive." "Of course, you idiot. I was healing you," the voice said again. "What do you mean?" Naruto said. Well, if you die, I die." "What? Why?" Naruto responded. "Let's just say that I'm someone you can trust. Our lives are linked. So I want to help." The voice started to give him a headache. It's not every day you hear another person in your head. "I don't trust anyone," Naruto stated. "Even if you were nice." "Well, that's fine with me. You use that Hokage to your own advantage, even though you don't trust him, right? Do the same for me. I don't really care if you trust me or not." "All right, fine. What did you mean by disappear?" "Straight to the point, I see. Well, the reason you get beat up is very simple. You know why the villagers hate me?" "Maybe, maybe not. You don't trust me, so I see no reason to tell you." Naruto growled. The voice only laughed in response. "I mean, there's a way to avoid being beaten." "So, disappear? You mean run away?" Naruto asked. "No, that would put your life in more danger. Look, how good are those A and BU at making sure no one detects them?" "Pretty good. I mean, if they're trying to hide from me too, they suck because I've seen them a few times, but no one else seems to notice them." "Well, first, they appear to make sure everyone knows that you are being protected. If they were never seen, you get a lot more hostile knocks on your door." "Oh." "And secondly, that's what I mean. Disappear. Make your presence undetectable. Become a ninja. and specialize in disappearing. Ninja? And what do you mean specialize? So, well, go ask your Hokage in becoming a ninja. Specializing can come later. If you can't do the basics that a ninja can do, there will be no point. How do I know you aren't just leading me into a trap? You seem to know about the Hokage. Maybe asking about being a ninja is a keyword or something. Fuck, you're distrustful. Well, if things do go bad, you could just jump out the window. I mean, that's one of your escape routes, right? How do you know about that? Does it matter? You don't trust me anyways, so anything I say could be lies, right? Phoenix. Naruto stood up out of the puddle. He began to limp to the Hokage tower. He might get some actual medical attention there anyways. The Hokage sat at his desk, filling out paperwork as usual. He cursed his work. It kept him from his sake, his completely appropriate books, and Naruto. He sighed. Maybe Naruto will visit him today and give him a chance to rest. No, you demon brat. I said you can't enter the Hokage's office, especially when you that blood on you. What, did you finally snap and kill someone, you demon? A voice screeched from outside. The Hokage sighed and smiled. Only one person would get that type of response, but it also means that he has to fire another secretary. I said to let me in. Unless you want your ass fired, you bitch, Naruto said. The secretary was furious. You piece of shit, you really think I'll be fired? I'll be praised for keeping you demon from getting in. Now get out, she screamed. That's an excellent idea, the Hokage said behind the secretary. Get out. The secretary was surprised, but she was overjoyed that the Hokage was agreeing with her, until she turns to face the Hokage and saw the leader glowering at her in anger. She, in complete fear from the killer intent coming from the Hokage, ran out immediately. The Hokage watched her back until she left. Then he sighed. He has to fill out the paperwork to fire her and hire a new secretary now. But right now, Naruto was here. That was the most important part right now. Hey, Naruto, the Hokage said. He attempted to ruffle Naruto's head, but the kid dodged his head and stood at a distance. It seems that Naruto is still distrustful of everyone. He really needs to hang out with people his age and begin to trust other people, the Hokage thought. So, did you really need to cuss out this secretary? Naruto shrugged. Would you have let me get hurt? Of course not. Then why not? She was a bitch. The Hokage shook his head, but inside he was smiling a bit. Naruto was rebellious, but at least he wasn't broken. Far from it if he could still insult other people. So what do you want today, Naruto? Besides medical attention. Don't worry. I called my personal doctor already, asked the Hokage. Naruto paused and took in a deep breath. He let himself calm down before looking at the Hokage directly at his eyes. The Hokage was almost taken aback at how serious Naruto. I want to be a ninja, old man. Cannon break. 5 years later. Naruto sat on the rope swing, sitting and watching the other kids in jealousy. He had failed his genin exam. If it wasn't for that stupid bunshin jutsu, I would have been fine, he whispered to himself. He might have to take the class again, but truthfully, he couldn't understand why he couldn't do the bunshin jutsu, so it might be a waste of time. As he thought this, one of the teachers walked up to him. Hey, Naruto, said Mizuki. What do you want? Naruto replied harshly. After learning about how to throw kunais and shurikens, learn basic camouflage, and learn the hinge jutsu, Naruto barely got into any beatings. He knew how to deceive his beaters and even misdirect him. Doing so over the years made him more confident. He wasn't afraid to show his distrust with anybody, not just the Hokage. Mizuki held his hands up. Well, I don't mean any harm. I just wanted to see if you wanted to pass with your class or not. Naruto's eyes narrowed in suspicion. What do you mean? I failed the genin exam. Mizuki smiled. No, you failed the normal genin exam. There is another one you could do. See, if you manage to steal the scroll in the Hokage Tower and learn a jutsu before you get caught, you can pass that way as well. What load of bullshit, thought Naruto. It was clearly a trap. Well, wait, kid. You might want to do what he says, the beast inside him said. Naruto still doesn't know anything about him except that what he said about wanting to help seemed genuine. It may not be because he cared about Naruto, but Naruto could rely on that help for now. Why? Even if I did steal it, he'll probably try to steal it from me or frame me. True, but that scroll he is talking about sounds interesting. From what I've seen, if a scroll is in the Hokage Tower, then it must be a very useful and dangerous scroll. A scroll that you could learn from. I guess. Is it worth the risk, though? Yeah. And I told you that we would start specializing once you learn the skills of ninja. But I didn't learn the Bunshin Jutsu. You won't need it. It does deceive, but it's only an illusion. Not that useful once it's found out. To me, you have learned all you can from this place. So, we need to start some special training. All right, Fine, Mizuki-sensei. Which scroll do I need to steal? Naruto said to his teacher. Mizuki smiled. Naruto sat on the ground and unfurled the scroll. Stealing it was much easier than he had thought. I guess anybody who steals it could be easily tracked. But, old man, you're a bit too confident if you think the scroll doesn't need more guarding because you think you can always find it, Naruto thought. Kit, unfurl it all the way. Let me read everything with you. And you brought some paper and a writing utensil, right? Weren't you watching me from inside when I did? You really think I want to watch your daily life all the time? I'd rather sleep. Naruto rolled his eyes and began to read. Let's see. First jutsu is Gafebunsin no Jutsu. Fuck. Naruto scratched his head in frustration. I'll just skip that one. Wait, kid. Look at the description. A fully solid clone that requires a ton of chakra. That sounds useful, unlike the normal Bunshin jutsu. But I suck at it, Naruto thought. Trust me, this'll work. Do you know why I can't do the Bunshin jutsu? Maybe I do, maybe I don't. Just copy the fucking jutsu down. Naruto hated the fact that the beast seemed to know so much but gave so little. At the very least, Naruto could trust the beast of not tricking him. At least, not tricking him so obviously. Kagabunshin no jutsu. There written. Next is Na. Nope. Maybe? Hey beast, what about this one? Naruto said. Bunshin Daibakuha? Making a Kage Bunshin explode? That does sound useful, though it's not really suited for our specialization. Write it down, but write a note next to it saying that it's optional. But actually the one next to that, Kyoka no Kinshutsu by the Inuzuka clan. A jutsu that enhances one's sense. That might be necessary in order to deceive others by always knowing where they are. Write that down. Through this process, they had picked out multiple jutsus of other clans and people. Kiri no Chakra, Churka Mist, a jutsu that disperses a huge amount of churka, making the user invisible to the Byakugan, Sharingan, and can make one's presence undetectable by other ninja, requires large amounts of churka. Chujo no Jaiso, Superior Camouflage, a jin jutsu that replicates any texture and color of any object in contact, can be used in combination with the Henge Jutsu and Kaze Bunsan, Wind. Dispersion, not an actual wind jutsu, it replicates the effects of it. It releases chakra in a way that pushes wind around, messing up scents and other tracks in the wind. If more chakra is added, it can become a powerful force. All right, I think we're running out of time. Last one, Kage Jutsus. Does that mean the Kage Bunshin no Jutsu? Naruto asked. No, Kage Bunshins are just a clever name like the Kaze Bunsan. They only replicate something. But what is that? You don't know? Well, let's read the description. Jutsus of the Shadow Style. What's a Shadow Style beast? Shadow Style? That's impossible. There are only 5 styles that jutsus can be. Katon, Fire Style, Suetun, Water Style, Daton, Earth Style, Raitun, Lightning Style, and Futon, Wind Style. What is into Shadow Style? I don't know. Why are you asking me? Naruto shrugged and looked at the jutsus on the list below the heading. Into Kajikin, into Kage Tsum, into Seshuru, into Tsukasusu. Why do all these jutsus have the word into in front of them? Hey beast. It's the jutsu type. The jutsus you have learned so far, and written down are jutsus that require only basic chakra, but many jutsus that shinobi use have some type of element. I was going to see if you could find yours later, but this presents an interesting opportunity. Kit, use the first jutsu if you can. First one. So, the into Kajiken. Alright, Naruto read the hand signs and followed the instructions to do the jutsu. It had a few new signs like Oni, Ryu, Kaiju, but it also had detailed explanations of each hand sign. Soon enough, Naruto performed the signs and said, into Kajiken. What happened next scared Naruto at first. His shadow and the shadows of the nearby trees and shades elongated, stretching to his hand. When it reached palm, it detached itself from any surface and became a blade that didn't touch his palm, but it was very close. Whoa, that's pretty cool. And effective. I've never seen this style before, but it seems like as long as there is darkness, you can use the jutsus. Kit, write down every single one of them down. Then start doing the first one, Kage Bunshin no Jutsu. You need to get that weakness eliminated. Ah, damn it. Fine, doing the lamer jutsu first. Cannon break. And the reason the villagers hate you is because you are the Kyubi no Kitsune, shouted Mizuki. He had come to kill Naruto and steal the scroll, but Iruka had interfered. Mizuki, trying to shock Naruto, told him the reason why he was beaten so much. Iruka stood in shock, looking at Naruto, waiting to see his reaction. Naruto grabbed his head and started screaming. Mizuki smiled. This was exactly what he wanted. Now, he could make a deal and say that he would help the demon brat. Things were going perfect, dash. Which is what I would have done if I was a normal person, Naruto said, giving Mizuki a bored look. But I'm not. And truthfully, that information was actually really good. Thanks, Sensei. You managed to teach me something after all. Mizuki and Iruka stared at Naruto in disbelief. He was fine? Mizuki growled. Well, if that failed, only one option, he said, grabbing the Fuma shuriken on his back. Naruto saw this and got ready to dodge. Mizuki threw the huge shuriken at Naruto. Naruto was then pushed down by Iruka, the shuriken embedding into his back. Iruka gritted his teeth in pain and blood trickled out his mouth. Naruto, this time, was in disbelief. Iruka-sensei, why did you save me? Because you're one of my students, Naruto, Iruka responded weakly. Naruto's eyes widened. Truthfully, I used to hate you. I really did. The Kyuubi killed my parents, and when I saw you, I thought you were just the Kyuubi in disguise. Iruka smiled. But you're not. Naruto got it. You're not the Kyuubi. You're one of my students, and as long as that is true, it's my responsibility to protect you. Mizuki laughed. Ah, protecting the demon, Iruka? Even after he killed your parents? Well, whatever, both of you can join your parents in the afterlife. Taking out another Fuma shuriken, he threw the shuriken at the pair. Iruka closed his eyes, waiting for the end, but then Naruto suddenly pushed Iruka out of the way with surprising force and moved both of them out of the way. Then Naruto ran into the forest. See, Iruka, the demon abandoned you. He ran so fast and left you behind. Mizuki grinned triumphantly until he saw a glimpse of orange. Naruto was jumping directly at Mizuki. Stupid kid, you should have run. He threw kunai at Naruto. Naruto, being in the air, couldn't dodge and was hit directly by the weapons. Naruto, Iruka shouted. But then Naruto went poof. His eyes widened in surprise. Mizuki, realizing he was tricked, began to comb the forest with his eyes, looking for Naruto. Where are you looking at, sensei? He heard behind him. Before he could react, two Narutos had grabbed onto his limbs, holding him down. The real Naruto stood behind him, making hand signs. Shadow clones? Iruka and Mizuki both thought. Naruto finished his hand signs and said, I can deal with you hurting me. I can deal with you tricking me. But you hurt someone who genuinely put his life on the line for me. That's unforgivable. Mizuki's shadow elongated to Naruto's hand and created a blade. Neither Iruka nor Mizuki could see because Naruto was hidden behind Mizuki's back. For your corruption, I will kill you with your corruption. Darkness represents chaos. Chaos represents corruption. Naruto began almost chanting. What? What are you saying, demon? Mizuki said, terrified. I'm saying, said Naruto, I'm killing you with your own shadow. Distrust Chapter 2. Naruto lied in his bed. His new headband that he got from Iruka-sensei was in his hand. He couldn't believe he actually passed. Since he took down a Chunin-level traitor, Iruka decided that Naruto was more than qualified to be a genin. That, and he did make a Bunshin finally. It was weird though. It wasn't in the descriptions themselves, but the Kage Bunshin no Jutsu had a weird quality to it. Naruto remembered being hit by kunai and latching onto Mizuki's limbs, but it was his clone that did it. He got the memories of the clones, but he's never heard of a Bunshin doing that. So, the Kage Bunshin no Jutsu must be special in that respect. And as he thought, he remembered the Kajiken Jutsu, how the shadow wrapped itself around his arm and created a blade. He had written everything down into his notebook about it, but he was just mindlessly copying it down. He only read the ones he discussed with the QB. Speaking of which, hey, Beast, do you want me to keep calling you Beast or QB? Naruto thought, asking his prisoner a question. Whichever you want. QB just means nine tails, and truthfully, that isn't a much better title than Beast, the QB responded. Title? Do you have a name then? Naruto asked. Yeah, but I'm not telling a weakling like you. Come back to me when you get fight a bijou like me hand to hand, and then we'll talk. Naruto shook his head and smiled. On one hand, the QB is still being a dick, but on the other hand, nothing's really changed. He still can rely on his help. And since he knows that the QB is inside of him against his own will, the QB's goals are a lot clearer. Looking at the headband again, he just couldn't believe things had gone so well. If it wasn't for those jutsus in the scroll. What about the other jutsus then? Should I take a look? You probably should. At the moment, a few Kage Bunshin and the Kajiken wouldn't do you much good against a higher level enemy. And if you're to disappear, you might have to assassinate some people, the QB responded. Yeah, I know. Comes with the job of being a ninja. Naruto picked up his notebook and began reading the jutsus inside. Well, like I said before, a lot of these jutsus seem to be weapons or creating a barrier or attack. Standard for any elemental style. The only thing that's a bit different, I think, is these ones. They have a prerequisite. Must perform the Kajigen ritual. The ritual consists of dropping a ball of shadow into your own shadow at exactly midnight where only the moon gives you light, so no artificial lights allowed, and requires a lot of chakra. The ball of shadow is an orb that consists of dust, blood, toxins of any kind, but the stronger the better, and the crushed remains of any animal to solidify the orb. Then dash. Fuck, said Naruto. This is going to take a while. Yeah, but what jutsus could you use if you did? Well, I could use into Havagru, shadow style. Infestation, to infest one's body with the shadows. Can be used along with the Kajiken for lethal results. Into Kisei no Habikru, shadow style. Parasitic infestation, like its counterpart, but it absorbs chakra that can aid in healing and jutsus. Into Kyofa no Genkiku, shadow style. Illusion of fear, a genjutsu that brings to life their most fearful nightmares. Into Kyofu no Zayaku, shadow style. Illusion of sin, a genjutsu that releases their binds and forces them to listen to their most corrupt desires. And into Wurugi, shadow style. Distrust forces one to forget all trust connections. That is quite the ironic jutsu. One who distrusts that makes other distrust. Kid, I think the orb is worth it. Yeah, I think so too. After he collected the ingredients, getting the animal corpse from the rat that was bothering him and Wei's cause, he kept eating all his food, the toxins from the remaining drainer that had solidified because of who knows what, some rat poison that never worked, and some of the spoiled milk, and created the orb. Surprisingly, it stuck together well until he had an orb that smelled horrible and was red, white, and black. This has to be the most disgusting thing I have ever done. Worse than scavenging food from the dumpsters. 100 times worse. Naruto took in a deep breath away from the orb, stood in the moonlight that came in through the window, and made sure all other lights were off. It was kind of creepy, almost as if he was doing a witch's ritual. He looked at the time, 11:59. Just made it in time. When the clock reached midnight, Naruto turned to look at his shadow and dropped the orb in it. Naruto, expecting the orb to smack his floor, let his jaw drop when the orb sank into the floor, or more like his shadow. And if his jaw could drop any further, it would be because his shadow began to shift around, as if it was trying to actually move. Suddenly, black-red eyes appeared in his shadow where his eyes would be. Naruto fell back, reflexively trying to get away from the threat. But when he looked at his shadow again, it was back to normal. That was horrible. What the hell was that? What do you mean by horrible? The orb sinking into your shadow is also something I've never seen before, but besides that, it wasn't too bad. Wait, you didn't see the eyes. What eyes? Is someone here? And no, just never mind. I must have been seeing things then. Naruto stood up and picked up his notebook. So, which one should I try mastering first? Maybe I should stick with the easier ones? Or maybe I should try the special ones I just unlocked. Kit, you could just master all of them. Are you serious? No, I can't. It's midnight, and I have to be at the academy by 9. If I try my best, I could master one, but it would be like 2 a.m. by then, Naruto complained. Stupid brat, I mean with the Kage Bunshin no jutsu. It doesn't look like the jutsus need your body specifically. It just needs a shadow, which your Kage Bunshins can produce. And you could get all the memories later. Oh yay, sorry about that. Naruto walked into class, bags under his eyes. No one told him that having a few hours of memories from about 20 clones all flooding into your head would knock you unconscious. He slept on the floor last night, and he still has a headache from the memories. Today was just not his perfect day, although he's never had one. Hey, failure, what are you doing in this class? Graduates only, yelled one of the kids. The entire class faced Naruto, wondering what he was doing here. Naruto, not wanting to dignify the guy with an answer, just held up his headband. It seemed to satisfy most of the class, although some were talking about how he stole a headband from someone else. I mean, he is really creepy after all, whispered one of the girls. Yeah, who knows? Maybe he's a killer, whispered one of the guys. Naruto wanted to laugh, since he technically did kill Mizuki with his Kajiken, which did indeed lead to his headband. He sat down in a random seat. Looking at his row, he noticed Uchiha Sasuke. If he could trust anybody at all, Sasuke would probably be the first one to go to. He wasn't a deceptive person. He knew what he wanted and tried to make everyone know that. Tried is the important word there, because none of his fangirls seem to realize he isn't interested in any of them. Sasuke doesn't seem to care that much about him either, which wasn't that bad. Sasuke grunted, as if to acknowledge his existence, and Naruto nodded back in return. That was pretty much all the communication these two had, and they were fine with it. Then, like every morning, Haruno Sakura and Yamanaka Ino came running in. They always try to sit next to Sasuke first, which made no sense since they could sit at either side of him. Unless, of course, someone was already sitting on one side. Naruto, move. I want to sit next to Sasuke, said Sakura. Naruto just turned towards her, looked at her eyes, and then snuggled into his arms and seemed to fall asleep. Naruto? Naruto! Both of them began screaming, but he kept sitting there. Irika soon walked in and ordered the class to sit down. After a few rounds of rock, paper, scissors, Sakura got the privilege to sit at the other side of Sasuke, while Ino had to settle for the seat behind him. Cannon break for the teams up to Team 7. And Team 7 consists of Uchiha Sasuke, Haruno Sakura. Shinaro, take that, Ino pig, yelled Sakura. And Uzumaki Naruto. Your sensei will be Hatake Kakashi. Team 8 will be Dash. Sakura didn't really care that much about Naruto. He was annoying, but that didn't trump her happiness that she got placed on the same team as her beloved Sasuke. And Naruto didn't really care. At least, he had some honest people on his team, A brooding emo that would kill you if that's what he wanted, and a fangirl that only cares about fangirling. Sasuke was a little grumpy that he got a weak fangirl on his team, but the cast of the die can't be argued. It sucked, since he preferred the Hyuga, but oh well. 2 hours later, all of the other students besides the ones of Team 7 had met their sensei and left. Team 7's sensei hadn't even sent a message. To say that Team 7 was furious would be an understatement. The door opened, and a man with gray spiky hair popped his head in with a nonchalant look on his face. First things first, I don't like any of you. Meet me on the roof. The door then closed, which gave the signal for Sakura to start screaming about how it wasn't fair that they got this kind of sensei. Sasuke, although pissed, didn't seem to care much and started walking up. Sakura, seeing her crush go, followed after him. Naruto was angry, but he was also curious. Something wasn't right. After all, a team and their sensei usually have tons of missions together, but this guy didn't seem to care. He must be planning something. They all got up there, and the students sat down on the stairs that lead to the fence overlooking the academy. Kakashi cleared his voice and said, "All right, let's introduce ourselves. Name, likes, dislikes, hobbies, and dream for the future." Sakura raised her hand. "Sensei, why don't you go first to show us?" Kakashi shrugged and took out an orange book. While reading it, he said, "My name is Ataki Kakashi. I have likes and dislikes. My hobbies aren't for ears belonging to people under the age of 18. And I have no dream for the future. Your turn, Pinky." We only learned his name, thought everyone. Sakura, fuming a bit for being called Pinky, said, "My name is Haruno Sakura. She looked over to Sasuke and blushed. "I hate Ino Pig. My hobbies are," again she looked at Sasuke, "and my dream is," this time she squealed when looking at Sasuke. "A fangirl. Great," thought Kakashi. "Your turn." He pointed at Sasuke. "My name is Uchiha Sasuke. I don't like much, and I dislike a lot of things. I don't have any hobbies. My dream is to kill a certain someone." Sakura fawned over how cool her Sasuke-kun was being. "And a brooding avenger. This team is turning out nicely," he thought sarcastically. "And you, Blondie." Naruto, who didn't seem to care much, looked up and began, "My name is Uzumaki Naruto. I like food, water, and shelter. I dislike everything else pretty much. I don't really have any hobbies, though I did start training recently." "You can't train enough to be as strong as Sasuke-kun," Sakura bragged. Sasuke smirked, but in reality, although it was true, he found her so annoying. Naruto just rolled his eyes and continued, "My dream, I don't know. I never thought about it before. I guess my dream would be..." Naruto remembered what the QB said to him a long time ago. It would be to learn how to disappear. Kakashi's eyebrows raised at this. Disappear? What does he mean? Does he plan on leaving the village or committing suicide? No, those two aren't something you learn like the way he seems to imply. Maybe he wants to learn how to hide his presence like a ninja should. If that's the case, I might have at least one good student on this team. Well, this team might be able to pass the true Genin exam tomorrow, Kakashi said. All the students' eyes widened in disbelief. Sakura raised her hand again. "Sensei, what do you mean, true Genin exam?" Kakashi smiled, or did that weird eye smile thing. "The Genin exam you guys took was an exam to weed out students without the potential to become Genin at all. But there's one more test to see if you guys can actually be Genin." Sakura started to sweat in anxiety. If she fails, she'll be separated from her precious Sasuke-kun. Sasuke seemed calm and confident. And Naruto seemed equally calm, but it was as if whether or not he passed didn't matter to him. It confused Kakashi, since from his reports, Naruto barely passed, and only passed due to special circumstances, so it should be important. "Hey kid, he's looking your way. He's probably wondering why I'm not freaking out. I mean, I don't really care if I do become ninja, since I already got the skills necessary. If I do become ninja, I might get some authority and some cash, but meh, I could just live how I've already lived. Still, it might be better to be ninja. Get outside the village and meet or fight other ninjas. It would be a great experience. Maybe. The getting out of the village sounds great at least. Meet me at the third training ground at noon tomorrow. And don't eat. You'll just puke it back up, Kakashi said before shining away. Sasuke, seeing his sensei leave, stood up to go as well. And of course, Sakura followed after him. Naruto scoffed at the pink-haired girl's behavior. She saw in a Sasuke that she never even tried to be a good ninja. The only reason she passed was because she was lucky that she could do the basic jutsus. If we fail the test cause of her, I doubt I'll be able to handle it. From over the fence, he could see Sasuke abandon Sakura in front of the school. She looked slightly dejected, but she perked herself up and began walking home. I bet she can't even tell if someone is trying to trick her from her lack of observation. Sasuke wants to be left alone, idiot. I bet I could hinge into Sasuke and trick her and teach her a few lessons. A voice could be heard. Naruto looked around. Seeing nobody, he asked Kyuubi if he heard the voice as well. What are you talking about, kid? I haven't heard a thing since you stopped ranting about that girl. Do it, the voice said again. Naruto, now starting to realize that the Kyuubi hasn't been able to see or hear the same things as him, stayed quiet and tried to listen. You're right. If you hinge into Sasuke, you could trick her and teach her a few things. You could beat her for being stupid, and she'd probably bounce back. You could tell her lies to make her stop being so annoying. Naruto was perplexed at not only where the voice was coming from, but also on how dark it was. Because it seemed to be coming from his own head. It sounds great, doesn't it? Picking on a girl that has done nothing to help you when you needed it. And you wouldn't even get caught, especially if you tied up Sasuke somewhere so that he couldn't interfere. Naruto had to agree. This was all true, but it was all kind of sick as well. I mean, tying up someone and doing horrible things to others? It was just, oh, good idea. Tying up and doing horrible things. That gives me a great idea. Naruto knew this was going to a really dark place, and he had an idea on what it might be, but his curiosity gave way. Let's rape her. Naruto's eyes widened in shock and disgust. The Kyuubi, noticing this, asked, "What's wrong, kid?" Naruto just shook his head. "It's nothing. Nothing." The Kyuubi growled. Naruto knew that the Kyuubi wouldn't be satisfied with that, but he couldn't hear the voice. It might just be his delusions or an after effect from the ritual. Either way, he should probably ignore that voice. He took in a deep breath, closed his eyes, and tried to suppress the voice. He opened his eyes again, and everything was quiet. He smiled. "Rape her." Naruto clutched his head in pain. The Kyuubi, worried now, tried to ask him what was wrong and to tell him what was going on, but Naruto couldn't hear over the pain. But soon the pain stopped. Naruto stopped clutching his head, and he waited for a minute. He could hear the Kyuubi again, but he ignored him until he could confirm that the voice had stopped. After that minute, Naruto breathed a sigh of relief. The Kyuubi was still asking him what was going. Naruto said, "I've been seeing and hearing things ever since we did that ritual. It's not been fun." "Like what?" "I saw red eyes appear in my shadow when we did the ritual, and I just heard a voice suggest to me to do some dark things." The Kyuubi was silent for a moment. "Kid, maybe you should go ask your Hokage about what we found." Naruto opened his mouth to agree, but he then heard the voice again. "If you tell him, he might forbid you from doing any of the shadow-style jutsus. You'll be open to beatings again, you know." Naruto shook his head again. After taking another deep breath, he said, "Nah, I think I managed to control the voice. I barely hear it now." The Kyuubi growled again, but this time it sounded like it was resenting grudgingly. Naruto thought thanks in return, and seeing that the sun was starting to set, he started to go back home. And it's done. Chapter 3. Naruto walked groggily to the third training field. That voice never made a comeback, but instead, he suffered night terrors that night. Barely getting any good sleep, he tried his best to get to the training field with his eyes closed. If he gets beaten up again, so be it. Maybe he'd get knocked out and be able to sleep in the hospital. When he got to the training field, he saw both Sasuke and Sakura there. Sasuke looked up to only acknowledge his existence, but he went back to brooding as usual. Sakura noticed Naruto as well, waved high, and then went immediately back to fangirling over her Sasuke-kun. But when she waved at him, Naruto felt uneasy, waiting for that voice to come back. But he heard nothing. I wonder what happened to that voice. You no longer hear it? Asked the QB. Naruto internally shook his head. In a way, he regretted telling the QB about the voice. He still didn't trust the beast and didn't want him to know anything that wasn't necessary. But since he is stuck in there and can't hear or see the hallucinations, it should be fine. The new team waited and waited and waited. Soon, it was 2 hours. Both Naruto and Sasuke were silent. But internally, they were ready to kill their sensei once they saw him. Sakura chose the better way to release her pent-up anger by screaming her lungs out. Poof! Kakashi appeared in a cloud of smoke. Reading the orange book, he waved at his team, one of the members still screaming now at him. I have serious doubts about the members on my team, Naruto thought. The only one I could maybe rely on is Sasuke. But he's an emo brooder, so his emotions might get in the way. Sakura is not only weak, but she's loud as hell. Aren't ninjas supposed to be masters as disappearing? Well, that's one of their specialties. That's why I told you to be here. There are also med nins whose jobs are specializing in healing jutsus, strike ninjas who are specialized in attacking or defending the village, and scholarly nins who study jutsus and chakra, increasing the village's knowledge base. Some specialize in multiple fields, the QB explained. Naruto shook his head. And what field does this girl think she'll get into? Kid, remember, not all of the ninjas you'll be training with have a tragic backstory to drive them. This girl probably is only in it for that guy. Naruto sighed. So we got a female ninja that can't ninja and a sensei who not only is blunt and obscure, but also late as hell all the time. This sucks. During this thought process, Sakura had calmed down and Kakashi began explaining the test. Cannon break for the test explanation. So, whoever doesn't get a bell is sent back to the academy. Got it? Kakashi asked. The genin nodded their heads. All right, then test start. All 3 students disappeared into the forest. Kakashi returned to reading his book while detecting his students. Well, all 3 seem to be able to hide their physical presences. So, at least, they're trying to be ninjas, he thought. Sakura is under that bush. Sasuke is in the tree. Naruto, is that chakra? Performing a jutsu from there? What's he planning? Naruto finished his hand signs. Kakashi was watching very calmly, but his eyes widened when he suddenly detected a huge amount of chakra. It seemed to be coming closer, but it's almost as if it was dispersed. Kiri no chakra? What did that kid learn that? Sasuke and Sakura seemed to not notice it since they are not at the level where they could detect the chakra in the air, but Kakashi felt the heavy air settle on him. He couldn't detect Naruto anymore by his chakra. Kakashi calmed down. If he moves, I can still detect him. Still, that's impressive. Suddenly, a barrage of shuriken slammed into his body. Nearby, Sasuke grinned, celebrating his victory, until he heard a poof and saw a log destroyed by his attack instead. Growling in anger, he moved positions, looking for his gray-haired sensei. When he found him in another part of the field, he immediately went for the direct attack. Without moving his eyes from the book, Kakashi blocked every single attack, dodging the genin's attempts to steal a bell. Out of ideas and extremely frustrated, Sasuke went for his next option. He began performing signs for his signature fire jutsu. Kakashi looked up a bit, slightly interested in the youth's technique. Already mastered Katon. Gokaku no jutsu? Impressive, but if he seriously thinks he can hit me with that dash, Kakashi's eyes widened in realization. The area was covered in chakra, which isn't a problem, but what if it was wind element chakra? Before Sasuke could finish, Kakashi shunshined away. Because he was too fast, Sasuke didn't notice that his sensei was no longer in his sights and performed his jutsu. Katon, Gokaku no jutsu, he shouted. He started to breath out a big ball of fire, but it suddenly expanded in size and speed, creating fiery havoc in front of him and even incinerating a bunch of trees. His eyes widened in surprise. Whoa, I didn't think my jutsu was that powerful. It isn't, Kakashi said as he appeared behind Sasuke. You have Naruto to thank for that. Sasuke, caught off guard, sloppily swung behind him to hit his sensei, but Kakashi caught his fists. Sasuke narrowed his eyes and asked, "What do you mean, thanking Naruto?" Kakashi looked around lazily. You might not be able to detect it yet, but Naruto's chakra is everywhere. He performed a jutsu that makes it impossible to find him through chakra detection methods alone. And I believe his chakra is at least wind elemental aligned. He looked back at Sasuke. Wind plus fire equals huge fire when it comes to chakra. Sasuke was confused. Naruto had always been quiet and never tried to make friends. That's why he got along with him well, or at least better than any other person. But when he attempted the Bunshin portion of the test, he failed horribly. How could someone who failed such basic jutsu succeed in covering a training field in chakra? Kakashi let go of Sasuke's hands. Sasuke, still deep in thought, was shaken out of them by the sudden change in balance and fell forward. Kakashi turned around and said, "Well, I have 2 more students to test. Stay right here, all right." He shun-shined away. Sasuke growled. He still wasn't done fighting. He began to walk in the direction of the starting area when he heard, "I told you to stay," under him. Suddenly, a pair of hands grabbed his ankles and dragged him down. Sasuke, in surprise, screamed. Sakura, hearing Sasuke screaming, immediately started to run in the direction of the sound. She eventually came across a riverbank. Out of nowhere, a gust of wind blew across her eyes, blinding her temporarily. She felt kind of drowsy for a moment. When the wind stopped, she stood in the field, trying to remember why she was running. Sakura, she heard behind her. With a smile on her face, she turned around to greet her crush. In front of her was the bleeding body of Uchiha Sasuke, reaching out for help. Sakura, help me. Our sensei is crazy. He's going to kill us all. He fell over. Sakura screamed and then promptly fainted. Kakashi shook his head. He stood over the sleeping body of his female student. I didn't think she'd fall for such a simple jinjutsu. Well, she really isn't much of a ninja, is she? Said a voice in the forest east to him. Kakashi, looking in that direction, saw Naruto walk out. I thought you were hiding, Kakashi said. I thought you were going to find me. I was getting bored, Naruto replied. Kakashi opened his book again and began reading. Too much effort. Plus, you're the one who needs to attack me. You need the bells, remember? Yeah, I remember. Naruto charged Kakashi. Kakashi shook his head again. I thought at least you might be smart enough to figure out some strategy before attacking. Naruto began some hand signs. Kakashi raised an eyebrow. Oh, so what do you have up your sleeves this time? After a few hand signs, it became apparent to Kakashi to what the jutsu was, and his eyes widened again. That's the Bunshin Daibakuha jutsu. If that's a clone, shit. He remembered his female student lying next to him, grabbed her, and jumped away while throwing some shuriken at him. The clone, finished with its signs, got hit by the shuriken and exploded. Kakashi managed to get out of the blast radius with his student in time. Another Naruto came out from the forest. Kakashi leered at him. Are you the real Naruto? Naruto shrugged. Maybe, maybe not. Kakashi, after lying Sakura behind some trees, glared at Naruto. You almost killed one of your teammates. Naruto shrugged again. Like I said, she's not much of a ninja. She can barely hide or fight. It would have been smart to put her out of commission, right? Naruto suddenly got decked in the gut by Kakashi. He flew for a bit, and after landing, grabbed his stomach and proceeded to dry heave. Kakashi stood over him, furious. You're right. Sakura isn't much of a ninja. The rules themselves may even agree with you. And those who break the rules are scum. He made sure Naruto could see his eye before continuing. But those who abandon their comrades are worse than scum. Naruto was silent through the whole thing, mostly cause he couldn't breathe her. But after standing up, he looked down at the ground. Kakashi relaxed. It seemed the boy got the message. But then suddenly, Naruto looked at his sensei with rage in his eyes. "Comrades," Naruto asked. "That's not my comrade." Kakashi was taken aback. "Why dash?" Naruto cut him off. "Comrades are fellow companions you trust. But I don't trust anybody. The only person I will ever trust is myself." Naruto began making some hand signs. Kakashi immediately got into a defensive position. He saw hand signs that he didn't recognize, and he really didn't like that. Naruto finished his signs and shouted, "Into Sesshu." His shadow reached out and connected with Kakashi's shadow. Kakashi, for the third time today, widened his eyes in surprise. "Isn't this the Nara's signature jutsu?" "No, I can still move," Kakashi thought, moving his fingers to confirm. Naruto continued making hand signs, more than before as quickly as he could. When he finished, he shouted, "Into Tsukisasu no Kajiken." Blades of shadow suddenly shot out of Kakashi's shadow and attempted to impale him. Kakashi, noticing this, with his faster reflexes, used the Korimi no Jutsu to replace himself with a log. When he appeared in a nearby tree, he noticed that his speed was greatly reduced. Had Naruto been any stronger with that jutsu, or had he been any weaker, he would have been too slow to dodge that attack. Kakashi jumped out of the tree to face Naruto again. "You do realize that we are on a team? A team is a group of comrades. We have to work together whether you like it or not." Naruto shook his head. "Fuck that. You and the other two can go play teammates if you want. I refuse to trust any of you." Kakashi was honestly baffled. He knew that Naruto had a horrid past, but this was bordering psychological disorders. No, it did border psychological disorders. Naruto must have developed PTSD at one point without no one noticing. It would explain the trust issues with everyone. "Naruto, you could trust us. We want to be on a team with you." "Yeah, right. How long do you wait before you backstab someone?" "Huh," Naruto shouted. He refused to listen to anything Kakashi had to say. At this point, Sasuke had dug himself out and found the duo yelling at each other. Listening to Naruto basically freak out, he was surprised on how similar they were. He wouldn't trust Kakashi-sensei or Sakura if he had the choice either. But he doesn't. If he wants to kill Itachi, he has to work with them to get stronger. Sasuke walked out. Naruto, noticing him, jumped back so that he could face both of them without being surprised by the other. Sasuke looked like he had something to say, so Naruto waited, eyes moving back and forth between the two. Sasuke finally began talking. "Naruto, I understand how you feel." "Bullshit," Naruto replied. "No, I really mean it. I wouldn't trust these two if I could help it. I just need their help to kill that certain someone." Naruto growled. "Well, I don't need either of yours or of that sensei's help. I'm fine on my own." Sasuke was silent for a while, pondering on what to say. When he finally spoke, Naruto's eyes widened, not expecting that. "Naruto, let's be friends." Naruto stood there, motionless. Kakashi was surprised himself, but he kept it calm on the exterior. Naruto soon began to laugh. "Are you serious? I won't become comrades with you. I refuse to trust you and let you have my back. Why the hell would I let you be my friend?" Sasuke replied, "Because friends don't need to trust each other." Naruto was taken aback for a moment. But before he could respond, Sasuke continued. "Friends care about each other and help each other out. It was like that with me and my brother a long time ago. But friends don't need to trust each other. They need to trust themselves that they want to be friends with the other guy. If both of them trust themselves, then they can be friends. If one of them betrays the other, the one that got hurt has permission to gather up his allies to beat the shit out of the guy." Naruto was really just confused. He didn't know what to say. "You want to be friends that don't trust each other?" Sasuke nodded. "Yeah, we are really similar when it comes to trusting people." Naruto shook his head. "I've never heard of a friendship working like that from what other people talk about. It sounds absurd." Sasuke smiled. "We're not really normal. You're freaking out cause of trust, and I want to kill someone. An absurd relationship might be for the best." Naruto just stood there. He seemed stuck, not sure what to do at all. But after a while, he looked up at Sasuke and said, "How do we start?" Sasuke shrugged. "Well, from what I heard from Kakashi-sensei when I was fighting him, you have some good jutsus up your sleeve. Why don't we try bonding by getting our bells together?" Naruto grinned. Bonding through violence? Not too bad. The two-faced Kakashi, who was happy that his team was starting to work together, but he was also a bit let down. They need to beat me to be friends? So this sounds really troublesome. If only Obito and I had been like that. Maybe we would have Kakashi was caught off from his thoughts as Sasuke finished his signs. Katon, Gokakyu no Jutsu. The giant fireball, still aided by the chakra mist, headed towards Kakashi. Kakashi rapidly went through his hand signs. Suiton, Suiriuda no Jutsu. A giant water dragon burst out from the nearby river and slammed into the fireball. He then noticed multiple Kage Bunshins over his head. Half of them grabbed the ankles of another Kage Bunshin and threw them. The half that was thrown began performing hand signs, while the other half performed the other. When they finished, they shouted out their jutsu's names. The half that threw shouted Kaze Bunsan, pushing as much chakra as they could into their jutsu, making a huge chakra wind. The wind slammed into the thrown Kage Bunshins, accelerating them towards Kakashi. Kakashi's eyes widened when he realized what was going to happen. He was going to need a Kawarimi again. The Kage Bunshins that were thrown shouted, "Bunshin Daibakua." When they hit the ground, they exploded, making an effect similar to a tactical bombing. The real Naruto was with Sasuke, doing his next jutsu, Kyokan no Kensutsu. His hearing became 100 times better. He turned to Sasuke and pointed in a direction. "He's over there." Sasuke nodded and asked, "Can you do that thing Kakashi-sensei was talking about? Spreading your chakra everywhere." Sure, Naruto performed the Kiri no chakra again. He pushed his hands into the air, dispersing the chakra into the air. After a few moments, Naruto looked over and nodded. They ran to where Naruto detected Kakashi. When they saw him, he was in the field again, moving slightly every once in a while, making the bells ring. Sasuke looked over and said, "All right, so let's try and defeat him and tire him out with Katon. Gokakyu no Jutsu. So, go keep him busy while dash." Naruto looked over with a bit of anger. "Bye. No. We may be friends, but I don't trust you enough to turn my back on you. You distract him." Sasuke opened his mouth to argue, but he stopped himself. Naruto was much more distrustful than he was. Even if he argued, he would never go out there and let his back be exposed. Sasuke agreed instead. "Do you have some idea on how to get those bells?" asked Sasuke. Naruto looked at Kakashi as if planning and nodded. "Yeah, I think I might." Kakashi noticed the duo as soon as they arrived, and he noticed that they seemed to be planning. He was actually quite happy. They were working together, which was the entire point of the test. Now, if only Sakura could join them, this would have worked out perfectly. Then, Sasuke, with a few Kage Bunshins of Naruto, jumped out, running towards Kakashi. Kakashi, expecting a barrage of taijutsu, got ready to defend, but he wasn't expecting Sasuke to jump as high as he could and for the Kage Bunshins to push him farther. When Sasuke was high in the air, he ran through the hand signs and shouted, "Katon, Hozenka no Jutsu." Multiple fireballs headed towards Kakashi. They soon hit the mist of chakra, making them increase in size threefold. Kakashi, in response, shouted, "Doton, Sekamori." The earth rose around him and eventually formed a barrier. But, unexpectedly, none of the fireballs hit the barrier but around him, creating multiple craters. When Kakashi lowered the barrier, he saw the Kage Bunshins of Naruto standing around in a circle, performing the unrecognizable hand signs. When they finished, they all shouted, "Into Seshuru." Their shadows reached the craters, touching the shadows that were made by them, and eventually grew stronger and connected with Kakashi's shadow. Kakashi, having multiple shadows on him, could barely move. If he really wanted to get out, he could, but he thought that his students should take the win. Sasuke dropped down. When he landed, he went to get the bells. Touching the connected shadows, he felt a little weakened, but since the shadows and chakra were aimed at Kakashi, he could move freely. The Naruto, still hiding, smiled. They had won. As soon as Sasuke takes the bells, he could dispel the clones. Then, why not try into Tsukisasu no Kajiken now? Naruto's eyes widened in shock. The voice said, "You thought you could rid of me, didn't you?" "No, I'm here to stay. But seriously, kill them." Naruto shook his head as hard as he could. "I can't. One of them is my friend, and the other is my sensei. I can't kill them." The voice replied, "Your funeral. You won't ever get a chance like this to kill them. If you don't kill them now, they'll backstab you. Why trust them? Why give them a chance?" Eventually, after much effort, Naruto managed to suppress the voice. This time was worse. It tried to appeal to how he felt. That was dirty. Sasuke grabbed the bells and lifted them up high. Naruto, seeing that, released all of his jutsus. The Kage Bunshin spoofed out of existence, and the shadows connected to Kakashi's shadow disappeared. They worked together perfectly. It seems like they've passed the test, Kakashi thought. Naruto had jumped down to get his bell when Sakura had come out of the forest. She saw Sasuke holding the two bells, and she was overjoyed until Sasuke threw one of the bells to Naruto. "Sasuke-kun, why did you give one to Naruto?" she asked. "I want to be on your team, too." Sasuke and Naruto looked at each other before looking back at Sakura. Kakashi waited for the correct response. "If one of them gives up their bell, then..." "Why will we give one to you?" they both asked. Kakashi was surprised, but he didn't show anything on the surface. Sakura, now with tears in her eyes, said, "But, Sasuke-kun, I know you better than this loner. We could be a great team." Sasuke just scoffed at her, who flinched at the disapproving sound. He looked in her eyes and said, "Know me? You seem to misunderstand quite a bit." But nothing. Even if you did know me better, at least Naruto can fight. Why would I want to fight with a loser like you?" Naruto nodded along as Sasuke basically crushed Sakura's heart. The two boys felt a dangerous presence behind them. They both twirled around as quickly as they could, only to find a very angry sensei looking at them. Kakashi asked them, "What are you doing?" Sasuke defiantly said, "What do you mean? We passed the test." She didn't because she was weak. Naruto, however, held his tongue. He believed that Sasuke was right, but something was off. He felt real anger from Kakashi, so if it was an act, it was beyond good. But if he was actually angry, then he needed to be careful. Kakashi, furious with the boys, grabbed both of them, without them even realizing it, and tied them to the training posts in the middle of the field. Then, he had Sakura sit between them. "None of you have passed the test," he said forcefully. "But we got the bells," Sasuke shouted back, but he shut up after one glare from Kakashi, who then took out a bento and gave it to Sakura. "You two will stay here and think about how you didn't succeed while Sakura gets to eat." To Sakura, he said, "Do not give any food to either of them, understand?" She nodded, slightly afraid of the emotion that the sensei did not show before. He then poofed away into the forest to keep a watch on them. "Now, let's see if you two can redeem yourselves." Sasuke was fuming, wanting to attack his teacher for yelling at him, even though he had done exactly what he said. He looked over at Naruto and was confused to see that he did not look the same. Naruto looked like he was thinking of something. "He didn't look angry at us before. What do we do that changed that? Was it what we said about Sakura? But she was going off the team, and it was true. I mean, if she was still a teammate, that would be a different story since I would have technically abandoned her, but wait." Naruto's eyes widened in realization. "She still is. QB, how are teams split up usually?" "For what I've seen, it was always teams of 4. 1 leader plus 3 subordinates. Even in ENBU, it seems like 4 is a good number they stick by," the QB responded, knowing full well where Naruto was going with this. Naruto nodded. "I thought so. It would be weird if only us 3 were on a team. Damn it, we fucked up." He looked at Sakura, who was meekly eating her food. He sighed. There's no way she'll forgive us so easily for insulting her like that. Fuck, there has to be something I can do. He started to look around at everything, looking for anything. Sakura had seen Naruto look at her, sigh, then start looking around everywhere. Is he hungry? She wondered. She looked down at the rest of her food and back at him. Should I give him some? But she shook her head. No, Kakashi-sensei said I couldn't give them anything, and plus, this way I can get some payback for stealing away my Sasuke-kun. She stuck her tongue out at Naruto and said, I'm not giving you any. Naruto heard this and was quiet for a moment. For that moment, Sakura thought he was depressed or something, but then he looked back at her and said, Why not? Huh, she asked. What do you mean, why not? 'Cause Kakashi-sensei said not to. Naruto then looked at Sasuke. Come on, Sasuke, get the hint. Sasuke wondered why Naruto was looking at him, but he realized that Sakura had said something that he needed to pay attention to. Well, that's what he said to her. So what am I supposed to get? She's just following the rules. Sasuke's eyes then opened in realization as well. He looked at Naruto and said, We're supposed to have Sakura feed us. Sakura almost spit out her food when she heard that. What? Sasuke-kun, I wouldn't mind, she said, blushing a little, but Sensei said I couldn't. He also said that the two people who got a bell would pass and be Jinin while the other would be sent back. But he tied up the two who got a bell, and you're still here, Sasuke responded. Sakura seemed to still be in disbelief. Naruto then looked at the both of them. Both of you, have you ever seen a ninja squad before? Both of them nodded. My brother sometimes would be part of squad, Sasuke said. I saw a few ninja squads walk around before. I was curious about what they looked like, Sakura said. Naruto then asked them, All right, then tell me, how many ninjas are in a squad? Both their eyes widened again in realization. They both said 4. Naruto nodded, then looked up at the sky and shouted, Kakashi-sensei, you can come out now. We're not going to make fun of Sakura anymore. It would be bad teamwork if we did, right? Kakashi poofed back into the spot he originally was in. He looked at Naruto and Sasuke disappointedly. I would have thought you two would have gotten it during your own display of teamwork. Sasuke looked down in shame, but Naruto didn't. Kakashi glared at Naruto, who didn't seem to care much. You disagree? Naruto nodded. Well, yeah. Sasuke and I got a bell each without Sakura. This test was the thing that was wrong. It only taught us to use our resources. Kakashi shook his head. Did you really think I actually lost? Naruto looked at him and said, Yeah, I do. I'll let you win, Kakashi said. Naruto nodded. Yeah, I know. That's why I won. Naruto looked at Kakashi and said, You didn't make the test impossible, Sensei. Had you did, I would have understood the point since I would have accepted Sakura's help then. Kakashi was quiet for a moment and shook his head. He went over and cut the ropes on both of the boys. You're just making excuses at this point. Since you already worked together with someone, you should have realized that your power on your own wasn't enough. Naruto then mumbled something that Kakashi and Sakura could only hear. I managed to not die on my own power so far. It's not like your test was any more dangerous than my own life. Kakashi cringed, remembering that Naruto probably was more stubborn due to it being necessary to live like he did. Sakura, on the other hand, was confused. Dangerous? What does he mean by that? Kakashi looked at the 3 Genin and said, You guys barely passed the test. Meet at the Hokage Tower at 9 in the morning for your first missions, understood? All of them nodded their heads. Kakashi began walking back to the village. Sasuke followed behind him. Naruto expected Sakura to follow Sasuke, but he was surprised to see her looking at him. What do you want? Sakura, meekly still due to her fear of him, said, Well, we're on the same team, and I thought we should know each other better, and… Naruto stopped her with his hand raised in the air. Sorry, I don't do stuff like that. Sakura was taken aback, but taking a deep breath in, she took up some courage and asked, Why not? Is it because I'm too weak? No, that has nothing to do with it. I just don't trust anybody but myself, Naruto responded. What about Sasuke? You guys work together, right? She asked. Naruto said, No, I don't trust him either. We're apparently friends now, but we don't have to trust each other. What? How does a friendship work without trust? Sakura questioned, very confused. Naruto just shrugged his shoulders and began to leave. Sakura began to follow and kept asking questions. What can I do to make you trust me? Nothing. Is there any way at all that can make you tell me anything? No. Why not? Naruto spun around and looked at her. Sakura was afraid she pissed him off, but he then calmly asked, "Why do you want to know so badly?" Sakura closed her eyes and took in another deep breath. "Well, I want to be friends with you too, but I don't know how to have a friendship without trust." "Why do you want to be friends with me then?" "Well, we're kind of similar." "Similar?" Naruto asked. Sakura nodded. "Yeah, I used to be bullied a lot and didn't have any friends, but my best friend Ino protected me from them. I trust her now a lot because she's been a great friend to me." "Don't you hate Ino? You always fight over Sasuke with her." Sakura smiled. "Yeah, well, sometimes that's what friends do. And you seem to be in the same situation, so dash." Naruto cut her off. "We are not in the same situation. You didn't have friends because of the other people. I don't have any friends because of me." Sakura was getting frustrated. She wanted to be friends with Naruto because she felt like they could bond, but she couldn't even start the relationship at all. "Please, there must be something that I can do to make you my friend." Naruto opened his mouth to tell her no again, but he then heard that voice again. "Sorry, but I'm taking over. It's too good of an opportunity. You'll thank me for this later." When Naruto blinked, he suddenly found himself not in control of his body and hearing his voice speak. "Well, you could tell me a secret that you've never told anybody. If you can trust me that much, I could maybe trust you," Naruto said. Sakura thought for a moment. "But I don't have any secrets like that. I tell Ino everything." Naruto then gave a grin that sent chills down Sakura's spine. It was creepy and dangerous looking. "Well, we could make that secret instead." "What do you mean?" Naruto suddenly grabbed Sakura by the arm and pulled her into close proximity. "Kiss me. If you do that, then I'll maybe trust you." Naruto was screaming at the voice to leave her and him alone, but it didn't seem like his own voice could get out of his body. Sakura was quiet for a very long time. Finally, she looked up and said, "Will that make you want to trust me?" Naruto's eyes widened. She was fine with it? Why? Then he heard that voice again, with him this time. "Unlike you, I don't need to perform any hand signs to do any of the jutsus. I used into Kyofu no Zaiku, shadow style, illusion of sin on her. She always wanted a boyfriend that would understand her, and since Sasuke was always alone, she chased after him. I just made some changes." "You're forcing her to like me?" The voice laughed. "Hey, at least I'm not raping her, right? And since she believes that you can be that perfect boyfriend, you can put a little trust in her blind emotion, right? Hee hee, humans are so easy to trick." The voice began to laugh hard, as if this gave him pleasure beyond any other means. It probably did. Naruto, on the outside, still controlled by the voice, smiled creepily again and said, "Yeah, of course." Sakura took a deep breath again, but this time, it was to calm her nerves instead of calming her fear. She looked up at Naruto and his lips, longingly. Naruto bent down to kiss her. The true Naruto inside was still yelling at the voice to stop. Then, their lips touched. Should Haku be a guy or a girl? And if Haku is a girl, should there be any kind of romantic tension between Naruto and her? This does not mean confirmed pairing or harem route. Well, that's all I wanted to ask. So, without further ado, let's begin Chapter 4. The Hokage's office was filled with jounin, giving their reports. They all just finished their tests with a new genin. Yuhi Kurenai stepped forward. Team 8 passed. They showed great teamwork, although the Inazaka was a little hard-headed at first. The Hokage nodded, and she stepped back into the group. Sarutobi Asuma came up next. Team 10 passed. Not too surprising, considering their parents' legacy. A poof was heard next to the group. The Hokage looked over at the late arrival. "Ah, Kakashi, I was wondering when you would arrive." A voice was heard from the back. "Fail another team. Hataki?" A few snickers could be heard. Kakashi stood in front of the crowd and said, Team 7 barely passed. Uchiha Sasuke and Uzumaki Naruto managed to work together, but they almost failed when they attempted to abandon Haruno Sakura. A few gasps were heard, and then a deep silence. The Hokage waited for him to continue, but Kakashi had this look that seemed to say that it was private. He nodded his head to confirm. Kakashi then stood at a corner of the room and waited for the rest to continue, which were all failures. When the room was emptied, Kakashi stood back in front of the Hokage and continued. Hokage-sama, what jutsus did Naruto take from the Forbidden Scroll? The Hokage raised an eyebrow at this. The Kage Bunshin no Jutsu was what Irika had reported. That should be it. Why? Naruto performed some jutsus that were A rank or higher, and some of them were unrecognizable to me, Kakashi said. Oh, like what? The Hokage asked. He used Kiri no Chakra and Bunshin no Daibakua. I see. What about the jutsus you don't recognize then? Well, it looked like the Nara's trademark jutsus, but they were much different and went by a different name. They even had an elemental style that Naruto kept saying. He kept saying into. The Hokage's eyes suddenly widened and stood up quickly, knocking over papers and writing utensils off the desk. Kakashi thought, I knew it. It wasn't something good. The Hokage asked him, what jutsus of that style did he use? Kakashi recalled all the jutsus Naruto had used against him. The Hokage, after hearing all of them, sat back down and sighed in relief. That's good. Kakashi, confused, asked, Hokage-sama, what are those jutsus? Sarutobi, the Sandaime Hokage of Konohagakure, also is called the Professor due to his vast knowledge of jutsus. He sat down and began to explain what he had learned and why he had sealed them in the scroll. Those jutsus were the product of many things. Orochimaru had wanted to copy the Nara's jutsus for himself, but he failed to replicate it without the clan's secrets. The notes were abandoned until someone had picked up the notes, finished them, and gave them to a ninja. He began. Who finished them? Kakashi asked. Sarutobi was silent for a moment. Kakashi wondered if it was someone famous or dangerous, maybe a missing nin or another Kage. Sarutobi then looked at Kakashi with an extremely serious face and said, a demon. Kakashi's eye widened in surprise. Do you mean one of the Bijou? No, I mean actual demon. Yukai, evil spirit, it has a lot of names. Kakashi's jaw dropped. Why would a demon take interest in ninjutsu? The Hokage shook his head. It's not ninjutsu that he was interested in it. It was Orochimaru's discovery. He asked, do you know how the Nara jutsus work? Kakashi replied, it has to do with manipulating light and dark chakra, correct? And this is actually a thing. Correct. The Nara's jutsus replicate shadows by sending chakra into their shadows and stretching the chakra to another shadow. Like the opposite of getting out of a Jin jutsu, it aligns with the opponent's chakra possessing the body. But what Orochimaru was trying to discover was how to make actual shadow a weapon. That was what the demon was interested in, Sarutobi explained. So, Naruto was using his actual shadow to attack. Kakashi asked. Yes, again, this is correct. But that's not the issue. If the jutsus Naruto used in the fight against you are all he knows, then he is lucky to avoid the curse of that style. Curse? Sarutobi stood up and looked outside before continuing. The demon had given the notes to a 30-year-old genin. He had failed the Chunin exam again and again. But due to his limits, he could not pass. The demon offered him power, and he accepted. Sarutobi looked at Kakashi again. What he didn't tell him was the curse of using those jutsus to the fullest. In order to use your own shadow, your most corrupt side of your personality detaches from you, becoming sentient and can even take over. It usually has the original's welfare in mind, but welfare in that sense is achieving everything they want. The ninja went crazy during the Chunin exams, and we had to take him out. Kakashi was just taken aback. He thought Bijus were the worst of it, but demons now? So what about Naruto? The Hokage smiled. To do most of the most powerful yet corrupt jutsus, you must do one of the jutsus called Into Kajigen. The most basic of jutsus can be used by anybody with any impurity in them. But the rest can only be done by that ritual, which makes your corrupt self sentient. So, if Naruto only knows the jutsus you described, then he must have not done the ritual. What if he did, Hokage-sama? What jutsus would he have unlocked? Kakashi asked. If he did do the ritual, Sarutobi said, then a few of his into jutsus will be corrupt, as I said. It will borderline torture and may even disgust you, Kakashi. It disgusted me when I watched the first man do it. Kakashi almost stepped back in shock. Something disgusted the professor, former teammate of Orochimaru. Kakashi stood at salute and said, "Understood, Hokage-sama. I will keep an eye out on Naruto to make sure he did nothing of the sort." He then poofed away, leaving Sarutobi to his thoughts. Sarutobi sighed. "Naruto, I really hope you didn't do that ritual." "Kid, I think you shouldn't have done that ritual," the QB said. "Yeah, I know. It sucks," Naruto retorted, lying on the bed. He and Sakura kissed. A part of him was actually ecstatic. He wanted to jump up and down. But he couldn't. The entire reason Sakura likes him now is because of that voice in jutsu. Sakura doesn't truly like him. Her affection just found a new target. It wasn't natural at all. What's wrong? Yeah, she didn't like you at first, but she likes you now. Extremely too. It seems she had a huge fucking crush on that other kid. The voice said. Naruto held his head. That voice again. Yeah, he's more annoying than the guys who knock on my door, Naruto said. The villagers had stopped trying to knock down his door when Naruto learned how to set traps, but they still slam on the door, screaming insults. Oh, good idea. Let's murder those bastards and rape the bitches. Is rape all you think about? Course not. I think about murder and deception just as much. Rape is just more pleasurable on the physical level. Naruto shook his head, hoping that the voice will just shut up. All he's heard since the first time the voice appeared is just corrupt stuff over and over. He sighed and covered his eyes, hoping to forget what had happened today. But when everything went dark, the memories of the kiss flooded back. The heart-pounding moment, the anxiety, and the feel of her lips. Fuck me, Naruto whispered. Fuck everything. I don't get why you're so down about it. You have a girl head over heels in love with you. You know what that means, right? Let me guess, rape? Naruto sarcastically replied. Wow, someone has to teach you what that word means. No, you have someone you can take advantage of. I don't want to take advantage of a teammate. That gray-haired dog would kick my ass if I did. And someone you can trust. When Naruto heard that, his heart throbbed a bit. He trained himself to disappear through the academy and the new jutsus, but a bit of him still craved attention. If Sakura really did love him, then... No, Naruto shouted. I can't do that to her. It's too late. She's going to do that to you. She's going to trust you, love you, want you near her, just as you want. The voice went silent, and after a few minutes, Naruto realized that it was done for a little bit. He laid there. Even if the voice wasn't there, the thoughts it put into his head swam in his head. After all, what the voice said was true. He wanted attention, and now he could have attention from someone he knew couldn't be trying to trick him because she was being tricked herself. He could finally have someone with him to support him. But what if she found out? It's one thing to be betrayed by strangers. It's another to be betrayed by someone he trusted. He knew that and avoided trusting people for that reason. Speaking of trust, Naruto remembered Sasuke's offer. Being friends without trust, could that even work? He never disliked Sasuke because he never tried to be friends or enemies with him. So, the offer seemed appealing, but could he be friends with someone without trusting them eventually? And the same went for Sasuke. Could humans have that kind of relationship? He sighed. He had no one really talked to. This was the problem of not trusting anybody. Unless it was purely academic, he couldn't rely on anybody. Well, whatever happens, I'll deal with it. Hopefully, the missions don't allow for too much team bonding. That cat needs to die. The three genin of Team 7 thought together. They had just completed a mission to capture a cat, one known to escape ninja frequently. Naruto looked at both of his team members. In a way, they were bonding negatively. Naruto gave a little smile. This type of bonding, I'm fine with. Iruka gave a nod and smiled. Good job, Team 7. Tora, capture mission complete. Now, for your next missions dash. Naruto raised his hand. Iruka, noticing this, said, Yes, Naruto. Iruka-sensei, I think I speak for my entire team, but these missions are stupid. None of these test ninja skills or provide a challenge, Naruto said, leaving out the fact that Tora was probably a good match for them. I request a higher-level mission for my team. Look, Naruto, Iruka said, these missions are for your benefit. You guys aren't ready for higher-level missions yet. Understand. But Dash, the Hokage, cut off Naruto. Actually, Iruka, I'd like to send Team 7 on a C-rank mission. But Hokage-sama, Iruka started, but stopped when Sarutobi raised his hand. He looked at Kakashi, who understood immediately. He wants me to confirm that Naruto didn't do that ritual. Got it, Hokage-sama, Kakashi thought. Come in, Tazuna-sen, Sarutobi yelled at the door. A drunk barged into the room. He took one look at the team and started, with a slur, to say, What is this? I asked for a professional ninja team as bodyguards. Why are there kids here? Can Duck Ass, Pinky, and Bright Orange Target protect me from a cat? Much less other people? Sasuke seethed at the insults, and Sakura began yelling insults back until she noticed Naruto's reaction. He wasn't angry like them. He looked almost ashamed. Fuck you, old man. The shop owners won't sell me anything else. Either they hate me, or the villagers force the shops to close on me, Naruto thought. He did hate the orange wear, but, and this was the sad part, it was better than anything else he had. Hey, old geezer, Naruto looks good in orange clothing, Sakura shouted. Everyone besides Tazuna and Naruto looked at Sakura in disbelief. Is she defending Naruto? Everyone thought. She continued, he could beat any bandits in your ass, even if he wears something that makes him really noticeable. You know why he wears orange? Because he's confident. He doesn't need to camouflage clothing to complete your request. Everyone who was surprised by Sakura's reaction had their jaws on the floor by the end of the rant. Tazuna was surprised by the outbreak as well, but it was more of how strongly she defended her teammate. He cleared his throat and looked at Sarutobi. They'll be fine then. Team 7 and Tazuna began walking out of the village. Their mission was to escort Tazuna back to the Wave Village and to protect him as he builds a bridge. But that wasn't the focus at the moment for Team 7. Kakashi's and Sasuke's attention were on Sakura. Her behavior wasn't any different. It's just who she was so passionate for now. From what they remember, Sakura was all over Sasuke during the bell test. There wasn't much time to bond during their missions due to the physical labor and boredom, but this was too drastic of a change. Even now, Sakura was looking at Naruto the same way she looked at Sasuke, like he was a piece of chocolate. Naruto felt uncomfortable. This was way too much attention. He wanted to shirk away and hide behind someone to avoid Sakura's gaze. But, truthfully, it felt good. For someone to care about and want him, it was a much-needed change. And, thinking about Sakura, he remembered the insult to his clothing. She said he was confident, and that's why he wore orange clothing, and he kind of was, but he felt sheepish to hear it. Even now, the memory makes him blush a little. Kit, about your clothing, why don't you buy some in the Way Village? You brought the money from the geezer, right? The QB asked. That might be a good idea, though what should I buy? Naruto asked. The QB didn't answer this time. Why not ask Sakura to help? A girl, especially someone who can make those ninja shorts and shoes look good, probably knows what looks good, right? The voice suggested. It sounded good to Naruto and was able to comment on the fact that the voice didn't suggest something bad until it said, plus, you could suggest some clothing options as well, if you know what I mean. Hee hee. Naruto rolled his eyes. The voice was annoying, but it was getting a bit one-track. Sex, rape, murder, and repeat. That's all it talks about. Kit, the QB asked. The voice suggested something good for once. Be right back, Naruto said. He walked over to Sakura, getting the attention of those paying attention to the pink-haired girl. Hey, Sakura, Naruto whispered. Sakura's eyes lit up, since her new crush was talking to her. Yes, Naruto-kun, Sakura replied. Naruto cringed at the affection in her voice and the new honorific. Well, I kind of want to change in outfits, but I don't know about clothing very much. Do you think you can help? He asked. Sakura nodded furiously. Of course, Naruto-kun. When we get back to Konoha, we could talk about the different styles you want. We have to find the right colors, right brands. Oh, I know this one shop that dash. Naruto cut her off. Actually, Sakura, do you think we can limit our shopping to the Wave Village? Why, Naruto-kun? She asked. Lie. I can make up a good sob story to make her want to do anything to make you feel better. Naruto internally sighed. I just want to shop somewhere else. A foreign shop is just more appealing, Naruto replied. Oh, okay. I get it. Sometimes, the shops in Konoha can be a bit bland, Sakura said cheerfully. Naruto was struggling to avoid falling into her pace, but she was just too her. Suddenly, Kakashi was torn apart by chains, linked by gauntlets of two men appear behind them. One down, one of them said. Sakura screamed at the death of her sensei, and Tazuna almost dropped his booze. Almost. Naruto berated himself as he summoned 10 clones. They were on a mission to protect Tazuna from bandits, and he got himself distracted. That went against everything he learned from being beaten by the villagers. Wait, bandits? They have scratched out headbands. They're not bandits, Naruto thought, as the clones rushed the ninjas. He looked at his remaining teammates. Sakura was rooted to the ground in fear, while Sasuke was struggling to move for the same reason. TSK, this is why you don't rely on other people. Completely useless, Naruto thought. The new men began to shred the clones with their claws and chains. The remaining clones attempted to tackle the men, but they were taken out easily, but the smoke from the clones obscured their vision. When the smoke disappeared, Naruto was gone. Did that brat run? Leaving his teammates to die so he could survive. Nice teammate you have, one of the men said. Sakura and Sasuke looked back at where Naruto was and realized that he wasn't there. Naruto-kun, Naruto-kun, Sakura sotet. The men laughed. The other man said, your boyfriend obviously left you here so that your deaths would benefit you. How hard is that to understand? He then looked at Sakura and looked at the other man. Brother, after we kill the bridge maker and that brat, you think Zabuza will allow us to take that girl with us? The man, unknowing to everyone since he's wearing a mask, grinned. Good idea. We haven't had any fun ever since that fat pig hired us. We deserve a reward. The two brothers began to walk towards Sakura. Tazuna, scared, hid behind the two genin. Sasuke, noticing that he was in danger, charged the men, but he had no chance against the two. They easily knocked him to the side, knocking him out. They laughed, looking at Sakura. Sakura was conflicted. Fear, disgust, hope that Naruto will come to help, and desperation that Naruto actually left filled her heart. She couldn't move at all. One of the men suddenly stopped. The other man noticed this when the chain stopped him from moving. He looked back. Naruto was standing behind them with his hands in a hand seal. His shadow was connected to the man's shadow. He then started some more hand seals. The man detached the chain from his gauntlet and began to charge Naruto, but he was too late. He finished and said, into Tsukisasu no Kajiken, shadow style, impalement of shadow blades. The shadow suddenly grew blades and shot up. The man screamed for a moment until the blades pierced his lungs and eventually his neck. He twitched for a moment before dying. Naruto released his jutsu, and the body dropped to the ground. The man looked back, seeing his dead brother. Meizu. He looked back, filled with rage, but as he tried to charge, he stopped moving. Naruto's shadow had, again, reached out to his shadow. The man's anger changed quickly to fear. Wait. Let's make a deal. Your sensei is dead, and the other male teammate is knocked out. My brother and I have some money. He tried to negotiate. But Naruto began to do the next hand signs. The man grew more frantic and continued. And you don't need to kill me. I hear the Wave Village is full of food, money, and women. They don't have a ninja academy, so we too could overtake them, and Gato would be fine with that. We could have a lot of fun. Naruto continued his hand signs, calm. Then, the man said, we could start with your teammate. You couldn't do that with your sensei and other ninja around, right? Right. Naruto finished his hand signs and looked at the man. You know, you remind me of someone. W who? The man asked nervously. Someone who refuses to leave me alone and pisses me off, Naruto said. The man's eyes widened, realizing that he was going to die, and tried to scream for help, but Naruto cut him off. Into Tsukisasu no Kafeken. The man died the same way as his brother. When everything was over, there was a silence that seemed intrusive after the chaos that just occurred. The first one to break that silence was Sakura. She was relieved, but she collapsed, crying. Naruto just stood there. He wasn't sure what to do. He's never had to comfort anybody. Kakashi came out of the tree and landed next to Naruto. What a gentleman. You just stand there as a girl cries in front of you. Number 1, Naruto said, fuck off. Number 2, what does that make you? Kakashi smiled. You're sensei. I have to teach you how to deal with these things. Sakura had finally noticed that her sensei was next to Naruto. Kakashi-sensei, you're alive. He nodded and walked over to Sasuke. After making sure he was all right, he looked at the man hiding behind Sakura. Tazuna-san, mind telling me why the Demon Brothers were after you? Demon Brothers? Naruto asked. They're Chunin-level missing ninja, way above what a C-rank mission should be dealing with. He turned back to Tazuna. Not only that, but they mentioned Zabuza, a Jounin-level missing nin. This is an A-rank mission difficulty. So, do you mind explaining Tazuna-san? Cannon break. Explanation of how Gato took over and forced the Wave Village to poverty, making bridge necessary. During the explanation, Sasuke had woken up. He was slightly bruised, but that was it. Tazuna fell on his knees and bowed down. Please, help my village. Help the wave. You just have to protect me and my men for a little while. Once the bridge is finished, Gato can't legally oppress us anymore. Kakashi said, well, it's up to my students. If they want to continue, then we'll continue the mission. If not, we're heading back to Konoha. He turned to his students. So, what do you guys want to do? Naruto spoke up first. I'm going. Sasuke smirked. It sounds interesting. Plus, it's unsightly for an Uchiha to abandon a mission. I'm going as well. Sakura nodded. If Naruto-kun is going, I'm going as well. Naruto-kun, not Sasuke, the two male ninjas besides Naruto thought. All right, Tazuna-san, you heard my students. We'll protect you as originally planned, Kakashi told him. Tazuna, with tears in his eyes, said thank you. They talked about the Wave Village as they walked. It was in quite bad shape, and as Tazuna described the stretches of poverty, Sakura and Sasuke were disturbed that people were living so horribly. No food, barely working shelters, and constant abuse. The only thing they had plenty of was water, but soon they might not have that if Gato takes over. And as they talked, a mist came down, making it hard to see a little. But Kakashi and Naruto noticed it immediately. Since Kakashi is trained to sense chakra, this was natural. Naruto, however, noticed the feeling of it. It felt like his Kiri no chakra. It was heavier than it should be, even though it was barely noticeable. Sasuke suddenly threw a kunai into the bush. A white rabbit jumped out, scared. Ah, Sakura said. She approached the rabbit and picked it up. Turning to Sasuke, she yelled, Sasuke, how could you scare such a cute animal? Kakashi and Sasuke raised an eyebrow to this. Did she just yell at Sasuke? And Sasuke, not Sasuke-kun? A white rabbit? It's way past winter, so it should have lost its white coat. It must have been raised inside to use for Korimi no jutsu, Kakashi thought. Letting his awareness grow, he noticed a whirling object behind them at the last second. "Everyone duck!" he shouted. He grabbed Tazuna and pushed him down. Sasuke immediately hit the ground, while Naruto had to drag Sakura, who was a bit slow with the rabbit, with him. The giant blade passed over their heads harmlessly and lodged itself into a tree. A man landed on the hilt of the blade. Everyone got up to see the newcomer. The first thing they noticed was the headband of the man, another crossed-out headband like the Demon Brothers. The second thing they noticed was Naruto was gone again. Kakashi noticed Naruto's Kiri, no chakra being used. Good reflexes to immediately prepare yourself. Hopefully, he won't be sniffed out. Hatake Kakashi, the man who copied over 1,000 jutsus, the man said. Sasuke's and Sakura's eyes widened at the title. This lazy sensei knows that many jutsus, Sasuke thought. He might have gotten a better deal than he thought with this team. Kakashi looked at the man and pulled out a kunai. "I'm honored that you know my name." Zabuza, the Demon of the Mist. Discussed Chapter 5. Naruto hid in one of the trees nearby. Zabuza had just used his Kirigakure no Jutsu, Hidden Mist Jutsu, attacked Sasuke stealthily, but was just blocked by Kakashi. Then, Kakashi moved his headband that was always over one of his eyes to the right position. A red eye, Naruto thought. It seems Sasuke recognized it. That's the Sharingan. It's a Dojutsu that allows users to not only see chakra, but copy jutsus, Kyuubi said. So, he can copy my jutsus too if he sees them with his red eye, Naruto asked. He might be able to copy the Kajiken and the other basic jutsus, but he shouldn't be able to copy the jutsus that need the Kajiken to do. He shouldn't be able to copy jutsus from bloodlines either. Then, the huge battle started. Huge water dragons crashed into each other. The two Jounin-level ninjas performed hand signs faster than the eye could see. The two didn't seem human. They even stood on water. While Naruto was attempting to pick his jaw up from the ground in surprise, he noticed a shuffle in the leaves. It was very subtle, which isn't suspicious in the first place. But any animal that decided to stay here after all this must be crazy or stupid, Naruto thought. Someone is watching this battle. With all of his experience from sneaking away from the villagers, he slowly crept over to the tree that the movement came from. When he got there, he saw someone in a blue coat with a white and red mask. "Yes, Zabuza-sama, you got him," the mysterious person whispered. "Zabuza-sama." Naruto looked over the person's shoulder and saw Kakashi in a sphere of water. Another Zabuza was approaching Sasuke and Sakura. Naruto rolled his eyes. "For fuck's sake, Kakashi-sensei. You couldn't even protect your students?" The Mizu Bunshin, water clone, walked towards the two genin. "Your teammate had the right idea. Knowing what fights to avoid is a good quality of a ninja," Zabuza said. "Sasuke, Sakura, run away," Kakashi shouted from inside the sphere. "But what about you, sensei?" Sakura shouted back. "Just leave me. Find Naruto and get out of here." "That won't be necessary, Kakashi-sensei," Naruto said as he walked out of the forest. He was holding the unknown person, holding the Kajiken up to the person's neck with one hand and covering the person's mouth with the other. The mask was in the person's hand. "Zabuza, I have one of your comrades. Stand down." The clone stopped. Naruto grinned until Zabuza said, "You must be mistaken about something, kid. That's a hunter nin you have there. They hunt down missing nins like me." Naruto clicked his teeth in frustration. He was hoping things were going to go smoothly. What was his nickname again? Demon of the Mist? Maybe he'll let his comrade die in order to complete his mission. The person grabbed Naruto's hand over his mouth and tore it off. "Zabuza-sama, run. It's a trap," the person shouted. Naruto growled. He turned the person around to face him and kicked the person in the stomach. After sending him or flying into a tree, stunning them, he blocked the attack from the clone. While he defended, clones of Naruto flew out from the forest. 5 of them headed towards the original Zabuza holding Kakashi. 5 of them went to help the original Naruto, and a few went to grab the mysterious person and made sure he or she couldn't run. The clones heading to the original Zabuza started to perform hand signs. Kakashi realized what jutsu they were performing. Naruto, what are you doing? Zabuza, realizing something was wrong, grabbed his blade and swung horizontally. Two of the clones were hit, but three of them weaved under the blade. Zabuza then tried to swing back, but he still missed one of the clones. The last surviving clone finished his hand signs and said, Bunshin Daiba-ka. The clone exploded. Zabuza was sent flying into the tree. The blade cut above his head, almost decapitating him. Kakashi, however, was only pushed a bit. The water acted like a shock absorber. Did Naruto know that? The Mizu Bunshin burst into water. The original and the other 5 clones breathed a sigh of relief. A one-handed Zabuza who couldn't move was easy to defeat. But Naruto had to give it his all just to make sure he wasn't slammed by the giant blade. Kakashi managed to pick himself up from the water and walked over to Zabuza, who also managed to pick himself up. Both of them were exhausted, one due to lack of breathing and one due to being exploded. Zabuza looked over at the mysterious person for a little while, but before Kakashi could stop him, he performed a few hand signs, making more Mizu Bunshins. The Mizu Bunshins attacked Kakashi, letting the original get away. After Kakashi defeated all of the clones, he walked over to his team, Tazuna, and Mystery Person. The clones had used some ninja wire to tie up the Mystery Person. After they succeeded, they poofed out of existence. Sasuke suddenly grabbed Naruto by the scruff of his jacket. "What were you doing?" he shouted. Naruto immediately brushed him off. "I was saving your ass, team," he answered back harshly. "You abandoned us. Why are you not with us when we fight?" Sasuke yelled. "Come on, Sasuke," Naruto Sakura said, trying to calm him down. But it had no effect. "Right, like I'm going to stay in plain sight of an enemy when my life is in danger," Naruto said sarcastically. "Why the fuck would I stand out here if my chances of survival are better hiding?" "Your chances? I thought we were a team," Sasuke yelled. "Don't screw with me. You don't give a shit about any of us on the team. We were ready to abandon Sakura during that bell test. If you're going to give an excuse, at least give one that you haven't contradicted within the past month," Naruto retorted. "All right, that's enough," Kakashi said, but even his word was ineffective. That was before we were actually on a team. The next time Kakashi-sensei can't help, we might be in danger if we don't work together. You can't just run off without telling us anything," Sasuke said. Naruto suddenly grabbed Sasuke and threw him to the ground. The shock from hitting the dirt stunned him, making him unable to say anything back to what Naruto said next. "Donji, don't give me this teamwork crap. The only reason you want me around is because you're weak. That's why you're freaking out, isn't it? Having your life in danger 2 times in one day, too much for the pretty boy? I'm not your guardian. I have no obligation to keep you 2 safe. If you can't keep up, then just go and die." "Naruto, that's enough," Kakashi shouted. This time, no one said anything more, but the damage was already done. Kakashi sighed. "Tazuna-san, do you mind leading our way again?" Tazuna managed to nod. He wasn't faring too well either, but he had expected the danger. Zabuza had reached back to the hideout. He grabbed a basket that Haku always kept full of herbs, bandages, and other first aid items. After cleaning out his wounds, he began to bandage the shallow ones and sewing up the more severe ones. After he had treated himself, the door opened. 3 men walked in, 2 big, burly men and 1 very short and stout man. The short man, unlike the other 2, was wearing rich clothing and had an air of greed and pride. The short man chuckled before saying, "So much for the demon of the mist? You couldn't take care of an old man." Zabuza put back the items back into the basket. "I'll get them next time, Gato." "Next time? You think you'll get it next time?" Gato said. "You don't even have that bitch with you anymore. What use do you have anymore?" The 2 big men laughed with Gato. Zabuza stood up and walked towards them. Gato continued, "Our deal is off. I don't need a useless mercenary. Get your stuff and get dash." Zabuza suddenly rushed the 3. He kicked the man on left, sending him flying. Then he swung his right fist against the right man's temple, knocking him to the ground unconscious. Then he picked up Gato by the neck with one hand, who began to flail. I may be hurt, but I could still kill all of you, Zabuza said menacingly. God, please don't kill me, Gato managed to say. Zabuza dropped him. Gato landed on his, but in a quite unrefined manner. But he got up, brushing himself off, and tried to be graceful. Fine. But the next time you fail, I'll have your head and that bitch for myself. He straightened his clothes and left in a huff. Some other men came in and dragged the two unconscious men out. Zabuza went to his bed and laid down. He needed a rest. The wounds weren't serious, but without Haku, it was going to take a while. Haku, it has been years since they were separated like this. He wondered if his partner in crime was all right. I think she's a girl, Naruto said, looking at the bound captive. They had reached Tezuna's house safely. Tezuna's daughter and grandson were the only ones besides Tezuna living here. The daughter, Tsunami, was very nice, but the grandson, Inari, was rude. The first thing he said was for them to give up because it was hopeless. Naruto, get over here, Kakashi said. We all need to have a talk. Naruto grumbled, but he walked over to his team. Tezuna and his family had retired to their rooms for the day, so only the ninjas were awake. They all sat around a dining table. Sasuke sat away from Naruto. Sakura sat next to Naruto, but she looked uncomfortable. Kakashi sat between Sakura and Sasuke. Kakashi began, Look, truthfully, I believe that this team should never have been formed. I wanted to send you back to the academy. The three Genin began to complain, but Kakashi stopped them. He continued, Your teamwork is the worst I have ever seen. He looked at Naruto and Sasuke. If you guys hadn't worked together in the first place, I would have trusted my judgment and sent you back. Why can't you guys work together? Sasuke immediately spoke up. How can we work together if this dobe isn't even there in the first place? He immediately runs into the forest, leaving us. Naruto scoffed. Yeah, like I want to work with this team who froze both times against our enemies. Sorry, but I'm not interested in dying anytime soon. And you think I do? Yelled Sasuke. Calm down, Kakashi said. Naruto, why won't you work with Sasuke or Sakura? Naruto laid on his arm, as if he just didn't care. What do you think? These two are too weak. They'll end up dragging me down. Sasuke tried to argue, but Kakashi again calmed him down. But that's the point of a team, Naruto. You have to watch each other's backs. Sasuke spoke. Or is that too hard to get into your head, dope? At least, tell us when you're going to just disappear like that. Don't leave us to fend off ninja while you're safe and dash. Naruto cut him off. Watch each other's backs, telling you my strategies? Isn't that something you only do with someone you trust? He glared at Sasuke, who seemed lost in his argument, and then he continued. Team, I don't know why you were alone or why you don't have any friends, but I'm sure now that whatever the reason is, it isn't the same reason as me. You said that we were the same, and that's why we could be friends, but obviously, we're not. If we were, you would have abandoned Sakura and Sensei for the security of the trees like I did. Naruto stood up over Sasuke before finishing. We are not friends. I refuse to be friends with someone who is as weak as you are. No, I don't even want to be around someone as weak as you are. Sasuke, now enraged, stood up as well. But Kakashi suddenly appeared in between them. Enough. You two are going to work together as a team, or I will send you back to the academy. Do you understand? Sasuke managed to calm down again and grumble as a yes. Kakashi nodded and looked at Naruto, expecting a similar answer, but he was surprised to hear, fine. Send me back. Better than working with them. I already got what I wanted from the academy. Anyways, I could just drop out if you send me back. Naruto then walked out the door. The three left were shocked. What does he mean he got what he wanted? Kakashi thought. Sasuke was surprised to hear that answer as well. But soon, he went to being angry. He was insulted multiple times, and now, he might lose the team he got on since they wouldn't have enough members. His goal was much farther away now. Sakura, on the other hand, seemed just as shocked as if she was thinking of something, but she stood up from her chair as well. Sensei, I'm going after Naruto. She ran out the door, looking for her crush. This may be a problem. The council won't like their precious Uchiha being prevented from working as a ninja, and if they find out that the reason is Naruto, it would cause an uproar, Kakashi thought. Maybe we need to break away from this and try focusing on bonding before teamwork. Outside, Naruto had managed to walk to the lakeside. He wasn't angry. He was just frustrated. Why can't people understand that I don't trust them at all? Because you humans are always trusting each other, sometimes too much too easily, the QB said. It's quite normal to assume someone of your own species is like you. Naruto shook his head, almost disappointed in humanity. But he heard footsteps behind him. He activated his Kajiken and spun around. If someone tries sneaking up to you, charge them, Naruto thought. He had learned that stealthy people were always caught off guard when you did. It works until they learn that you might not pose a threat like the villagers did. He held up the Kajiken up to the person's neck. The person almost screamed, but she muffled her voice. Before Naruto could question her, the moonlight made it possible for him to see that it was Sakura. When he realized it was one of his teammates, he sighed and moved the blade away from her neck. What do you want? He asked. Sakura, still trying to recover from the shock, managed to squeak out, I wanted to ask you a favor, Naruto-kun. Favor? What is it? Naruto asked, confused. He did just chew them out kind of, so he wasn't expecting something as friendly as a favor. Sakura took in a few breaths. Then, she bowed in front of Naruto and said, Please, tell me how to get strong. Naruto was so taken aback by her request that his Kajiken dissipated. Strong, he said, unable to say anything more. Sakura lifted her head and nodded. If you don't want to be around someone weak, then I want to be strong. Naruto was silent. Sakura couldn't see his eyes and wondered what he was thinking about. Finally, Naruto responded, Why? Why are you chasing after me? Sakura blushed. Well, she stammered, her face getting redder by the second. But she stopped, took in a deep breath again, and looked at Naruto directly in his eyes. The stare was so intense, it made Naruto want to move away from it. Because I love you, Naruto-kun. Naruto's eyes widened a bit, but he soon broke into laughter. Sakura was confused and a little scared that Naruto just began laughing. Was her love that funny? But the reason Naruto was laughing was because he knew the answer. He knew she loved him just as much as she used to love Sasuke. That voice inside him used a jutsu on her, making her chase after him. But until he heard her say she loved him, it was just something he didn't want to believe. QB, and you voice, she is trustworthy, right? She won't backstab me. The voice and the QB answered at the same time, since the QB couldn't hear the voice. Of course, like I said, you can take full advantage of her and even use her for your sick desires and pleasures. If you want some ideas, I believe in her words, kid. She probably will follow you to the ends of the earth if that was what was required. Naruto stopped laughing and looked at Sakura, who seemed extremely unsure and meek right now. He realized that his laughing could have been misinterpreted and felt a little bad. He now took in a deep breath and said seriously, Sakura, I have a question. Yes, Naruto-kun, Sakura said, a little more relaxed. What if you were being tricked into loving me? Naruto asked. Huh? What do you mean? Sakura asked. Just, what if I could somehow make you fall in love with me, so you never were really in love with me in the first place? What would you do? Naruto asked. If you listened carefully, you could hear a slight tremble in his voice, but Sakura did not catch it. She thought hard for a while. It was uncomfortable, the silence. Naruto began to fidget a little and almost jumped when Sakura spoke. I think I'd still love you. Huh? Naruto responded. I'm sorry, what? How could you still love me if it wasn't true love? Sakura smiled cutely. Hee, 'cause I feel like you're a good guy, Naruto-kun. Even if I wasn't in love with you at first, I can still love you now. So, although the thought is a little disturbing, I'd still love you. This girl, Naruto thought. The other two voices were also chatting in his head, but he couldn't hear them. He was still in shock. So Naruto-kun, you never answer my question. Will you help me get stronger? Sakura asked. Naruto scratched his head nervously. I don't know why you're asking me. I mean, Kakashi-sensei probably knows more than I do. All I know how to do is hide and attack from the shadows, but I have a lot of experience doing that. Experience? Sakura asked. But Naruto shook his head, saying it was nothing. Sorry, but I can't teach you anything. I don't think my moves would suit yours. Sakura looked a little down, but she perked right back up. Plus, I'd rather you not get that voice in your head, either. Naruto thought with the voice chuckling. All right, Naruto-kun. I understand. I'll ask Kakashi-sensei tomorrow, she said. Well, actually, I was thinking of going clothes shopping tomorrow. And if you still want to help, Naruto said. Sakura nodded her head immediately. Of course. Oh yeah, do you have any outfit or color in mind? Anything at all? She asked enthusiastically. Well, I guess I should be going for stealthy, but truthfully, as long as I can get some new clothes, I don't really mind much. There was a silence, and they both awkwardly laughed. They decided to walk back to the house for now. Naruto sat in his bed, thinking of what just happened. He lost a friend, but he gained a new companion, one that he could trust. It seemed unreal. He never thought that a day would come that he could trust anybody besides himself. And it's all thanks to me. Maybe you'll listen to me more. Oh, I have a suggestion, the voice said. Yeah, right? No, I'm grateful for this moment, but what you did was still unforgivable, Naruto thought. The voice went quiet, and Naruto just was not sure what to do. How should he talk to her now? Well, he probably should stop being so hostile, but still, a part of him didn't want to trust her. He was still afraid. As he thought, sleep overtook him, and he fell into dreamland with the pink-haired girl in his mind. All right, we're going to some training, Kakashi said after they ate breakfast. Sasuke looked determined, and Naruto and Sakura looked at each other, giggling that the opportunity they were talking about came without their input. Kakashi noticed the lighter atmosphere around the two and wondered what happened. They all went outside and walked into the forest. Kakashi turned around and said, "We're going to do some tree climbing exercises." The genin began to complain, but Kakashi stopped them. "Let me show you what we're going to do." He turned back around to a tree and began walking up it. All of the genin's eyes bugged out, watching a man disobey the norms. Apply chakra to the bottom of your feet and put it against the tree. If you do it right, you'll stick to the tree. If you put too much chakra, however, you'll be pushed off. Too little, and you won't even stick, Kakashi explained. He reached the first branch and threw down 3 kunais in front of their feet. Use that to mark your progress. He then leapt off and seemed to leave. Sasuke looked at Naruto and glared. He then ran towards a tree. When his foot touches the tree, he slips off. So that's not enough. Naruto calmly walked up to the tree. He tried to get a normal amount of chakra on the bottom of his feet. When his foot came in contact with the bark, the entire base of the tree exploded, and he flew into a tree behind him. Naruto, Sakura Sekirimet. She ran up to him and helped him get up. Sorry, Sakura. It was way too much chakra, I guess. He went back to another tree and tried again, and although it wasn't too severe, the tree still exploded. Damn it. Sasuke managed to get a few steps up and looked over. When he saw Naruto fail, he smirked. I'll show you who the weakling is, dope. Sakura helped Naruto get back up again. Do you need help? She asked. Naruto shook his head. Nah, just go do your thing. I'll figure it out. She seemed reluctant, but she nodded and left to another tree. Naruto looked at the destruction he caused. Why is it so hard? For the same reason you can't do the normal Bunshin jutsu, the QB said. Why is that? You never did tell me, Naruto asked. Because of your chakra pool. Your natural chakra reservoirs are naturally high, but with me, you have monstrous amounts of chakra. That makes your chakra control just naturally bad, he explained. So what should I do? Practice. Thanks. Naruto tried to limit his chakra to the lowest level possible and put his foot on the tree. It almost stuck, but it slipped off. Fuck, this is going to be difficult. He heard some snickering from Sasuke. He flipped him off and got back up. There's no way I can do this at my current level. I'm not even sure how much training I would have to do in order to master this. He performed a cross-hand sign, and two Kage Bunshins popped on either side of him. All right, you two catch me if I go flying, all right? The two agreed. Naruto ran up a new tree, and again, the trunk exploded. He flew back into the arms of his Kage Bunshins, but the force sent them in different directions. One hit a tree with his head, and the other got impaled into a broken branch. Both poofed out of existence. The original just hit the ground. Ow, wow, fuck. God, all right, I gotta be careful. I should probably remove that branch too, Naruto groaned. Wait, Kit, how did you know about that branch? The QB asked. Huh, what do you mean? I got stabbed through the stomach by it. What? Is your memory getting worse or something? Kit, your Kage Bunshin was the one that got impaled, right? How did you remember that if you weren't the one impaled? Naruto stood there speechless. It was true. He didn't even look back at that branch before declaring that he was impaled. How'd he know that? I think the memory of your Kage Bunshins passed back to you. If that's the case, we might be able to fix your horrible chakra control sooner than we thought, the QB said, grinning. I could think of doing some things too if the memories pass on. Like dash. The voice started but was cut off by Naruto. Don't want to hear it. QB, what's your idea? Sasuke managed to get a couple of meters up the tree and slice the tree where he stopped. It was slow, but it was much faster progress than Naruto. He looked over to see more failures, but instead of running up a tree, Naruto summoned 20 Kage Bunshins. All of them began to climb trees. All of them were pushed off the tree immediately due to too much chakra, dissipating 20 of the 21 Narutos. The blonde got back up and summoned 20 more and started the process again. What's he doing? Sasuke thought. Does he really think Bunshins would help him climb better than I do? Heh. Sakura had reached halfway up the tree, but she was winded. She sat on the branch and looked over to see how Naruto was doing, but she was just as confused as Sasuke by the blonde's actions. The 20 clones dissipated again, but this time, Naruto ran up the tree himself, reaching the first branch easily, higher than Sasuke. Sasuke's eyes widened in surprise, then realization, when he understood that the Kage Bunshins were helping somehow. I'm not going to fall behind. If you're going to use that jutsu to get better, then I could do it too, Sasuke thought. He made the cross-hand sign, gathered the chakra, and shouted, Kage Bunshin no jutsu. A moment passed, and a poof appeared next to him, revealing a sickly clone. His eyes couldn't believe what he saw. I failed. Suddenly, the clone disappeared, and he was hit by an extreme fatigue. Before he could even question what happened, he fell unconscious. When Naruto and Sakura heard something hit the ground, they stopped their practice and saw the knocked-out Sasuke. Kakashi appeared beside him. He checked his vitals and made an okay sign toward his other students. He took him and disappeared again. I wonder what happened, Naruto and Sakura both thought. Sasuke woke up in a bed. He tried to stand up quickly, but he suddenly felt the fatigue again and dropped back down in his bed. When he stopped struggling, he finally noticed Kakashi standing next to him. He said, You shouldn't have done that, jutsu. Sasuke, realizing that Kakashi was watching, scoffed. If that doe can do it, I can do it too. No, you can't. I can't even do what he does, Kakashi said. Sasuke turned around, eyes wide in surprise. Not even you? But you have a Sharingan and no more than a 1,000 jutsus, Sasuke said. Kakashi chuckled. True, but just because I know a 1,000 jutsus, it doesn't mean I can perform all of them consecutively. I know that. I'm not stupid, Sasuke replied, offended. Kakashi sighed. Look, Sasuke, you have to understand that Naruto is unique in that way. Just like how you have the Sharingan due to your genetics, he has a high chakra pool because of his. He has the chakra necessary to continuously use the Kage Bunshin no jutsu, which is a forbidden A-rank jutsu. You don't, and the next time you try using that jutsu, you'll die. Remember that. He turned around and left, leaving Sasuke to his thoughts. Sasuke gritted his teeth. I can't be weaker than him. I have to be strong. I have to beat Itachi no matter what happens, he thought. That dope has no idea what I've gone through. Whatever he experienced, it is a lesser tragedy than mine. Naruto and Sakura walked through the streets of the Wei village after they finished their training. It was in the evening, and it was depressing. No city should have its poverty so clearly written on the faces of their citizens. No matter where they looked, someone was starving, dying, crying, or all three. And Sakura had tried to give some food, but Naruto stopped her after she had given some of her leftover lunch to some kids. The adults had a look he didn't like. He recognized that look. It was a look he used to see in a mirror every day. They had found a clothing store. It looked just as run down as any of the other buildings. An elderly woman with an extremely thin face looked at them and gave them a raspy, weak greeting. They nodded to the woman and began to search the store for new clothes. After searching for a while, they picked out what looked best and decided to buy a few outfits like it. It was black from head to toe. The sleeves reached his arms with a crisscross of dark cloth decorating them. Naruto wanted dark sleeves so that he could have an easy source of shadow at any time. The torso part of the top was pure black as well, as Naruto wanted, but Sakura insisted that it needed more color, even if the point was for stealth. Because of that, he wore a blue vest with the Uzumaki sign on the back. His bottom part were just normal black ninja pants. He wanted to get some black shoes as well, but Sakura said with the blue vest, it would look top-heavy in color, so she made him wear his old blue shoes to even it out. All in all, it looked darker than his previous outfit. After they finished clothes shopping, they paid for as much as they could. The woman broke down in tears, thanking them. Both of them looked at each other and smiled. They were happy, too, that they could help someone. But as soon as they walked a few meters from a shop, they heard a crash and screams. They turned around and saw thugs breaking into the store they just left. I knew those looks weren't good. Shit, what should I do? Naruto thought. But before he could figure out a plan, Sakura suddenly ran towards the thug with kunai in hand. Shit, that dumb girl. What does she think she can do in this situation? Naruto thought. He chased after her, but it was too late. Sakura had reached the thugs who dragged out the old woman, who was covered in bruises. She pointed her weapon at them and shouted, "Stop this immediately." The thugs all turned around to face her. One of them, seemingly the leader, walked up to the front of the group. Hey, little girl, we're a little busy right now, so if you don't mind leaving dash. No, I won't let you hurt that old woman, Sakura shouted. Naruto finally got to Sakura and saw the leader's expression. He looked furious that anybody was opposing him, but then he suddenly grinned. He nodded in their direction. Sakura pushed it off as insignificant, but Naruto realized that it was a signal in their direction. And since there was no one in between them, that signal was meant for her. He turned around swiftly, but it was too late. 3 guys were behind them. 2 of them lunged for Naruto, grabbing him in his hands. The other grabbed Sakura and forced her to drop her weapon. The leader laughed and clapped. Brats should stay home. There are scary people out there, you know. He waved them off. You guys can do whatever you want. You two follow me. Help me carry the cash they dumped into this store. 2 of his men grinned, and the 3 disappeared into the store again. The rest of the group, about 5 men, excluding the ones holding Naruto and Sakura, approached them. They began to whisper. Naruto couldn't tell what they were saying, but it was most likely about what to do with them. He calmed himself down and began to think. There must be a way out of this mess. He can't make any hand signs, so he can't perform any jutsus. Can he get to his weapons? No. Damn it, this is why I don't fight in the front lines, Naruto thought. Okay, calm down. With our ninja headbands, they'll probably be hesitant about killing us since 4 ninjas on a team is the norm. So if I just think calmly, Dash. One of the men spoke up. Hey, why don't we do that? I mean, when are we going to get fresh meat from this place? All the villagers here are too crafty and hide them when we come. And plus, she does look quite delicious, doesn't she? Delicious? Another man said. You didn't know she looks like 12 years old, right? The first man shrugged. Does it really matter? Is it a good idea or not? Sakura was unsure about what they were talking about, but Naruto realized it immediately. This sounded like what a certain voice has been saying to him recently. Shit, I have to get these guys off me. The men started to crowd around them. Sakura began to panic, not knowing what was going to happen. The thugs then looked at Naruto and said, "What about him?" One of the other men grinned a disgusting smile. He looked at Sakura and said, "Is he your boyfriend?" Sakura blushed a little at the word boyfriend, making the man laugh. He then looked at his fellow thugs and said, "Let's make him watch and kill him afterwards." The other men seemed to like the idea. Sakura, still not knowing what was going on, realized still that they were planning on killing Naruto. She began to struggle, but the man behind her began to crush her, forcing to stop moving. The two men shoved Naruto to the ground, still holding his hands. Naruto struggled as hard as he could, but he couldn't do anything as the group slowly reached for Sakura. No, 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 no. What do I do? Get them off, get them off, get them off. Please, Naruto thought, thrashing, looking anywhere for help. Naruto then heard, "I could help you." Naruto closed his eyes to blink, and when he opened his eyes again, he was in the sewers where he met the Kyuubi. But this time, he was in a different room. There was no cage or seal or Kyuubi. In front of him, he saw a silhouette of a throne and someone sitting on it. No matter how hard he looked, he couldn't see the face of the person. But when that person spoke, he realized who it was. "If you ask for my help, I will give it to you," he said. "Why would you want to help me? All you suggested were horrible things. And even if you could, how could you?" "My hands are bound," Naruto replied. "You seem to forget that I did one of those jutsus that you learned without any hand signs to make Sakura like you. I can do that with any of the into jutsus. And concerning my suggestions, they may have been horrible maybe to you, but I've always suggested things that would increase your happiness." Happiness? You think that murder, rape, and fucking tricking people will bring me happiness? Why the hell does every guy I've met so far seem to agree with you? Do you really think that I would be happy? Yes, I do. But although it might be enjoyable to watch that pink-haired girl be brutalized, I decided that it would be in our best interest to save her. And so if you want my help, just ask, he said. Naruto thought about it. Whenever the voice did suggest something, it was always something to do with getting rid of someone he didn't like or physical pleasure. So he wasn't lying. "How can I trust you?" Naruto asked. Naruto couldn't tell, but he knew that the person was grinning. He leaned forward and said, "Because you have no other choice." The person then went back to his normal position and pointed to his wrist. "You might want to hurry, though. Time is slowed here, but not as much as when you are with Kyuubi. If you don't give me an answer in the next 10 seconds, I might be saving a non-virgin." Naruto's eyes widened, and he gritted his teeth. Then, after a few seconds, he looked at the shadow and said, "No matter what, you do not hurt anybody besides these thugs, got it?" The silhouette stood up and bowed. "Of course. I wouldn't dream of it," he said sarcastically. In the outside world, Sakura had been screaming for help and at Naruto, but nothing came to her rescue. They had already opened her limbs wide. She had realized then what was happening and tried to get away, but it was too late. One of the guys picked up the kunai she dropped, and with a creepy smile and voice, said, "Better not move unless you want to be cut." Sakura was in tears, and she began to give up all hope for help. But suddenly, she heard a scream from where Naruto was. She looked over, expecting the worst, but Naruto was unharmed. The scream came from the man holding his hands. He was bleeding from where his hands used to be, spewing blood everywhere. Before the other man could react to his comrade's sudden loss of digits, shadow blades suddenly came out of his own shadow, impaling him and killing him quickly. The men holding and around Sakura immediately dropped her and assumed a fighting stance. But instead of attacking them, Naruto looked at Sakura and said, "Sakura-chan, close your eyes for a moment. Trust me, okay?" Sakura nodded frantically, still in fear. She obeyed him and shut her eyes shut as hard as she could. When Naruto saw that she couldn't see, he lifted his hand and snapped. It looked like he said something at the same time, but no one heard it. Suddenly, the thug with the kunai looked to his friend next to him and screamed, "You're not going to backstab me. She's mine." He slammed the blade into the neck of his friend, creating gurgling sounds. The other thugs began to kill each other as well until only one remained. Since he was the only one with a blade, he was, of course, the one who survived. Naruto grinned. Into Warugi, shadow-style distrust. Has to be one of my favorite jutsus. Meanwhile, the real Naruto was horrified at the slaughter that just happened. Even if they deserved it, the voice had so easily broken down any bonds that they shared and made them kill each other. It felt corrupt. The surviving man then looked at Sakura, eyeing his prize. But Naruto stopped him. He grinned and, with his head, motioned to the left as if he was saying to go away. When he did, shadow tendrils came out of the man's own shadow and crept up the leg. The man, noticing the feeling, looked down, and when he saw the tendrils, he began to scream and thrash, trying to get them off. But it was to no avail. One tendril reached the top. Naruto then said, "Into Habikaru, shadow style, infestation." The tendrils began to dig into the man, making him elicit screams louder and higher than any of his previous ones. He kept screaming as the tendrils dug beneath the skin into his muscles and began to scrape them, as if trying to scoop them out. The pain was so unbearable that the man collapsed, no longer screaming, but his eyes were wide open, meaning that he was conscious but in so much pain that he couldn't stand anymore. The tendrils eventually dug through the muscles and reached the bone where they began to dig through it too. The man twitched uncontrollably as the tendrils made a horrifying scraping sound on his bones, sending the vibrations to his head. Eventually, the tendrils in his head reached his brain and, after a few seconds, dug out too much for him to be alive. Naruto grinned madly. He looked around for an audience, but everyone had retreated to the safe reaches of their homes when the ruckus first started. He made a tisk sound in frustration and passed over control to the real Naruto. When the real came back in his body, he realized two things. One, he was standing in a pool of blood. And two, maybe it was because of the voice just being in control, but he felt exhilarated, as if he enjoyed the slaughter. It made him sick that the feeling was there. "Naruto-kun, can I open my eyes now?" Sakura asked, still trembling in fear. Naruto looked at the blood everywhere. This was not a safe place for Sakura to open her eyes. It might scar her if that experience hasn't scarred her already. He came over and picked her up. She flinched at first, but when she realized that it was Naruto, she relaxed in his arms. "Sorry, Sakura, can you wait for a moment? I'll tell you when you can open your eyes." "Okay," Naruto whispered into her ear. Sakura nodded, and Naruto began to walk back to Tezuna's. Kakashi and Sasuke sat in the living room. The gray-haired Jounin called the other in after he finished training. Naruto and Sakura had finished and went into town for shopping, so it was the perfect opportunity for this discussion. "Sasuke, what do you think about Naruto?" Kakashi asked. He scoffed. "He's a horrible teammate." "Horrible? Horrible how?" Kakashi asked. "He doesn't work with us at all. He's always disappearing on us, and he refuses to tell us anything. It's like he doesn't trust any of us," Sasuke replied. "I thought you wanted to be friends without trust," Kakashi said. Sasuke stood up from his chair. "There's a difference between trusting people and trusting comrades. At the very least, he should trust us to fight with him," he replied, angry at Naruto. He had offered a hand in friendship, but Naruto did not follow through, even though he accepted the offer. Kakashi put up his hands to try and calm Sasuke down. "Ma, Situn, Sasuke." The black-haired Genin, still fuming, did as he was told. Kakashi cleared his voice and said, "Sasuke, you have to understand. To Naruto, there is no difference between trusting people and trusting comrades. To him, it's all trust, and he does not want to be involved." He scoffed again. "You make it sound like you know why he doesn't trust anybody." Kakashi smiled. "You could say that. Sasuke, why did you want to be friends with Naruto anyways?" Sasuke exhaled in frustration due to his sensei's roundabout way of talking, but he answered him. He has power, and he knows what it is like to be lonely. Everyone knows he's an orphan, so dash. You thought that he would make a good training partner that could help you kill Itachi. Kakashi's voice suddenly got serious. A little taken aback from the change, Sasuke didn't respond immediately and finally nodded. There was an awkward silence as Kakashi seemed to be deep in thought. Eventually, he looked up to Sasuke and said, "Look, Sasuke, Naruto may not like me telling you this, but you are right about one thing. This is supposed to be a team, and Naruto has not been fighting like he is on one. But, Sasuke, that's the only thing you are right about." "Huh? What do you mean, sensei?" "He cannot be your rival. Rivals push one another to do better, right?" Kakashi said, remembering Obito. Even if their rivalry did not last long, he wouldn't be the person he was without his teammate. Well, and you believe that Naruto can push you to do better, and you can push him to do better because you believe that you two have similar pasts, right? Kakashi asked. Sasuke nodded. At least I did. That's where you're wrong, Sasuke. Naruto may have been able to push you to do better, but you could not have pushed him at all, Kakashi said. Sasuke gave Kakashi a confused look. I don't understand. We have similar pasts, and we both seem to have some type of goal that made us this strong now. No, you're right about that. With similar pasts and goals needing power, it should be natural that you guys become rivals. But you do not have a similar past with Naruto, Sasuke. It is very different. Does it matter? We both are orphans without any of our loved ones. And nobody in that village can help us with our goals. Even without similar pasts, we have a similar present. Sasuke replied, almost with an arrogant tone in his voice, as if he was trying to win the argument instead of merely understanding. Kakashi thought for a moment, looking at Sasuke as if he was unsure if he should continue. When Sasuke didn't budge or ask anything, Kakashi sighed and asked, "So, is Itachi not that important?" Sasuke's eyes narrowed. Be careful of what you say, Hitaki. You might be my sensei, but that doesn't mean I am going to hear you question my goals, beliefs, or talk about him. So, your pasts do matter. That's actually one big similarity that you two have. Your pasts haunt you and affect how you think and act. The problem is Sasuke, Naruto's past led him onto a different path. Different how? Well, for one thing, he leads a life of fear and pain, while you lead a life of anger and revenge. Kakashi began to explain. Fear? What is he afraid of? Sasuke asked. I told you, you two are haunted by your pasts. Naruto is afraid that his past will become reality again. And considering his current line of work, it could be possible that something similar will come up around him or will affect him again. Then that's no different from me, Sasuke yelled, becoming frustrated at his sensei's beating around the bush. I have to fight Itachi, so my past will come up around me and affect me again. But he doesn't have to fight anybody, Sasuke. He could actually quit the ninja force right now, if he wanted to. If he doesn't need to fight anybody, then what's he afraid of? Kakashi rubbed the back of his head as he sounded apologetic. Sorry, Sasuke. I can't tell you that. Only Naruto can tell you what you want to know. Actually, if Naruto heard me saying half the stuff you heard, I'd be in trouble. He said the last part comically as a joke, but this only infuriated Sasuke more. But before Sasuke could wake up the surrounding neighborhood with his anger, the door opened and slightly made a crashing sound as it hit the wall. Naruto, covered in blood, carried Sakura on his back into the house. Kakashi gave him a look of worry, but seeing that only Naruto was covered in blood and he seemed fine, he went back to the jovial tone he used on Sasuke. Hey, you two. Looks like you had a fun night. Naruto didn't say a word. He went past the two and out the living room. The two could hear the thumping of steps as Naruto went up the stairs. Sasuke was surprised, but he found himself even more so when Kakashi did not seem worried whatsoever. There was a silence that broke every once in a while from the thumping upstairs, but it was finally broken permanently when Sasuke asked Kakashi, Is Naruto that strong. Kakashi raised an eyebrow. Where did this come from? Naruto is drenched in blood, but you didn't even seem to care about that, Sasuke said. Kakashi looked at the door that Naruto kicked open. He thought for a little bit before saying, I guess it depends on what you mean by strength, Sasuke. What do you mean? I mean in terms of combat, Sasuke said quizzically. Kakashi sighed. He should have expected that answer. Look, Sasuke, there's a lot more to strength than beating your enemies. That would be more physical strength. And in that regard, you two could be equals. Sasuke's eyes brightened up a bit when he heard that. But Kakashi continued, if we're talking about mental strength and emotional strength, then it's quite different. In those types of strength, Naruto is both stronger in the sense that he is dealing with his horrible past quite well considering, but also weaker than you in the sense that he is still affected by it. Sasuke thought about it for a moment. Whatever happened to Naruto seems to be different than what he went through, that he was sure of, but it seems that the severity of their pasts are different as well, at least if Kakashi was telling the truth. They heard thumping again as Naruto came back down. He came around the corner and back into the living room, wearing a change of clothes. Kakashi began to greet him and asked him to sit down to have a chat, but Naruto interrupted him. Sensei, is it possible to perform jutsus without any hand signs? Kakashi's eye widened for a moment, gave Naruto a serious look, and then went back to his nonchalant self. Why do you ask? We were attacked, Naruto said. He then explained what happened with him and Sakura. He left out the part of how he got loose from the guy's grip and how he dispatched them. However, at the end of it, Kakashi was silent and serious while Sasuke was a little surprised and frustrated. After all, Naruto not only killed people and didn't seem bothered by it, but he also did it again. He fought as if he wasn't on a team. Kakashi spoke up. It is possible, but... He thought again, and then he smiled. All right, I'll explain it to you tomorrow. All of you. We're moving on to the next step. Both Genin looked at their sensei curiously. Next step? Naruto asked. Is it the water-walking thing you did when fighting Zabuza? No, unfortunately. I wish we could, but I was talking to our hostage. It seems he believes that Zabuza will come for him. Even if he doesn't, it seems that Zabuza won't abandon the mission as well. We may need to fight Zabuza again, and I'd rather have you three prepared to at least defend yourselves in case something happens. The two Genin nodded along as Kakashi explained. But in the middle of his explanation, Naruto stopped and looked at Kakashi and started to back away. What is it, Naruto? Kakashi asked. What do you mean he? Naruto asked, leering at him. What are you on about, Dobe? Sasuke asked as well. Naruto pointed at Kakashi and said to Sasuke, he just called that Hunter Nina, but I swore it was a girl. I mean, the face is too feminine. But Sensei is saying otherwise. But how would he know? Sasuke shrugged. I don't know. He probably checked dash. Sasuke's eyes widened in realization. He stood up and backed away as well. Kakashi looked at the two, confused. What's wrong, you two? Sasuke leered at Kakashi as well. Sensei, how did you find out that the Hunter Nin is a guy? Naruto spoke up as well. After all, if you can't rely on the face, you would have to either check their primary or secondary sexual characteristics, right? Kakashi, realizing what they were accusing him of, stood up and began waving his hands around. No, I didn't do any such thing. He told me himself he was a guy. But the two didn't seem convinced. I'm never sleeping without all my clothes on anymore on a mission, even if it is 90 degrees out, Naruto said. Kakashi started sweating. No, I really mean it. I didn't check that way. The next day, the entire team was back in the forest. Kakashi looked at his students. Naruto and Sasuke were looking at him, expectantly. Sakura, on the other hand, was looking at Naruto. She looked tired, but she also looked scared and confused. Whatever happened last night must have dealt a bit of mental damage. Kakashi cleared his throat, getting the attention of all his students. All right, before we start, Naruto, you asked me if you could perform jutsus without hand signs. Sakura looked at Naruto with wide eyes. She raised her hand. Kakashi nodded in her direction. But, Sensei, isn't that impossible? Well, Sakura, would you mind explaining how performing jutsus work? Kakashi requested. She nodded, still a little confused, but the anxiety seemed to melt away as she explained. Basically, there are three parts to performing a jutsu: hand signs, recitation of the jutsu's name, and forming the chakra. The hand signs and reciting the jutsu's name allows the caster not only to concentrate, but also to help form the chakra in the correct form. And as the caster does this, depending on which jutsu it is, he or she also must build up the correct amount of chakra and start forming it by his or her own will as well. Kakashi nodded. Good explanation. So, in the most basic terms, it is possible to perform a jutsu without hand signs, since hand signs only help you to perform the jutsu. If you master it and can form the chakra without the need of hand signs or recitation, then yes, Naruto, you would be able to perform the jutsu without hand signs. He stopped to see if they all understood, and none of them looked confused, so he continued. Mastering the jutsu, however, is difficult. It can take years to dash. Oh, Naruto said, I did it. Yeah, Kakashi looked back at Naruto, specifically, and saw the Kajikin sticking out of his coat. His eyes widened as he didn't hear anything. No hand movements or recitation. Naruto continued. I can't seem to do the Kage Bunshin no jutsu, though. I wonder why. Sasuke was looking at Naruto with a jealous eye, while Sakura was smiling and congratulating him. But Kakashi was not just surprised. He was worried. That shouldn't be possible, he thought. If what the Hokage said was true, he learned this the night he stole the Forbidden Scroll. But that wasn't even 3 months ago. And the fact that he can't do the Kage Bunshin no jutsu, I was going to suggest that it might be the Kyuubi helping him do the jutsu without any hand signs, but it must be that those demonic jutsus that are special. He put on a happy facade and said, Good job, Naruto. Well, that speeds things up. We can move on to the next part, learning new jutsus. All three this time looked up at him with expectant eyes, until Kakashi pulled out a few pieces of paper. The sparkle in their eyes dies out quickly. Kakashi's eyebrow twitched in irritation. Damn kids and their short attention spans. He sighed and shook his head. Sakura raised her hand. Sensei, what are those sheets of paper? This, Sakura, is chakra paper. All three of you know the 5 elements, right? Sakura nodded. The boys did not. Very good, Sakura. Well, for you two guys, I'll explain. Many jutsus have a specific element that they have an affinity for: fire, water, lightning, earth, and wind. For example, Sasuke, your Kitan, Gokakyu no Jutsu, fire style, Great Fireball Release Jutsu, has an affinity for fire, hence its name. This time, Sasuke was nodding along, understanding. Naruto, however, looked confused. Kakashi sighed again. Do you not get it, Naruto? He shook his head. That's not it. If there are 5 elements, then why can I use the shadow element? His Kajikin materialized again. I mean, it is called into Kajikin, shadow style, shadow blade, for a reason. Kakashi replied, well, light and darkness manipulation is a big topic that is way above your current knowledge. There are more elements than the 5, but jutsus that use the other elements are very rare, while the 5 are very common. Seeing Naruto comprehend, Kakashi gave each of his students one of the chakra papers. All right, you merely have to pump chakra into the paper. How it reacts will determine what element you have. If it crumples, your element is lightning. If it becomes drenched, your element is water. If it burns up, it's fire. If it turns to dust, it's earth. And if the paper becomes cut, it's wind. Sasuke went first, pouring a small amount of chakra into the paper. The paper crumpled up, then immediately burned up. Kakashi nodded. Sakura went next. Her paper turned to dust, which surprised him. Considering her high chakra control, he thought it would be wind or water. Naruto went last. He poured his chakra into the paper. It first cut in half, which, again, surprised Kakashi as well. Wind needed some chakra control for close combat, which Naruto lacked. But then, the paper's color began to fade. It slowly became gray, as if the something was draining the bright whiteness of it. When the fading stopped, small faces appeared in the paper. They were all contorted with anger or pain, some screaming while some wept. Kakashi, Sakura, and Sasuke took a step back at the horror that resided in the paper. Naruto, not noticing the increase in distance between his teammates, asked, "So, Sensei, which one is this element?" Kakashi was silent due to shock. The paper was treated carefully with chakra. However, it was treated in such a way so that only the basic elements should be showing. The fact that a sixth reaction occurred should have been impossible. It looked like the darkness element, but he didn't think the element was so chilling. The faces seemed like a picture taken of Hell's inhabitants. "Sensei," Naruto's voice shook him out of it. He quickly responded with, "Well, your first element is wind. I know that. You told us what element did what." "Naruto, do you mind if we have a talk after this?" Kakashi asked sternly. Naruto, puzzled by the change in tone, simply nodded. "Good," Kakashi said. "Well, let's move on. First, Sakura, Sasuke here." He gave each of them a scroll. Both of them opened it up. Sakura spoke up first. "Daton, Dorihiki, Earth Style, Earth Wall. It's a good starter jutsu. It allows you to create walls of earth as long as there's earth around. You can use it for protection, but it also allows you to change the battlefield. Plus, it only costs chakra to cast it. It doesn't need chakra to stay." Sasuke asked as well. "Kitan, Hibashiri, Fire Style, Running Fire. Seeing that you already know a fire style jutsu, I thought I should give you one that doesn't rely on power alone for effectiveness. You can make any pattern with that jutsu if you will. Well, once you master it, you can. At first, you should just try making circles with a fire." Kakashi looked at both of them. "Well, you guys go practice these jutsus until you believe you could use them without a problem in real combat, all right?" He turned to Naruto and motioned to follow him. They returned to Inari's house. They returned to the living room that they were in last night. After both of them found a seat, Kakashi said, "Naruto, I know you got those into jutsus from the Forbidden Scroll." Naruto visibly twitched, but he did not show any more signs that he cared. Kakashi continued, "Look, I'm going to ask right away. What into jutsus do you know?" Naruto cocked his head to one side. "Sensei, do you know into jutsus as well?" "No, I do not, Naruto." "Then, why are you asking me what jutsus I know?" Kakashi sighed. He thought for a moment, tried to figure out what the best approach was. In the end, he decided to just be blunt. "The Hokage told me about them." Naruto nodded, satisfied with the answer. After all, the old man knew a lot of things. It shouldn't be surprising that he knew about the jutsus as well. Kakashi continued, "Naruto, do any of your jutsus seem wrong?" Naruto froze. He wasn't sure of every single one of his jutsus. After all, he hasn't even tried half of the advanced into jutsus because he was afraid of them. But that voice did use into Kyofa no Zayaku, Illusion of Sin. It forced Sakura to change her love, which did disgust Naruto highly that he had the power to force people to feel things. But should he tell Kakashi-sensei? If he did, what would he do? Kakashi, noticing that Naruto was not answering, said, "Naruto, I promise you, I would never let harm come to one of my students. You can trust me." When Kakashi said trust, Naruto immediately put on a face of calm. Kakashi mentally face-bombed himself. "Shit, I said the T word. I just told Sasuke that Naruto has trust issues." He shook his head and quickly said, "Naruto, what I mean is that I'm worried about you. You can take that however you want. You can believe that the only reason I'm caring is for the team, if that helps." That addition seemed to relax Naruto. He nodded. "Yeah, truthfully, all of the advanced jutsus seem wrong. I haven't used any of them yet." He was telling the truth. The voice was the one who used it against Sakura. "Advanced jutsu? What do you mean, Naruto?" Kakashi asked. Then, Naruto explained each of the jutsus and the Kajigen, Shadow Orb, ritual that he had to do first. When Naruto mentioned the ritual, Kakashi's face paled. He remembered what the Hokage said. As long as Naruto hasn't done the Kagekin ritual, it should be all right. Naruto noticed the change in disposition in his sensei. When he asked what was wrong, Kakashi snapped out of it and shook his head. Nothing's wrong, Naruto. Just look, when we get back, we have to go talk to the Hokage. He knows more about the jutsus than both of us. Naruto hesitated for a moment before agreeing. He still didn't know what to think of the old man. He could be trustworthy, but he could not. Kakashi went back to his cheery self. All right, well, to be fair, I have to teach you a jutsu as well, but your arsenal is quite big thanks to that incident with the Forbidden Scroll. So, instead, why don't we go have a chat with our captive? Oh yeah, that Hunter Neen girl. No, Naruto, it's a guy. Naruto began to edge away again. I told you that I didn't do anything that you're imagining, Kakashi exclaimed. Haku stared out the window. It's all he could do nowadays since he was chained to the bed with seals. A woman, who seems to be the head of the household, comes to feed him, and she does attempt to strike up a conversation, but it's simply small talk. Hatake Kakashi came to talk once about Zabuza, but since Haku refused to tell anything, the conversation didn't really go anywhere. Two pairs of footsteps echoed into the room. Maybe the woman and the Jounin were coming to see him. He was half right. Kakashi walked in, but behind him was a blonde-haired kid in a black and blue outfit. It was the kid that ambushed him in the fight. They both greeted him and sat down near the bed he was chained in. And again it began. Kakashi started with small talk, but after seeing no effect, went on to interrogation. Of course, Haku didn't answer. How could he betray the one person that cared about him? The blonde-haired kid seemed to be in deep thought. He didn't say a single word since entering. Kakashi was about to give up. The boy just would not budge. Whatever reason he had for being loyal to Zabuza gave him strength. He looked at Naruto and shrugged. Naruto, instead of giving up, said, "Sensei, let me try something. I want to try an into jutsu." Haku's ears perked up when he heard jutsu, but he never heard of an into jutsu. However, considering the worry in the Jounin's eyes, he didn't think it was anything good. Kakashi leaned over and whispered, "Are you sure, Naruto? We don't really know what they might do in the long run. Don't you think we should wait until we can talk to the Hokage first?" Naruto shook his head. "I'd rather not be hit by a surprise attack by Zabuza. If I had to choose between that and using one of those jutsus, I definitely will always take the latter." Kakashi resigned. He knew that the constant beatings out of nowhere were probably the cause of this, so he didn't see a way to stop him. He let Naruto do what he needs to do. Haku gave a strong look, but inside, he was afraid. What was the jutsu? Was it interrogation? Was it torture? What was an into jutsu? Naruto took in a deep breath and began performing hand signs. Haku was both afraid and puzzled. There were signs in there that he didn't recognize. When Naruto finished, he looked at Haku and said, "Into Wurugi distrust." Haku shut his eyes, waiting for the jutsu to hit him. He waited a moment. Then another. Then one more, until he realized that nothing had happened. Naruto had sat back in his chair and just began asking questions. "What's your name?" Haku answered. There was no need to hide that information. "How old are you?" 16, he answered. Naruto nodded and then asked the big question. What is Zabuza going to do? Haku knew that this would come up again. How many times would these Konoha shinobi ask until they realized that he would not betray the one that cares for him? At least, he thinks that Zabuza cared. Zabuza had to care, right? Of course, he had to. Even if he didn't, Haku would lay his life down for him no matter what. Right? Right? Why, Haku thought. Why should I lay my life down? Why try so hard for someone that doesn't even trust me? Someone I don't even trust. It makes no sense. Zabuza and I were simply together for no other reason for convenience. Right? I think. Then, much to Kakashi's surprise, Haku began to talk. He told them that Zabuza probably would leave him here, and once he recovered, he would attack Tazuna at the most opportune moment, whenever that was. Considering the wounds he had, Haku speculated that Zabuza would attack in 2 days. Naruto stood up and thanked Haku. He and Kakashi left the room and went back downstairs. Once they left the second floor, Haku suddenly was hit by a headache. It was painful, but it passed almost as quickly as it came. Then Haku realized it. He just gave Zabuza's enemies crucial information. Why'd he do it? He had no reason to. Haku went over the past couple minutes in his head, but it was all fuzzy. Then he remembered Naruto doing that jutsu. It should be impossible for any jutsu to tamper with memories and feelings. It can only manipulate them through jinjutsu, but it had to be it. That kid made him talk. Haku looked up at the chains with seals that bound him to the bed. He swore that no matter how long it took, he would get out and take revenge on Naruto for making him betray Zabuza. Downstairs, the two were sitting in their original seats again. And to no surprise, Kakashi immediately asked Naruto, "What was that jutsu?" Naruto scratched his head as he was a little ashamed at what he did. It's a jutsu that messes with the head. It makes any trustful relationship they remember into a distrustful one temporarily. The scroll talked about how it was good in battle by creating chaos, but I thought it might help us with interrogation. Kakashi's eye widened. When the Hokage said the jutsus were wrong, he didn't think it was on this level. This was immoral. To tamper with one's memories was almost like overriding that part of their life they remembered. He gave Naruto a serious look before saying, "Naruto, never use those advanced jutsus again. I'm sorry. I didn't think they were as bad as they are. But, Naruto, those jutsus are really wrong. Please, don't use them again." Naruto nodded. He was hesitant about using it against Haku at first anyways. But, again, if he had to choose between a surprise attack and using an immoral jutsu, internal QB voice. This time, all four shinobi of Team 7 sat in the living room. Naruto and Sakura sat on the couch, Sasuke sat in the chair, and Kakashi stood in front of all of them. Kakashi, making sure he had their attention, said, "So, the reason we're having this meeting is that we got some information about Zabuza. He'll probably attack in 2 days." Sakura and Sasuke's eyes widened. It was already evening, so there really was not any time left at all. At the very most, they had about 15 hours to train. "So what's our plan? How are you going to train us so that we can be ready?" Sasuke asked. Kakashi shook his head. "I'm sorry, but even if you were able to master another jutsu in the time we have left, I doubt it will make you any more ready than you are now." At this, Sasuke's brow furrowed as he began to think what he could do, and Sakura began to show signs of panicking. Naruto was the only one that was calm. He simply looked at Kakashi and said, "Then, what will we do until Zabuza strikes?" "Teamwork exercises and stuff of that nature." Naruto's eyes looked at his sensei in surprise and anger, as if telling him to reconsider what he just said. Sakura seemed to calm down since a plan was put forth, and Sasuke looked over to Naruto and back to Kakashi. If what Kakashi said to him was true, then this was the worst exercise for Naruto to be doing. "Hataki dash," Naruto began, but Kakashi cut him off. "Naruto, let me finish. What I mean by teamwork exercises is making this team work. I'm not suggesting we try methods taught by the academy or anything like that. If those standard methods worked, we wouldn't be having this problem." At this, Naruto's shoulders relaxed slightly. "So," Naruto said, "what exactly do you have in mind?" "Well, the biggest issue we have is that Naruto's fighting style doesn't match Sakura's or Sasuke, right?" All three nodded. Kakashi continued, "Then we just have to make them match." "Like how, sensei?" Sakura asked. "Well, as you should have learned in the academy, there are different roles that a team can play on a battlefield," Kakashi said and then looked at Sakura. She nodded and answered, "Hi, sensei." It was tank, scout, fighter, assassin, and support. Those 5 are general categories that can be split up further, and there are other categories, but usually a team fits into one of these. "Good, Sakura. Well, if we take those roles and apply to each of you," he pointed at Sasuke, "you're a fighter," he pointed at Sakura, "you tend to be support," and he pointed at Naruto, "and you're more an assassin." All 3 students agreed. "Then, actually, this is a good team. Kakashi said if Sasuke takes the front line while Sakura stays in the back, Naruto can take care of any stragglers or other assassins while giving you two support. Kakashi then looked at Naruto. And since your job is to support and protect instead of fighting with the other two, you don't really need to trust them, do you, Naruto? Naruto thought for a moment. It's pretty much what I've been doing already. I guess this plan of his is to assure the other two. He then felt the voice smile. Somehow. He didn't know how, but there was an evil grin within him. No, it's different. You're being forced to protect them. If they do something stupid, it's your job to make up for it. Instead, why don't you just abandon them and use them as bait? You get the benefit of ridding yourself of our annoying teammates and the enemy, right? Naruto shook his head, trying to silence the voice. Naruto-kun. Sakura's voice helped Naruto suppress it. He looked up and grinned, letting her know everything was good before turning to Kakashi. Fine, this plan sounds decent enough, Naruto said. When Naruto agreed, Sasuke relaxed a little, now that he knows Naruto is actually willing to work with them, while Sakura smiled and tried to give Naruto a hug, who dodged the invasion of personal space. Kakashi smiled. Good. So for tomorrow, we'll be discussing new formations and such. Got it. Everyone nodded. The next day, that was exactly what happened. They went through simulations, trying to discuss what they would do in what situation. It was over quickly and without argument, since the formation was such a basic one. After they were done, Sasuke and Sakura went inside. When the other two members of the team looked at them, they could see it in their walks. Naruto shook his head. They're not ready, he said. Kakashi agreed. Well, unlike you, they haven't had the chance to face a situation where they might lose their lives. They're actually dealing with it quite well. Yeah, about that, Naruto said. How the hell did this happen? I mean, simple espionage would have given us enough information to know that Tazuna was lying. Kakashi thought for a moment before responding. It's possible that because of the Wave's village lack of trade or political presence that the higher-ups decided it was not worth checking out, or it could be that Konoha has been too busy dealing with the Chunin exams. Chunin exams? Naruto asked. Yeah, once this is all over, I was thinking of submitting you three into it. It's basically the exam you need to achieve a higher rank, Kakashi explained. Naruto snorted. You mean if we survive this? Look, Naruto, I know you don't trust me, but I will do everything in my power to protect you, Kakashi said. Naruto snorted again. Like you did so many other times, right? Inu-san? Kakashi was taken aback. He didn't realize that Naruto knew that he was the ANBU in charge of him before. It was true that he didn't protect Naruto all the time, but unfortunately, the council got in the way. Right now, the council has no right to interfere on how he treats his students, so he meant what he said, but that blow made him speechless. Naruto turned around and walked back inside as well, leaving Kakashi to his thoughts. The next day, they practiced the formation. Kakashi would try to simulate different threats, throwing kunai from different angles or going straight taijutsu with each member to see how the other reacted. At the end of the day, Kakashi smiled. Well, it seems like it works. If he targeted Sasuke, he could defend himself, but Sakura could come to help just in case. If he targeted Sakura, Naruto or Sasuke would step in to help, but it was normally Sasuke. And if he targeted Naruto, he sighed inwardly. If Naruto is attacked, no one can help him since his teammates don't know where he is after the battle starts. However, this team formation is much better than the others that the Academy teaches for this team. After training, it was nightfall. Kakashi dismissed the group to go back, but when Naruto began to walk in the other direction, all three of the other members of Team 7 looked at him. Naruto, where are you going? Naruto, without turning his head, said, Going for a walk. I might come back late. Kakashi furrowed his brow. Naruto dash. Understand, Hatake-sensei, Naruto said, cutting him off. He jumped off into the forest, leaving the group with their worries. Unfortunately, Naruto would end up causing more worries had he stayed. That other voice had been getting louder and more persuasive. Sticking around Sakura for long periods of time wasn't good for his heart or mind. Usually, they would only see each other for a few hours due to training or missions, not days on end. He sighed. He found a good patch of grass growing on good soil. He sat on it and leaned against a nearby tree. He closed his eyes. It was time for a confrontation. If just being with Sakura was going to make this worse, then he needed to deal with this now. As long as they are on Team 7, his sanity and her health were in danger. He closed his eyes. He hadn't been there in a while, and honestly, he wasn't sure he was prepared to see his mindscape again. The rest of Team 7 reached Tizuna's home and went into the living room, each taking a seat. The Genin were still on a high from practicing, but not only that, they had some questions that they would not be able to ask around Naruto, namely because they were about him. Sakura spoke up first. "Hey, Kakashi-sensei," he responded. "Wouldn't our current team formation leave Naruto-kun in danger?" she asked. He sighed before nodding. "Yes, but unfortunately, Naruto is unwilling to cooperate unless he can fight alone. If I change the formation so that Naruto would be in helping distance of you two, he might abandon the formation for his own plans and leave you two to your own fights. At least, this way, he is willing to help if necessary." "Then, why not clarify on why he won't help?" Sasuke said. "You told me that the reason he is how he is now is due to fear. What is he afraid of?" Sasuke, don't get too riled up. I told you before that only Naruto would be able to tell you that," Kakashi said. Sasuke slammed his hand on the wooden armrest of the chair he sat in. It didn't create a big sound, but it got the message across. "You think I care? The reason I thought we could be rivals and good teammates was because of our similar pasts, but you told me that I was mistaken. Why the hell should I let him cover my back then?" he shouted. Sakura looked at Sasuke, confused. She didn't know what similar past Naruto had. It was common knowledge that the Uchiha clan was massacred, but it was also common knowledge that Naruto had been an orphan from the beginning. If that's the similar past Sasuke was talking about, then what did Naruto go through? And why would Kakashi-sensei say that Naruto had a different past? Kakashi crossed his arms and thought for a minute. He then looked at his genin before sighing. "This team is a lot more troublesome than it's worth," he whispered to himself. "Fine," he said, "but understand this. However Naruto reacts to you two knowing this, you must understand that it is not an absurd or undeserved reaction. Got it?" The two genin nodded. "So, where should I start?" he asked. "First, what is the difference between his past and mine?" Sasuke asked. Kakashi thought. "Sasuke, I know that you weren't the top of your class due to what your family taught you before the incident. Who taught you the taijutsu you know today?" Sasuke, not seeing where Kakashi is going with this, snorted. "The teachers, of course. Who else?" Kakashi nodded. "You're right. Who else could teach you how to fight? Without them, you wouldn't know any of your stances or moves." Both genin nodded. Kakashi leaned forward. "Well, unfortunately for Naruto, he didn't have that chance." "What do you mean by that, sensei?" Sakura asked. "I mean," Kakashi started, "the teachers refused to teach Naruto anything. Naruto can use taijutsu, yes. But if you have ever seen him spar, you should know that his style isn't the academy-taught one, but instead something more akin to street fighting. The teachers also refused to teach him proper chakra control, which if he had any sort of control, he would have passed the exam the normal way. He could have created a bunshin. But according to my sources, only Irika was willing to teach him, but with his responsibilities, it wasn't enough." Sakura started to look horrified, learning that the teachers that taught her so well was also the reason Naruto almost failed. Sasuke, however, looked at Kakashi curiously. "Why did the teachers refuse to teach him?" he asked. Kakashi shook his head. "Sorry, Sasuke. I can't tell you that." Sasuke opened his mouth to interject, but Kakashi stopped him. "Not because Naruto doesn't want you to know. It is an S-class secret that was forbidden to tell by the Hokage. I may be your sensei, but I'm not risking execution for something Naruto himself is allowed to tell you." Sasuke opened his mouth to complain, but Kakashi cut him off. "What I can tell you is that because of this secret, not only did the teachers not teach him, but Naruto also had to face many horrible things." Like what? Sasuke asked. This was the information he wanted. What horrible things did Naruto go through that made their past so different? Kakashi took in a deep breath before looking at the two genin. He suffered beatings every day until about the age of 10. At the age of 8, he entered the academy, where he did at least learn the basics of stealth. Afterwards, Naruto had perfected it himself by the time he was 10, so that anybody who wanted to beat him could not find him. Both genin looked horrified now. But before they could say anything, Kakashi continued. He also had many assassination attempts on his life. Thanks to learning the basics of trap making in the academy, he was able to booby trap his entire home. No one attempts to kill him anymore when he is home, and no one can find him outside of the academy. Now that he's a shinobi, he has the protection of the Hokage, so he no longer needs to trap his house. Still, I would advise not entering his home uninvited. Sakura began to cry lightly, and Sasuke looked angry and horrified. But it was Kakashi said next that really sent both over the edge. And, as you know, all food places are owned by civilians. Well, those civilians, even if they weren't those who beat him, did not want their reputation to plummet for having Naruto around. So the nicer ones shooed him away, while the not as nicer ones attacked him until he left. Because of this, until he started learning in the academy, he was forced to eat leftovers or eat from a dumpster. The only place that did accept him was Ichiraku's ramen. But he didn't find this place until he was 8. From the age of 4 to 8, he ate garbage. His immune system is so strong that he could withstand any of the microbes that could kill him, but even he knew how disgusting eating out of the garbage was. Sakura was full out crying while Sasuke looked like he could burn down the village. Sakura was, of course, just appalled at what happened to her crush. But Sasuke's reaction was a surprise to Kakashi. How could anyone do that to a child? Kakashi raised an eyebrow at this. I thought you only cared about Naruto as a potential rival in order to kill Itachi. That is not the point. Sasuke shouted. I hate Itachi for not just killing my family, but for betraying me as well. But all of those people are monsters. I cannot believe I thought they were nice people who I could use to help me accomplish my goal. No person who could let a child suffer that fate is worth trusting. The village is a place where people go to feel safe. That's why people live there instead of a remote town like here. They have all betrayed Naruto, just like how Itachi betrayed me. I cannot forgive traitors. Kakashi was taken aback from this. A lot of the shinobi that know the truth felt the same way, but that was due to the Yondaime wishing Naruto to be the hero of the village. And by hurting Naruto, they were betraying the late Hokage's wishes. But Sasuke here felt the same betrayal simply from Naruto's own personal history. He smiled. Maybe this team really had something to give after all. Sakura agreed with him. Naruto-kun doesn't deserve that behavior. Even if he is distant, he's always tried his best to be on a team with us. He has never cast us aside or betrayed us. Kakashi felt relieved that everyone on his team felt the same, but Sakura worried him. The issue was that everyone felt the same. Sakura, why do you feel so strongly about Naruto? She blushed. Well, I like him. I look up to him, and I don't feel as fair that he is treated so wrongly. And what about Sasuke? I remember it wasn't long ago that you were chasing him, Kakashi said. Sasuke glared at the one-eyed Jounin, trying to prevent all opportunities of Sakura fangirling over him again. She shrugged. I guess I moved on. Now, this in itself wasn't disconcerting. But with what he learned about Naruto's jutsus after interrogating Haku, the sudden change the pink-haired girl displayed made him wonder if Naruto had a hand in it. As Sakura said, he didn't seem like the type to betray his team, but what else could explain the sudden change? Kakashi-sensei, Sasuke called out. He looked up and saw the curious looks on his students. Yes, Sasuke. What kind of jutsus is Naruto using? I've never heard of anything like his except the Nara clan trademark jutsus, Sasuke asked. Sakura wasn't as curious since she always assumed that was Naruto's clan jutsus. Of course, that line of thought was what led to her curiosity as well. Does Naruto have a clan? I know his parents passed away, so I thought he might be the only member. No, Naruto isn't a part of a clan, Kakashi lied. Technically, Naruto was the member of one famous clan, and he does have a father who has jutsus and knowledge people would kill over. But that was also a S-class secret. As for his jutsus, you're right. I myself have only seen the Nara clan use jutsus like that. However, Naruto is not using Nara jutsus. He is using the element of darkness almost more proficiently than the Naras. Then, Naruto has a better understanding of the dark chakra? Sasuke asked. Maybe Kakashi said. In truth, he doubted it. That ritual he performed was probably the cause of his mastery. It worried him greatly. Sakura, what's wrong? Kakashi asked, seeing the worry in her eyes. Naruto-kun has been out there for a while, she said. You don't think? Sasuke shook his head. I doubt that Dobe would get into any trouble like that. He can take care of himself. Kakashi said, I agree. Of course, there's the chance of something out of the ordinary occurring, but Naruto is smart. He'd find a way out of any sticky situation, and if he couldn't, he'd find a way to contact us. Sakura nodded, only slightly convinced. Naruto opened his eyes. He was already in front of the cage. He walked up to it and called out, QB. Kit, long time no see, the beast behind the cage replied. It was kind of hard to come back considering that the new voice in my head, Naruto said. Yeah, about that. Turn around, the QB said. Naruto spun around slowly. He wasn't expecting anybody else to be in here. In actuality, this was the safest place in the world. So imagine his surprise when he saw a shadow with white scara and blue eyes staring back at him. He, of course, screamed and fell back into the water. The shadow laughed and said, You are a fucking retard. Naruto opened his eyes wide. Recognizing the voice, he pointed at the figure. You're that voice in my head. The figure clapped. Congratulations on sounding like a complete loon. Honestly, if it wasn't for the fact that you have the QB inside you, the old man should have put you in the mental hospital. He. Naruto growled. What the hell are you doing in my mind? The figure gave a toothy grin. The same thing you're doing. Being in my mind. Naruto froze. What do you mean your mind? The figure sighed. You shouldn't try to ignore the obvious. I know the only reason you're asking is because you're afraid of the truth. Naruto was silent for a few moments. Without the sky or a clock, it was hard to tell how long it was until Naruto spoke up again. You're me? The figure smiled again. Of course. Who else would have such filthy thoughts? Naruto shouted. Those thoughts aren't mine. I would have never done that to Sakura, you bastard. True. You'd never do it. I said thoughts, though. You desired it, didn't you? The figure said accusingly. I would. Of course I wouldn't. Naruto responded loudly. The figure glared at him. Enough. No one is here but you, me, and the QB. The beast knows your thoughts as well as I do, being stuck in here. Stop trying to hide your shame. Naruto was a little taken aback due to the sudden change in tone. But what he did say had some truth to it. He didn't want Sakura. Maybe it was due to her bright hair color that caught his attention, or maybe it was because he sat next to her, but at one point, he became attracted to her. I still wouldn't do what you did. I wouldn't even think about it. You wouldn't think about it because you are afraid of the consequences. However, the into jutsus you learned remove those consequences entirely. Think about it. If you could control everyone that you meet, what would you have done? The figure asked, calm now. Naruto thought. Honestly, it sounded good. If he could control everyone, he could not only have Sakura all to himself, but he could make sure he never got hurt again. It would be perfect. It was immoral. But what did he care now? He might not have willingly forced Sakura into liking him, but he forced Haku to tell him everything and betray Zabuza. Naruto calmed down as well. You're right, he said. The figure smiled again. Of course I am. I'm you. So, what do we do now? Naruto asked. Well, you're supposed to integrate with me, but things didn't go that way at all. The only times that we had any syncing up was when you lost it when Sakura was in danger, he said. Wait. What do you mean by that? If you're me, how do you know something that I don't? Naruto asked. The figure sighed. So start from the beginning. I'm the product of your dark side, and that ritual you did, which summoned the memories of the predecessor and the creator of the into jutsus. So I'm not crazy? You're like a dark me? The figure deadpanned. Oh my god, what is with you? How did you get to that assumption after I said if it wasn't for the QB, you'd be in a loony bin right now? Naruto shrugged. Hey, I didn't have the most normal childhood. It could have been a possibility. Dark Naruto shook his head. Well, you're not crazy. But you can't fully master into jutsus until we integrate. Until we become one being, essentially. Why? I was able to use all those jutsus, even the advanced ones, Naruto said. Those jutsus were created by your predecessor. He was a twisted man who desired to control all those who mocked him, letting him get whatever he wanted. Of course, it did not end up his way. After the Hokage found out, he was eliminated. But due to the advice of his advisors, he kept it in the forbidden scroll that you got. The power was too tempting to give up, so much that even that old man had his thoughts clouded. If he was thinking correctly, he would have destroyed any record of the style, he explained. Naruto nodded, showing understanding the whole time. So, I have to create my own? Well, you don't have to, but the reason you're against some of those jutsus is probably because they weren't made for us. They were made for that guy and his corrupt side. You need to make your own to fit your own tastes. Otherwise, you'll never reach the full potential of this style. Hence why we have to integrate. A loud growling was heard behind Naruto. They both faced the source. The giant, red eyes glared at the figure. You speak the truth that you are a part of Naruto. I know this because all those memories are suddenly here. I just checked. However, you forgot to mention the part about how the corrupt side becomes sentient not to integrate, but to take control of the person, he roared. Naruto's eyes widened, and he turned around with a glare. What the hell are you trying to do? Dark Naruto crossed his arms. You are right. The predecessor's corrupt side's goal was to take over. However, this was because the predecessor began to lack the desire to achieve his dark wants. His corrupt side was no longer a part of him, but a sentient voice in his head. So, naturally, this should have happened. But either due to the size of your darkness, or due to the infinite anger and hatred from the QB, I am not your full corrupt side. The QB's growls became quieter. I see. Naruto looked at the both of them. Wait, I don't understand. The reason the corrupt side took over was because its goal was to achieve its corrupt desires. But because the original person no longer had a corrupt side, he had lost his desire to achieve any of those things. Therefore, the corrupt side saw it necessary to overtake him. You, however, somehow managed to keep a part of your dark side with you, meaning you still have those dark desires, even if they are suppressed like the one with taking advantage of Sakura. Naruto opened his mouth to object, but a look from the dark him shut him up. Therefore, I see no need to take you over. And considering that doing so to the last guy ended up with his execution, it would be quite stupid to try the same thing with you. No, the best thing to do is to integrate. So what does integrating change exactly? Naruto asked. Basically, you'll stop hearing my voice for a while. Unless something relevant to the memories of the creator or the predecessor comes up, or if you need some advice for the into jutsus, you'll only have one other voice in your head. You loon. Naruto glared at him. You'll also have your full corrupt side back, but since you're more aware of it, you'll be more willing to do what your heart desires. Naruto nodded. All right, so how do we do this? The figure stuck out his hand. Shake. Really? Is that it? Naruto grabbed his hand, and as soon as they made contact, everything went black. Whatever Zabuza needed, Haku was there to fulfill it. This time, he wanted a Hunter Nin to be in the background, just in case he needed an escape. He was ashamed to fail by being detected by that blonde boy. But Haku has disguised himself as a civilian, a woman, a slave, a ninja from a nearby village, and a prisoner. His last disguise had got him into a situation where he had sealed handcuffs, much like the ones he had on now. Meaning he knew how to escape. Meaning he had already escaped. It's almost on, Haku thought. I better get out of here before any of the shinobi notice I have escaped. Unknowingly to him, a shadow was following his every footstep. Haku reached the forest nearby and kept on running in the direction of Gato's hideout. Once there, he could warn Zabuza that the Konoha shinobi were aware of his attack and that the blonde boy had some type of odd style of jutsus that could prove extremely dangerous. But as he was thinking about Naruto, he came across the very person. He seemed to be sleeping. If he was meditating, Haku's stomping through the forest should have alerted him. Haku walked over to the boy. This boy made me betray Zabuza, he thought bitterly. He took out a Senbon. To make anyone do that to their precious person, he is a sick and evil person. Killing him would be a favor to the world. Haku took another step closer to Naruto, ready to strike his jugular. Naruto suddenly snored and moved, freezing Haku in place. Did he hear me? But to his relief, Naruto didn't wake up and continued sleeping. Haku saw it. He looked at the Senbon in his hand. What am I doing? Even if this boy is evil, I can't kill someone. He had always used non-lethal methods since he didn't want to experience killing again. Killing his father and the mob were more than enough killing for one life. Haku looked around. He was surprised, but there were tons of herb around here. He could recognize some of them immediately because they were good in healing oils and balms. He began to pick some, just in case Zabuza ever needed them. By the time he was almost done, it was bright outside. He had a huge armful of herbs. He smiled. This was a good haul. You, Haku heard behind him. He spun around to see the blonde ninja awake, with a black blade coming out of his sleeve. Crap, I took too long. Haku smiled at Naruto. Hello. Naruto stayed silent while his entire body tensed, ready to escape into the foliage above so that he could have the advantage. I'm sorry if I disturbed you. I saw you sleeping, but I didn't think you'd want to be woken up, Haku said. Naruto showed a tiny hint of surprise. She knew I was sleeping and didn't attack me, he thought. The amount of herbs in Haku's arms supported this. Slowly, Naruto put away his Kajiken and stood up straight. Why didn't you attack me? He asked. Haku, noticing the slight calm coming over the blonde, was relieved. He wasn't sure what this kid could do, and right now, he didn't want to go into a fight with a mystery. Well, I probably should have since you made me betray one of my precious people, but I'm not a fan of killing, he said. Precious people? Naruto asked. Yes, Zabuza-sama is my precious person, Haku responded. Naruto shook his head. No. I mean, what is a precious person? Haku's eyes widened in surprise. A precious person is someone you're close to, someone you want to protect, Haku explained. Don't you have anybody like that? Naruto snorted. I don't need precious people. For all I know, everyone will betray me one day. So what's the point? Haku thought. So he wasn't trying to be evil by making me betray Zabuza-sama. No, it's worse. He didn't understand he was doing anything wrong. Well then, you'll never be strong then. Naruto glared. I could kick Zabuza's in your asses if I wanted to. Even if you could, you wouldn't be truly strong. Only by having precious people and wanting to protect them can you be truly strong, Haku said. Naruto scoffed. Whatever. Well, you'll see today. Zabuza-sama will attack today. Will you stop me? Haku asked. Naruto thought for a moment. No, you somehow got out of those handcuffs, and I don't have anything to restrain you better than those. Though now that I know you managed to escape, I'll need to keep that in mind and talk to Sensei about letting a girl go so easily. But I'd rather meet you on the battlefield where I can see you than have you escape again and surprise attack me. Haku doveth. Thank you then. I must return to Zabuza-sama now. But before he left, Haku turned around and said, By the way, I am a boy. He jumped away, leaving Naruto to his thoughts. He's right, Kakashi said, coming out from behind a tree. Perverted Cyclops. Kakashi rolled his eyes. Not the gender. Protecting a precious person truly does make you strong. Naruto glared at him. I don't care if one could get some super strength from doing so. I'm just fine on my own, and in actuality, have been worse off by trusting people. I'll find my own strength. Kakashi smiled. Well, you'll see one day for yourself. But right now, we have to go protect Tazuna-san. He'll wake up soon. I doubt Zabuza will attempt to surprise attack since he's going to know that we know he will attack today, but we should be on guard. Naruto started following Kakashi back to the house. Yeah, I know. When the two got back, both Jinin were still sleeping. Naruto said, I think I'll retire to my room for a bit. Are you still tired? Kakashi asked. A little bit. I won't sleep though, Naruto said, yawning already. He walked upstairs and went into his room. He sat down on his bed and began to think. At the moment, all the jutsus he had at his arsenal were made for stealth, escape, interrogation, and basic close combat. There was literally nothing made for the battle up ahead, and if Zabuza attacked them on the bridge, there wouldn't be anywhere to hide. Therefore, he thought it was time to make his own jutsus. How though? He went back in his mindscape. Oi, Dark Me, where are you? Would you mind shutting up for a moment? We're in your mind. You don't need to shout, you idiot, the QB groaned. There was already enough on his mind with what happened earlier. Soon after that, a small area of water in front of Naruto had begun to rise up. It slowly formed Naruto's own shape and form, darkening as it went. Soon, the figure of Dark Naruto had been fully created. Alright, jutsu making. Naruto's eye twitched. You know, it's slightly annoying when you read my mind. I'm not reading your mind. I'm just remembering our thoughts, the figure said. Now, with normal jutsus, I have no fucking idea. The predecessor had studied tons of chakra theory and hand signs, but even though I have those memories, he had started with a higher than normal understanding of the subject when he performed the ritual, so I have no idea what any of the books he read says. But with into jutsus, it depends on the user. The predecessor wanted to be a better shinobi, so he made his jutsus look like normal jutsus with his new hand sign. So what do we want? Naruto mumbled. I don't really want hand signs if we don't need them, considering that night with Sakura. All right, no hand signs. You already mastered the Kajikin without hand signs, so it is possible, he said. I also need more offensive and defensive jutsus. The Kajikin is great for assassinations, but during battles, it's kind of hard to use, Naruto said. Well, we don't have the experience to wield it proficiently. It's just another blade at the moment. Can you help with that? With the predecessor's memories, Naruto asked. Dark Naruto shook his head. Even if I told you and showed you how to use it, you lack the experience. But the predecessor didn't make up this style. I'd say go to the library and check it, but I'd rather we not get spit on and thrown out again. Maybe ask the Hokage. Would he really help? He knows about these jutsus, and Hitaki seemed repulsed by into Wurugi, Naruto pointed out. True, but that's if you want to master that style. He might be your only chance at that. Naruto sighed. Guess I'll have to stick with Kunai and Shuriken for battles then. The dark personality shrugged his shoulders. Maybe the old man might help. Maybe. I wish I knew if he was the type to betray me. As soon as Naruto said that, both looked at each other with open mouths before shouting, That's IT. A jutsu that allows you to see the darkness in people. That would work completely fine, and knowing those darknesses would help manipulate people better, Dark Naruto exclaimed excitedly. URG, Naruto groaned. I'd rather not manipulate people like you did with Sakura, though. Why? You know you love every single ounce of attention you get from the girl now. Yeah, but it's not true attention from her. If you hadn't pulled that, she wouldn't pay attention to us whatsoever. Hee Suyur. Think about it. All the kunoichi your age at your feet. That's a good image, isn't it? Dark Naruto said with a sly smile, knowing full well that the thought would spark that image in Naruto's head. The dark personality burst out laughing when Naruto turned red and had to cover his nose as blood shot out. Fine. Nothing like that. What about manipulating people so that they at least consider you to be a decent human being? Nah. I feel like having people who used to beat me and insult me suddenly treat me normal would give me a stomachache. Dark Naruto sighed. You know, if I didn't intervene, you'd never get laid. Hey, it's true. You're too nice, even when we have integrated. But all right, let's go back to our topic. How can we make us know what the darkness in other people are? I don't know how adding chakra to our eyes would work in doing so, even if it is dark chakra. And connecting with their shadows to get a more direct connection wouldn't be the best since we need this to be covert. They both thought. For a long time. I mean, a really long time. But in the end, they both started screaming, steam coming out of their ears. They didn't know anything about how any jujitsu worked. They just learned about the Sharingan and the Byakugan in class and what they could do. I thought I told you shut the fuck up. Can't a fox get some silence around here? Back when Naruto barely thought for himself, it was paradise, the QB roared, gaining a couple glares. What the hell are you two doing anyways? Well, technically, there's only one of us. Since we're the SA dash, a glare from the QB, shut him up. Fine, fine. We're two people here. We're trying to figure out how to make a jujitsu from scratch, basically, Naruto explained. The QB snickered. Good luck. I've been around for a long time, and I know for a fact that the Sharingan and the Byakugan that you Konoha shinobi fawn overstarted from heavenly and demonic gifts, essentially. You can't just make one from scratch. Demon? Wouldn't you be able to help us then? Naruto asked. Fool, you humans keep calling me a demon, but I am a bijou, a tailed beast. I am made of pure chakra, which, as you remember a couple days ago, is a mixture of physical and spiritual energies. Demons are pure spiritual energies, so no, I am not a demon. Damn it, I thought we had an answer there, Naruto said. The other Naruto spoke up. Well, the creator of the style was a demon. Would it help any? Both Naruto's eyes and the QB's eyes widened at this new information. A demon created this? He nodded. That's what the Kajigan ritual is for. It's a demon summoning ritual that summons that particular demon. He gives you the ability to use dark chakra and makes your dark side, me, sentient. Both listeners' jaws were on the ground. I summoned a demon. Well, that works out then. Kid, if your dark chakra isn't naturally from you, it might have hints of that demon in it. Use that dark chakra and focus it in your eyes. The two Narutos high-fived. This is awesome. We can develop another jutsu, then, since all that requires is chakra. Another one? Well, what about something defensive? At least for offensive, I have a few jutsus like Kajiken and Tsukikasu. But if I get into a sticky situation where I can't hide, I would like it if I could at least survive long enough to get an opportunity to escape. If I may interject, the two Narutos look at the beast. Since your survival means my survival, there was one jutsu I saw that may interest you. It was used by Jiraiya. He made his hair elongate and cover his body while somehow making it into a weapon by sharpening it. It hurt like hell when I tried to step on him. The two Narutos took this into consideration and sat down to think. After a little while, both of them perked up. I got it, I got it, they both shouted. They looked at the QB and told them their idea. The QB deadpanned. You do realize that what you will do will create enough attention that might possibly attract people who weren't even going to be in your fight in the first place, right? That's why it is such a great distraction and defense. That's why it is such a great distraction and defense, they both exclaimed. The QB sighed. What was the hell was wrong with his host? Naruto opened his eyes and was surprised at how bright it was. Realizing what it meant, he cursed internally and looked outside the window. Sure enough, it was way past dawn, almost noon, he would say. He was about to call out for Kakashi, but he heard loud voices downstairs. Curious but cautious, he snuck down and saw two men, one holding Inari by his hair. Inari was kicking and thrashing, but he couldn't do any damage to the one holding him. Tsunami yelled, "Please let my son go." The man on the left, not holding Inari, smirked. Sorry, boss's orders. We have to capture both of you alive. The other man held up a knife to Inari's neck, making him docile. However, he didn't say anything about having you unharmed. Tsunami froze as the blade lightly grazed Inari's neck, not enough to draw blood, but it was enough to get the point across. Inari was sobbing at this point. "I might take us to Gato," she said. Both of them shared an evil smile. "Well, you see, the boss won't need you for a little while, so for now." The man on the right advanced toward Tsunami. "Shit, I'm gonna have to be quick about this," thought Naruto. Wait, this might be heading in an interesting direction," Dark Naruto said. "You can't be serious. I mean, even as a mother, Tsunami looks absolutely beautiful. You could save her Jewist a little late, right?" The man grabbed Tsunami's shoulders. "Don't worry. As long as you don't do anything stupid, we won't kill you or your son. We need you for bargaining chips for that bridge builder after all." "Ah, damn it, / damn it," the two Narutos thought. "We have no choice. Now the client's life is on the line. No more arguing. Damn it, I really was hoping for something." The man began to look at Tsunami lecherously. Tsunami could only look away. "Inari, close your eyes." "Mom, get your hands off her," Inari shouted. "Inari, do as I say," Tsunami shouted. Inari was about to shout again as the man began his advances, but he heard behind him, "You really should do what your mother says. It's about to get rated R." Inari recognized it as Naruto's voice right before a spurt of blood shot over his head. Naruto slid the Kajiken from the man's throat, letting the man crumple onto the ground. Inari escaped his grasps before he collapsed. The other man, noticing his partner's death, stopped what he was doing and turned around. He reached for a weapon, but Naruto was too quick for him. Into Sesshiru, performing the hand signs, his shadow raced along the ground to meet the man's shadow. Into Tsukisasu, the shadows leapt up from the floor and impaled the man. Blades of shadow pierced his legs, arms, stomach, and upper torso. It was a brutal death to watch, but it was quick. Naruto released the jutsu and looked at the two. "Are you alright?" The two nodded. Naruto helped Inari up, who still looked horrified at the deaths. He looked at Tsunami. "Where did my team go?" They went to the bridge with F-Father," stuttered Tsunami, still horrified like her son, but also relieved that they were safe. Naruto nodded and summoned 2 Kage Bunshins. "They'll protect you while I go help my team out." When he saw their answer, he left as quickly as he could to the bridge. As he ran out, his dark self decided to speak up. "You know, using those jutsu so you could have fun with Tsunami while Kakashi takes care of things here." Naruto groaned. "Seriously? What's the matter with you? Why is every single thing about sex? We're fucking teenagers, and you lack a sense of morality. It's not too hard to figure out." Naruto reached the forest and jumped into the trees. "You know that I'm not going to listen to you when you say those things, so would you mind not bringing those things up?" All he heard was a sigh before he got an agreement. Naruto rolled his eyes. I mean, just because he was a teenager couldn't mean he would be that obsessed with sex, right? Right? Sasuke grunted as a sunbon hit his right arm. He didn't know how Haku had escaped, but he was pissed off at the person who let this happen. Surrounding him were crystal ice mirrors in a dome shape. Haku was able to enter the mirrors, which he couldn't break or melt, and not only create illusions of himself in the other mirrors, but move so fast Sasuke couldn't even hit him outside. When his Sharingan activated, he was able to see Haku, but the most he was able to do was singe the bastard's clothing. Haku moved too fast for any of his attacks to hit him, even though he knew where Haku would be. He had one idea, but it would cost an incredible amount of chakra, so if he failed, he wouldn't be able to put up much of a fight. His Sharingan tracked Haku go into the top mirror. After dodging the Senbon, he performed some hand signs. Katan, Hibashiri. He breathed out streams of fire that lined the bottom and middle rows of mirrors. When Haku left the mirrors again, he dodged the attack and used the Katan, Hibashiri Jutsu again, lining the top mirror with flames. He smirked. Now, there was no way to get back to the mirrors without burning oneself. "Not bad," Haku said, "but I can tell that you're losing a lot of chakra trying to hold that up." He blocked a kunai strike from Sasuke with a Senbon. I have enough chakra to defeat you, Sasuke said, trying to kick Haku, missing when he jumped away. He charged Haku, blocking any attack, trying to get close so that he couldn't perform any jutsu. Haku made some one-handed signs and shouted, Hijitsu, Sensatsu, Susho. Needles formed from the water around them and again surrounded the two. He jumped to the top in order to not get hit by his own attack. But Sasuke, thanks to his experience with that jutsu and his Sharingan, saw this coming. He quickly performed some hand signs and looked upward. Gaton, Gokakyu no Jutsu. A huge fireball erupted from his mouth and raced towards Haku. Sasuke smirked. He finally got the Hunter Nin. However, Haku performed some hand signs quickly. Suiton Mizutama, water style, aqua bullet. The excess water on the ground formed into a ball of water and moved between him and the fireball. The fireball consumed the water, since it was a more powerful jutsu, but it gave Haku time to escape. I seriously doubt you can keep this up, but you're proving to be somewhat of a danger. I cannot risk my victory, Haku said. He performed some hand signs and shouted, Suiton, Suryuden no Jutsu. From the water under the bridge, a dragon made of water burst out and hit the dome of ice. The water extinguished the fires, and while Sasuke was slammed against an ice mirror, Haku, using chakra to stay put, jumped back into a mirror above when the torrent was gone. Sasuke laid against the mirror. He had no more chakra and no more options. His Sharingan was off. He couldn't even go for basic taijutsu at this point. He was going to die here. He gritted his teeth in frustration. He didn't even get close to getting the power he needed to avenge his family. Was he going to let Itachi go so easily? Haku quickly moved to the mirror that was at the far right from Sasuke. He had the perfect angle for his target. He threw two Senbon that were aimed at his neck. The battle was over. Into Seshuru. A shadow raced in from outside under the mirrors and connected with Sasuke's. Into Tsukisasu. Blades of darkness rose from Sasuke's shadow, but they were farther than they usually were. Instead of impaling Sasuke, they created a barrier of blades, blocking the Senbon. Suddenly, a form was between Haku and Sasuke. Sasuke looked up in surprise to see his teammate. Naruto, he said with wide eyes before returning to his exhausted expression. You're late. Naruto looked at Sasuke, noticing the injuries. Team, you know that being hit only works strategically if they're close range, right? Sasuke glared at Naruto, who turned back around. In actuality, he was relieved. He had been funneling his chakra to his eyes as soon as he saw the bridge. There wasn't too big of a change at first, until he got close. He started to see groups of words floating from afar. They were moving around at high speeds, except two of them. The two that were stationary had calmer words floating around. When he saw the words, if my students die, I'll fail everyone. I will fail the village, the Hokage, their parents, and especially Obito. He realized that those must have been the dark thoughts of Kakashi. Whoever this Obito person was must have been someone he had failed before, because most of the words were gray or grayish-black, but Obito's name was pure black. It must have symbolized the darkness in his thoughts. That was his only conclusion. So imagine his worry and fear when he saw Sasuke's thoughts. He had almost not made it in time. A second later, and Sasuke would have been. Naruto's eyes widened. He was looking at Haku. Now that he was close, he could see that the words were circling the person. Think the anime adaptation of Ominiko no Nakukoro and I, but that wasn't what caught his attention. It was what Haku was thinking. Naruto grinned and got into a battle-ready stance. Haku immediately began flashing through his hand signs for Hijitsu, Sensatsu Susho, but Naruto rushed towards the mirror with Haku in it. Haku sumirket. There was no way Naruto could break the mirror in time. Even when he saw the black blade come out from his sleeve, Haku kept up his confident disposition. Of course, when he felt the pain, he stopped making signs. He looked down. The blade didn't crack the mirror. It didn't break it. As if it was light, it was just simply going through the mirror. And yet, it managed to stab Haku in the arm. As soon as the blade was removed from the mirror, Haku jumped to one of the higher mirrors, clutching his wounded arm. He began his maneuver again, jumping from one mirror to the next at high speeds, throwing Senbon from every single mirror. But it was ineffective. As soon as Haku got to a higher vantage point, Naruto had grabbed Sasuke and created the barrier of blades with Into Hisasu. What the hell? How is he appearing in all those mirrors? Jinjutsu, Naruto muttered to himself. Sasuke heard him. No, Dobe. She's just moving fast. If I had my Sharingan, I could see her, but I'm out of chakra. Sasuke, don't look at me funny, but Haku is a guy. I heard it from his own mouth. Sasuke groaned. Guy, girl, does it really matter right now? Well, if she was a girl, Dark Naruto started. But Naruto immediately shouted, shut up, and began to think. He noticed that he had a slight headache, but put it off as not getting enough sleep. Do you have a plan? Sasuke asked, trying to get up. Well, I could try my new jutsu, but I wouldn't be able to protect you while using it. It requires too much focus since I haven't even tried it, Naruto answered. If you haven't even tried it, how would you know? Sasuke asked, eyes filled with curiosity and jealousy that Naruto got a jutsu that required that much concentration. Naruto ignored the question, pissing off the Uchiha, but he let it slide. Sasuke asked again, do you have a plan at all? Naruto shook his head. His headache was getting worse. Oi, you can't keep up this barrier for long. It's not like the Kajiken. This has a complex structure, and the repeated battering is not helping. The mental strain is going to keep building. Shit, how long until it breaks? It should be for another minute or so. Got it. I'll think of something before then. Well, hurry up. You might have less if dash. The sounds of the metal hitting Naruto's barrier stopped, but were replaced with Suetun, Suryuden no Jutsu. If he tries something like that. The water dragon smashed into the barrier. The headache was so strong that Naruto clutched his head and began to scream. All jutsus were released, including his new Idojitsu. The darkness surrounding them faded back into the shadows, leaving the two exposed. Haku, seeing the opportunity, threw tens of Senbons at Naruto. He had to get him out of the way first if he wanted to stand a chance. Naruto, through the pain, saw the Senbon coming, but any thought to summon an into jutsu just added to the pain. He shut his eyes for the oncoming wall of needles. He heard the needles hit flesh, but he didn't feel any force or pain. He opened his eyes to see Sasuke in front of him with even more needles than before. Naruto was speechless. Sasuke turned around and smirked. What's with that look? He said weakly. Why? Sasuke began to laugh lightly, obviously in pain as he shuddered afterwards. Naruto stood up and glared. I asked you, why? Why did you protect me? Sasuke shook his head. I don't know. My body moved by itself, and before I realized it, I was taking the hit for you. Naruto's headache finally calmed down enough to activate his into Jujutsu. Sending chakra to his eyes, he saw the words around Sasuke, and his eyes widened to see that they had not changed. Sasuke still wanted to live and avenge his family, and yet he risked his life for him. Naruto knew how strong the darkness was in people. It consumed them, and even lead them to acts like beating an orphan child for something he wasn't responsible for. So why? Why would Sasuke do this? Even Dark Naruto was up in arms. He was freaking out, saying things like Sasuke must have tricked the system or that the jutsu had failed. Naruto, Sasuke whispered, bringing Naruto back outside of his thoughts. I spent all my life trying to get power, trying to achieve my goal. I was even going to use you as my rival. Naruto wasn't too astonished at this. He knew Sasuke had other plans behind his acts of friendship. They always did, but it doesn't seem like I'll be able to. Sasuke now fully turned around to face Naruto. So, please, Naruto, from your teammate, please avenge my family. Kill Itachi. When he finished, he collapsed. Haku watched the entire monologue, and when Naruto began to shake Sasuke and start screaming why he saved him, Haku couldn't help himself. He walked out of the mirror and spoke. It was probably because somewhere deep inside, your teammate saw you as one of his precious people. That had stopped Naruto. He looked up at Haku with a glare. That shit again. Call it whatever you want, but as you can see, as he motioned to Sasuke's body, it's always in effect. He shouldn't have had any chakra, and yet he moved as fast as I did to save you. When Naruto didn't say anything, Haku opened his mouth to speak again, but was interrupted by said person. I know. I can see it. Sasuke isn't dead. You refuse to kill people unless your fucking precious person tells you to, Naruto said. Haku's eyes widened. He was about to jump back into a mirror to get ready, but Naruto kept on talking. I know that. Your dark thoughts show me that you hate killing. Your father, your mother, I can see them in your thoughts. Haku was stunned beyond belief. He hadn't told Naruto about his past on how his mother was murdered by his father due to the hatred of bloodlines in Kirigakure, and how he had killed his father in self-defense for having a bloodline. Naruto continued, I know all that. Sasuke isn't dead. He can achieve his goal. He looked up, showing red demonic eyes to Haku, who froze in fear. And yet, why the fuck is this pissing me off? He roared, red chakra leaking from his system. The sight of the red chakra and the burning feeling in the air snapped Haku out of his fear. He jumped back in the mirror behind him, and he began to speed through all the mirrors. Naruto yelled at the top of his lungs, if you think your speed will save you, think again. The chakra exploded, taking up the space in the dome. It began to change color, getting a blacker tint to it, making it look rusty. Every time Haku went out of the mirror, it felt like he was flying through acid. And every time he threw a Senbon, the chakra would just push the metal object out of the way. This is impossible. Chakra can't be seen normally, and it definitely can't move objects like this. What is this chakra? Haku thought. Fear began to seize his heart again. I'm going to die. This will be my end. Naruto looked up at the mirrors and shouted, You got that right. You're not leaving this place alive. Haku was now afraid and confused. It was as if Naruto had heard her last thoughts. But before she got a chance to do anything, Naruto crouched down, his shadow running up his pants and up his back and chest, covering him in darkness. When his entire back was covered, he flexed his entire body outwards in a star position, shouting, into Tate Token, shadow style, shield and sword. Blades of shadows appeared all over, and they shot out like spears. Each mirror was hit. Haku, seeing the range of the attack, jumped out of the dome through the back of the mirror at the last moment before he was skewed. The entire dome was filled with darkness. Haku was about to ready another jutsus, but as soon as he got his hands up, the mirrors began to crack from the force. Eventually, the mirror shattered, but instead of going outwards like it was originally going, the shadows returned to show Naruto. His entire body was covered in shadows. His face was covered as well. So the only things you could see that would identify a human under that darkness was his hair shape, since the shadows covered that, his eyes, which didn't even look human, but more like a demon, and his mouth, which had canines sharpened like some animal. To add to the nightmare factor, barely visible images of tormented faces would phase in and out wherever there were shadows on him. Haku threw some Senbon. It simply bounced off as if it was armor. Haku remembered that a heavy jutsu like Suiton, Tsuruta no Jutsu, had broken the barrier before. But before he could even start the hand signs, Naruto sped off in his direction. Haku had no time to react as Naruto made blades cover his fist and smashed them into his mask. The mask had protected him from the blades, but the force of the impact sent him flying. He landed on his feet, only to hear a chirping sound. Meanwhile, in the other battle, both Kakashi and Zabuza noticed the new chakra enter in and clash with Sasuke. They ignored it and continued their battle, but they were forced to pay attention when a burning chakra that imbued them with fear ripped across the bridge. This is the Kyuubi's chakra. But no, this is also Naruto's. It feels darker. Even I feel afraid of him right now. What's going on? Kakashi thought. He spoke in the direction of Zabuza in the mist. Let's wrap this up. Unfortunately for you, I have a busy schedule. He took out a scroll, and after wiping blood from his wounds on the scroll, he summoned his ninja dogs. Following the scent of Kakashi's blood on Zabuza's blade, the dogs quickly incapacitate him. The mist fades, showing Zabuza covered in dogs ripping into his flesh. Kakashi quickly performed the hand signs of his original jutsu. Raikiri, lightning chakra, flared up in one of his hands, forcing him to hold his wrist with the other. Zabuza saw the jutsu. Shit, a jutsu that allows chakra to be seen? It has to be at least B rank. This isn't good. He tried his best to get out of his situation, but the dogs had him good. At the same time, Haku, seeing the mist fade, saw Zabuza about to be killed. No, he shouted. He made an ice mirror to teleport to Zabuza right away. But before he could even take a step in it, Naruto moved faster than Haku and grabbed his arm. Pulling Haku towards him, he wrapped his arms around him, preventing him from moving. Haku struggled to save Zabuza, but Naruto's grip was like iron. Haku turned around to plead to Naruto to be let go, but all he saw was a grinning, red-eyed monstrosity. Into Naruto started. Haku's eyes widened as he realized Naruto was about to perform a jutsu, but without a way to escape, it was futile. Naruto said the last words slowly. Tsukisasa blades of shadows erupted from Naruto, not only immediately killing Haku, but impaling every single area of his body, including his face. When the blades retracted, if it wasn't for the clothing, no one would have been able to identify Haku. And again, at the same time, Kakashi's Raikiri hit its mark. Zabuza died quickly as his heart was obliterated. After which, everyone but Sasuke heard clapping. Looking over, Gato stood there with an army of bandits there. He laughed. For all your bragging and costs, you were useless after all, Zabuza. Some demon in the mist, Gato said, still laughing. Of course, Zabuza couldn't answer. Well, ninja, I thank you for getting rid of that annoyance for me. However, you must die. I bought these bandits using the payment I was going to give to Zabuza. Unfortunately for you, this is your last day alive, Gato said, smirking. Kakashi pulled away from Zabuza's corpse. He reached for his pouch for a soldier pill and ate it without anyone seeing him pull his mask down. He should have enough chakra to sustain him for this last fight. So, you're the reason Haku and Zabuza attacked us. Everyone looked behind Kakashi and saw the nightmare that was Naruto walk up, still laughing, still covered in blood. If you didn't exist, I wouldn't have had to kill Haku or feel this rage. Hee, I see. Naruto disappeared, only to reappear in front of Gato. He grabbed his neck and lifted the short man up before anyone realized he moved. Gato took one look at Naruto's eyes and wet himself. The bandits around him froze with fear. Naruto stopped laughing and glared at Gato, who somehow felt even more fear than before. Your life is mine, Naruto said before letting the blades form in his hand and slice up Gato's neck. He dropped Gato's body on the bridge floor. He looked at the bandits, who inched away. He turned around to face Kakashi, who had tensed up for a fight, and then he looked at Sakura and Tazuna. Sakura had felt the chakra and worried the entire time for her teammates. When Naruto came out, she was afraid, but she was relieved at the same time, especially when he attacked Gato. When he looked at her, she smiled and was about to shout his name. But she was interrupted. Naruto grinned and said something that brought the fear back full force. He stared at everyone before uttering, "Who's next?" The Hokage was reading a scroll he had in his hidden library. All Hokages have contributed to this library, whether it was their own jutsus or notes they had acquired. The notes he was currently reading were neither. They were details he made by accumulating all the observations of a certain style that the ANBU he had with him at the time, and Orochimaru's old notes had, the into style. What worried him was, of course, Naruto. Unfortunately, since there was only one person that used this style, there wasn't enough data to go by in order to understand it all. All he knew was that the Kajigen Jutsu was dangerous. It led to the downfall of the old genin that used it to surpass his peers by consuming him. If Naruto used it, it could turn out worse for him. The first user was consumed by jealousy and shame. Naruto, however, had a horrible childhood. If he used it, who knows what kind of destruction he could cause on his teammates, innocents, and himself. Sarutobi sighed. Honestly, if this village was destroyed by Naruto, he wouldn't know what to think. The villagers, especially the civilian council, were all fools. The ninja clans and council were a mixed bunch. He really wouldn't mind too much if Naruto wiped the village of all its blemishes, but he was Hokage. He had the duty to protect this village, no matter what they do. If Naruto did do the ritual and tried to destroy Konoha, he would have to stop him. He took out his pipe and began to puff on it. The last line of his notes always bothered him. It was the first user's last words. It was the hint he needed to know that the power wasn't worth it. He looked down at that line again as he breathed out a white cloud. Please help me, please. I don't want to kill anymore. Within Naruto's mind, an odd spectacle was occurring. The Kyuubi's mouth was agape. Rows of shiny white teeth be seen, but no one paid attention to the death trap behind the cage. In the corner of the room, Dark Naruto was holding his head, facing away from the center of the room, muttering and whining to himself. I hate it when I'm right. I hate it when I'm right. I hate it when I'm right. The focus of the two was, of course, Naruto. When he had activated the jutsu, he was drawing the Kyuubi's chakra at the time. The Kyuubi was giddy since the seal started to weaken, and Dark Naruto stood there proud as Naruto's anger and desire to attack Haku showed his darker nature. It was one step closer to being his true self. However, the moment he activated the jutsu, both members of the room felt something change. For one, Naruto reappeared within his mindscape, but he appeared to be unconscious yet standing. When Dark Naruto reached out to contact him, Naruto began to laugh hysterically. He looked up at the two, surprising both of them as black veins began to spread from his eyes. When they reached his clothing, instead of following his skin, it went over, making pathways along his outfit. And finally, once it reached the water, a circle with a radius of couple meters around Naruto turned black. The air in the circle turned misty with a dark cloud. The entire scene was terrifying and surprising. So when the rage and hatred began to ooze out through the dark chakra, the pressure was enough to drive Dark Naruto crazy and Kyuubi to overwhelming bewilderment. After a minute of being frozen in this state, the Kyuubi finally snapped out of it and angrily roared at Dark Naruto, "What is going on here?" Dark Naruto didn't look up from his corner, but the Kyuubi could hear his mutterings. I was right. I was so right. I don't know which theory it was, but I was right. The Kyuubi growled, "Foolish boy, tell me what you know." Theories. My theories. Why didn't take over? This should have been in my predictions. Or, at least, I should have known there was some danger. Dark Naruto began to sob in fear. When he said theories, the Kyuubi could remember him talking about how either because of him or because of Naruto's own dark emotions, only a part of it was able to become sentient into Dark Naruto. He began to think. That jutsu was supposed to engulf Naruto in dark chakra, much like how his chakra does. It protects and harms, hence the name shield and sword. Yet, like his chakra, Naruto's behavior began to be influenced by hatred and anger. So either his chakra had messed up the jutsu by enhancing Naruto's emotions, or Naruto's own dark emotions that he had repressed and ignored before meeting Dark Naruto were so strong that any jutsu that required this much dark chakra would make them come out and cause him to go berserk. And there was an easy way to test this. Naruto had just punched Haku, sending him flying. The Kyuubi retracted his chakra from Naruto and used Naruto's senses and Dark Naruto's behavior to see if anything changed. Change they did. He became more violent. He decimated Haku, shredding him to bits by impaling him. And even after the object of his rage was finished, Naruto was filled with another emotion, joy. But this joy was not like what he usually felt when he succeeded in performing a jutsu or defeating an enemy. This was a bloodthirsty joy, needing more death and gore to fuel it. The QB's jaw was again on the floor. My chakra was somehow abating his anger, he thought. He looked back at Dark Naruto, who was crying hysterically now as the chakra emanating from Naruto became heavier. Boy, still unresponsive, yet mumbling through his tears, the fox could hear him propose another theory, although it was more of him complaining against the beast. Why? Why did you take your chakra away? Your chakra was being used in that jutsu. Part of the emotions came from you, and now only Naruto's feelings are left. You're going to damn us. Are you saying that this boy's hatred and rage exceeds mine? The QB shouted, showing off his great anger. But he felt it. His rage should have filled the room as his chakra flared, but it was pushed back by Naruto in the center. Impossible. I have lived centuries while this boy has lived not even 2 decades. How? It's like that Shihi Haku person said, when you have precious people, you gain true strength. Dark Naruto managed to say before crumbling again. The QB was thunderstruck. The boy managed to create more hatred and rage just because someone he cared about was hurt. Naruto did ignore the relations between him and Sasuke due to his trust issues, but he knew that Naruto at the very least cared for him as a teammate. He glared at the seal on his cage. Your son is going berserk, Yondaime. You managed to seal me and protect the village, and yet your will of fire that you proudly parade in Konoha has caused Naruto more pain than anything he has faced. Even though you thought up of everything for my seal, you failed to predict this? The seal remained quiet, but the QB didn't stop yelling. He wasn't afraid that Naruto would be consumed in hatred and anger. Honestly, that was best case scenario, but the blonde kid was making a big scene. Someone would notice, and someone would determine he is too dangerous to live. He roared at the seal, "You useless human." Outside Naruto's mind, and in the real world, everyone was backing away from Naruto besides Kakashi and Sasuke, for obvious reasons. Kakashi was dumbstruck. Is this the QB's handiwork? He had felt the chakra before, although a lot more fear-inducing than he remembered, but now he could only feel Naruto's chakra. He took a look back to see Haku's mangled body. The poor boy, he thought. He turned back around to see Naruto eyeing the mass of bandits on the other side of the bridge. He could tell that Naruto would most likely kill the bandits, and if circumstances were different, he would probably be doing the same thing. However, the bandits have given up. They may be pointing their weapons at Naruto, but Kakashi could see the fear and defeat in their faces. They wouldn't be harming anyone right now. Therefore, they were now innocents that had to be protected. Even if they were bandits that would kill once the threat was gone, Kakashi couldn't let one of his students go on an unwarranted massacre. Sorry, Naruto. I hope the QB can heal you after this. He charged Naruto, kunai in hand. Naruto was too busy with his next prey to notice him. Once he got in range, Kakashi swung at Naruto's shoulder, hoping the shock would snap him out of whatever this was. Unfortunately, his hopes were dashed as his weapon hit the dark chakra surrounding Naruto and was stopped. Should I try to go with taijutsu to see if blunt force can reach him? Unfortunately for the Jounin, the kunai began to melt as it came in contact with Naruto. Realizing that a single hit from Naruto could be a lot more dangerous than he thought, he jumped away and got ready for a counterattack. Naruto, however, was still focused on the men. He began to walk towards them, the chakra around his arm forming into a long blade that reached the floor when his arm was by his side. Kakashi was running out of time. He began to perform hand signs and rush Naruto again. The dark chakra was protective and somehow melted metal. He had one jutsu that not only managed to pierce the strongest of defenses, but had sliced something that he suspected was much hotter and dangerous than the chakra. Raikiri. If he could cut through lightning, he should be able to cut through this armor. Going at speeds only a few Jounin could manage, he reached Naruto within a second and hit him with the full force of his jutsu. It worked. It went through and speared Naruto's shoulder. He roared in pain, stumbling away from Kakashi. He turned around to see his offender and charged him. but Kakashi was too fast for him. Was that hit not enough? What is this jutsu? Before he could create another Raikiri, he was surprised to see Naruto just fall over. The dark chakra dissipated, leaving Naruto behind. His shoulder was still bleeding heavily. Or maybe not. The QB might have realized it was too big of a risk to continue that technique. But after one look at Naruto's shoulder, he realized something and mentally face-bombed himself for not realizing it sooner. If it was the QB in control, why was Naruto's shoulder still missing a chunk? Maybe this was one of the advanced into techniques the Hokage warned him about. When Naruto's shoulder began to heal rapidly, he realized that he was right on both fronts. Although the fox wasn't behind the jutsu, it did want Naruto to stop, so whatever this was must have been an into jutsu. Naruto began stirring. Ugh, Hitaki? What happened? Are you alright, Naruto? Kakashi asked, dodging the question. Until he knew what it was, it didn't think it would be wise to tell him anything just yet. Naruto nodded. Mostly, my shoulder is sore, and I feel like I was pumped full of adrenaline. I don't feel too good. Before Kakashi could come up with a reason or divert Naruto's attention, they heard a female scream. Both of them recognized it. Sakura, they both exclaimed, looking toward her direction. Some of the bandits had a dagger up to her neck, while others were holding Tizuna down. The bandit holding Sakura hostage stuttered, "Don't move. If you move from there, I'll cut her neck." Shit. Oi, dark me. Could I use into Warugi from here without connecting to their shadows or getting close range? There was a small silence which both worried and relieved Naruto. But he heard a response. And no, unless you get close, it won't work. Naruto didn't understand why he heard fear in his voice, but he had other matters to attend to. Maybe I should use into Tate token. No, no, he heard his dark self and the QB scream. Well, why not? Naruto questioned. Katan, Hibashiri, a trail of fire, traveled from the left. It missed everyone completely, but it got the bandits' attention, including the one holding Sakura. Kakashi didn't let the opportunity go to waste. Going through an array of hand signs, he exclaimed, Suetun, Daibakufu no Jutsu. Water style, Great Waterfall Jutsu. Using Zabuza's jutsu he copied during the fight on the lake's coast, a giant vortex of water raised from the water under the bridge, crashing on the group. Most of the damage was done to the bandits behind the hostage holder, but the water still was enough to topple him over. When the water receded, Naruto ran to grab Sakura. When the bandits saw him, they froze and started screaming. The odd reaction stopped Naruto. The bandits were terrified of him. Please, just take her and let us go, one bandit pleaded. Oh God, I didn't sign up to kill a monster. Another one started screaming crazily. Fuck you, demon. I'll kill myself if you take another step, a third yelled. Kakashi moved past the stunned Naruto and picked up Sakura. Naruto, he said. Naruto looked at his sensei. Hitaki, what is going on? We're leaving, he said, moving over to the now awake Sasuke. Using that jutsu drained him of whatever chakra he had recovered in his downtime. Kakashi picked him up over his shoulder while holding Sakura under his arm. Naruto took one look at the bandits, who began to flee in any way possible, including jumping off the bridge, before following after Kakashi. A few days later, they were on their way back to Konoha. Sasuke was brought up to date about what had happened, although details about Naruto going berserk were kept from him. Sakura, although terrified of Nightmare Naruto, as Kakashi and her were calling it, still stuck around him. She'd flinch if he ever raised his voice. Naruto, however, was frustrated the entire time. No one would tell him anything about what had happened. Sakura was apparently told not to tell Naruto anything, and whenever he asked Kakashi, he would change the subject and either give him more training, which was redundant, or find a way to escape. The entire Wave Country gave him a big send-off as well. Inari was bawling since the only guy he looked up to ever since his father died was leaving. Naruto, not used to the attention, awkwardly tried to cheer him up by promising he'd be back one day. It worked. As they waked the path back, he heard a voice. Kit, we need to talk. He was suddenly pulled into his mindscape and faced the caged Bijou. Oh, so now you want to talk. You couldn't answer any of my questions the past few days, why? Neither you or your mind were in the right place. Once you are back in Konoha, it should be safer for you, so telling you now is the best time. Naruto stopped his scowling and got serious. All right, what happened? And where did Darkme go? He's hiding from you until we see how you handle the truth. The QB answered, only giving the blonde more questions, but before he could ask any of them, the fox interrupted him. Let me tell you what happened, and you'll understand. Naruto took a little bit of time to calm himself to the point where he would listen and nodded. The QB began, that new jutsu you made, Kit, you went berserk. You slaughtered that Haku boy, would have killed all of the bandits, and possibly and most likely would have attacked your team. At this, Naruto's eyes widened. What do you mean? It is just a defensive and offensive jutsu. The fox shook his head. That isn't the problem. I was going through some of the memories that your dark self brought through that ritual. Have a look at one of them. Naruto felt himself being dragged into another mind. A man was taunting him, calling him a 30-year-old genin. He realized that this was his predecessor's memories. I won't be a genin for long. Into Seshuru. Into Tsukisasu. The shadow raced along the floor and connected with the man's shadow. Naruto shrugged. I don't understand why you're showing me this. Keep watching, he heard. When his predecessor completed his second jutsu, 3 shadow blades appeared from the man's shadow and pierced him with precision. The memory ended with him laughing with glee. Naruto was back in his mindscape. The QB asked, do you see the difference between when your predecessor uses that jutsu and when you do? I mean, not really. There were fewer blades and they seemed to hit a certain target, but dash. Exactly, his voice thundered. He stared at Naruto intensely. Because you are a Jinchuriki or someone who has a Bijou sealed in them, you have a lot more chakra than him, meaning less control. Because of that, you have much more of this dark chakra that the demonic ritual gave you. It doesn't seem like it is an issue when dormant, but when you use high amounts of it, like with your new jutsu, it overtakes you, letting all your dark emotions out and force them to keep running. You slaughtered everyone out of pure joy because you were satiating some small part of those feelings. Naruto was taken aback. He was always surprising others, so to feel surprise himself was different. That, he said, trying to get the right words. He's not lying, a voice said behind him. Naruto turned around to see his dark self, cowering behind the entrance to the room. Why you were exuding so much D-Dark chakra that it almost overwhelmed me. I kind of lost it. Overwhelm. Isn't that what you were supposed to do? Naruto joked. His dark self got angry. This isn't funny. If you use that jutsu again, I don't know what will happen. Good thing Hitaki was able to break the jutsu's defense and hurt you so that we had an opening. The loss of physical energy was enough to lower your chakra levels to the point where you wouldn't go crazy. I dragged you out of it after that. Naruto really didn't know what to say. He knew that this power had a price, but when he integrated with his dark self, he thought it was over. Maybe the QB had a hand in it. Yeah, maybe his chakra was making it worse. He turned around and grinned nervously as he tried to joke. I mean, you're angry all the time like a grumpy old man. The other two weren't amused. Kit, I stopped my flow of chakra halfway through your rampage. When I did, it got even worse. He stood up to show his towering form, even though most of it was obscured by the cage. You have a lot of repressed anger and hate, but none of it compares to mine. But when Sasuke got hurt, your anger and hatred exceeded mine. He stared into Naruto's eyes. Do you understand? You reached levels of power through emotion that took centuries for me to build up. Naruto laughed weakly. Small? Sasuke? Why would I get angry if he died? He's just an arrogant teammate. Nothing special. When the two didn't budge, Naruto just collapsed. He didn't know how, but he did consider Sasuke important. Maybe not friend level, but losing him was not an option. He didn't know what to say or do, so he just sat there. Why did I get angry when Sasuke seemingly died? I know he wasn't dead. I could read Haku's dark thoughts. Because, although you've tried to deny this, you do care about Sasuke. As Haku said, he is one of your precious people. After all, he's the only one that actually tries to get close to you. Unfortunately, your starved little mind desired any type of attention, even though you believed to have beaten your loneliness through fear of trusting people. When he got hurt, you gained a strength similar to your Yondaime Hokage when I attacked Konoha. The same will and inner strength was there, what your village calls the will of fire. The QB paused to see if Naruto understood or not, and it seemed like he did. So he decided to wrap it up. It was there, but in him, it created light. He had a desire to protect those he cared about. In you, it created darkness. You desired to kill everyone who was a threat to you. And once your hatred and anger reached a point, you had gone so far that killing anybody who might attack you was bringing you joy. Anything to help you vent was in your path. I almost killed Sasuke, Sakura, Hatake because I care about them, Naruto whispered. We can't use that jutsu again, or any jutsu that requires that much chakra. We'll end up doing more horrible things if we do, Dark Naruto said quietly. What? Naruto looked up. QB and Dark Naruto could see the desperation in his eyes. Can I use a little bit of my own chakra to balance things out? He finally got a power that could protect him, that could keep him hidden. But now it was a curse. Dark Naruto shook his head. I mean, technically, you're using your own chakra. If the demon that was here didn't keep infusing his spiritual energy in you every time you think of using it in a jutsu, it would just be normal chakra. Both Naruto's and the QB's heads snapped to the blonde's dark counterpart. What? Dark Naruto took a step back. What? What do you mean the demon that's here? Naruto shouted. Dark Naruto gave him a puzzled look. I told you. You summoned a demon to give you access to the other jutsus. Both you and the predecessor have an alignment to dark chakra due to your pasts. So doing the simple jutsus is easy enough with normal chakra, but you need true dark chakra in order to pull off any of the harder ones, he explained. The QB glowered at him. So this demon is just watching us. Well, shouldn't you know that? The info was in the memories, he replied. You brought in 31 years of memories, the QB roared. I've been going through the ones that look the most important, like ones about the techniques, in order for the kid to perform them better if he needs advice. Dark Naruto shrugged. Well, it's too late anyways. He's somewhere in here. You could probably find him if you tried. Though, he pointed to Naruto, you're never in here for long enough. And he pointed to QB, stuck in there. Before Naruto could respond, he suddenly heard a familiar voice that brought him out of his mindscape. Naruto-kun, Sakura asked, noticing his blank yet heavy gaze while admiring her crush. The light in his eyes came back, and he turned to look at her. What is it, Sakura? Oh, it's nothing, she said, glad he was back to normal. Hey, do you want to go get something to eat when we get back? I'm sorry, Sakura, but I'm going to have to say no. I need some time alone when I get back, Naruto replied. Oh, she said dejectedly. Kakashi was listening in and wondered if Naruto somehow managed to remember what had happened. He sighed. He had to get the most troublesome team there was. The worst part was that Naruto seemed to want to get close ever since they had made the new team formations. But now, they were back to square one. They reached the gate. Kotetsu and Izumo, the Chunins that were constantly on guard duty, greeted. Team 7 back from its mission. Kakashi-san, the Hokage wants to see you, Kotetsu said. The one-eyed Jounin turned around to face his team. All right, you guys have a few days off to rest before team meetings start up again. Understood. Sasuke and Sakura nodded, but Naruto acknowledged his statement by walking past him. Kakashi sighed, ignoring the looks from the two guards. The Hokage was reading a small purple book. He seemed very wary as he read it, but whenever he would glance at it, he would giggle. When a cloud of smoke appeared in his office, he immediately put the book away, but seeing that it was Kakashi, he brought the book back up. Have you been rereading any of the older Aikas, Kakashi? The Jounin smiled. Of course. Not recently, since I'm in the middle of reading the most recent one again. They both laughed. Then Kakashi got serious. Hokage-sama, I must get my mission reports. The Hokage nodded. Go on then. Kakashi then gave him all the details about Tazuna, the Wave Country, how the C-rank mission turned A-rank, and Zabuza and Haku. Throughout, Sarutobi was shocked, but he kept up appearances. When Kakashi told him that everyone was safe back in the village, he internally let out a sigh of relief. All right, Kakashi. So what about your other task? Kakashi took in a deep breath, making the old man curious. Then, the Jounin gave him the most serious stare he had seen him give since his childhood days before Obito died. Hokage-sama, I think Naruto did do the ritual. The Hokage's eyes widened. He gripped the edge of his desk in concern and anger for allowing Naruto to get to the scroll. How did you find out? Well, I had my suspicions when he used a certain jutsu to make our hostage, Haku, talk. It apparently warped his beliefs about his relationships, making him feel like his master betrayed him, Kakashi told him. The Hokage cursed. Kakashi, you are right. Naruto indeed has done the ritual. That jutsu you're talking about is called Warugi. The genin that used the style first broke apart teams, both outside and inside of the village, by making them turn on each other. It is the strongest jutsu Naruto has on him. Strongest? Kakashi asked. Sarutobi looked at him with seriousness. That jutsu could destroy an entire village from the inside out. None of the other jutsus were as powerful. No, Okage-sama. I understand the implications of such jutsus. Kakashi interrupted. But that was not my question. Naruto used a jutsu that seemed far more powerful than that one. Kakashi then described what he saw and how he confirmed that the Kyuubi was not behind it. At this, the Hokage stood up in shock. Are you sure this was a jutsu? Kakashi shook his head. Not entirely sure, sir, but it had similar properties as the rest of his into jutsus. Kakashi, that jutsu you saw was not one of the ones in the Forbidden Scroll. The genin had no such thing as that, he said. What? Then did Naruto make up those jutsus by himself? Kakashi said in disbelief. Sarutobi sighed. It is possible. In truth, we are not sure where the first jutsus came from. We had believed that the demon had made all of them, but considering that Naruto was able to create a new one, it seems like the user has some say in how he or she uses it. The leader thought for a while before saying, the jutsus that are possible to perform without the Kajigan ritual may be the demon's handiwork. But now that I think about it, all the other jutsus seem to be human-made. What makes you say that? The first user desired power, the ability to decimate anyone in his way and to get whatever he wants. His jealousy and anger at those who teased him engulfed him, making him only think of overwhelming them in strength and rank, both ninja rank and social rank. If you think about it, all the into jutsus that were in the Forbidden Scroll exemplify this. They are either powerful ninjutsus that could kill an enemy as long as he was on the ground, or horrible techniques that warp a person's beliefs. He took a puff from his pipe. As for Naruto, this new jutsu protects him while giving him power. It has been a long time since I have personally spoken with the boy, as it seems that he may not trust me, but the new jutsu somewhat fits his ideology from his childhood before he wanted to be a shinobi. To protect himself and to protect those he cares about, he explained. Kakashi sighed. The only good thing out of this entire debacle is that if the Hokage was right, then Naruto had a desire to protect his teammates. Is there anything else? Sarutobi asked. What should I do with Naruto? Should I leave him alone or confront him? I honestly have no idea, sir, Kakashi said, tiredly. Again, Sarutobi had a contemplative look before responding. I don't think Naruto desires to hurt his teammates, so I doubt he will use that jutsu again. But whether or not you confront him will be up to you. At this point, you know him better than I do. Kakashi nodded and shoe-shined away. The Hokage sat down. He didn't even feel like reading his book anymore. The blonde genin was too much of a worry for him. He turned around to the Yandame's portrait. Minato, I really wish you were here. You would know how to take care of your son better than I do. 3 days later. All of Team 7, besides their sensei, were at their usual meeting place, a small bridge that was over a small stream. Sasuke and Sakura had gotten there first. Naruto had arrived there later, but ignored any greetings from the two. Sasuke was wondering what had happened, but Sakura had an idea. Maybe Naruto-kun remembered what he did, she thought. With a poof, Kakashi appeared in front of them, holding 3 slips of paper. "Hello, you 3. Suddenly, everyone was guard. Sasuke and Sakura had their kunai out, while Naruto had his Kajiken out. Kakashi was more than a little confused at their reaction. "Guys, what's wrong?" he asked. "I don't know," Naruto said. "You should know that yourself, Hatake, if that really is you." Sakura nodded. "Why are you here early, sensei?" She said, "Sensei," with emphasis and sarcasm. Kakashi sighed. So this was the consequence of being late all the time. "Well, I would have been late, but I have to give you 3 something. I'm nominating you 3 for the Chunin exams." "Chunin exams?" asked Sakura. "They're the exams required for Genin to rise to the rank of Chunin. If you want to join, come meet at the building specified on the form tomorrow at 9, he said before poofing away. Sasuke looked at Naruto. Even after what he had discussed with Kakashi, he still felt a rivaling relationship. Naruto somehow managed to defeat Haku and save Wave Country. Even if Haku was low on chakra, Naruto didn't have a Sharingan, so he should not have been able to see Haku, much less catch up to him. "Do you want to go on a date, Naruto-kun?" Sakura asked again. Naruto ignored her and began to walk off when Sasuke called him out. "Naruto, let's spar," he demanded. That did stop Naruto in his tracks for a moment, but he resumed walking anyways. This irked Sasuke, who was about to rush in and start the spar the hard way with a kunai, but Sakura stopped him. "Sasuke-kun, I don't think you should spar with Naruto." He glared at her, making her cower. "Why the hell not?" "Well, I don't want my teammates getting hurt," she eked out. Don't worry. It won't go that far," Sasuke said, ready to chase after Naruto. "It wasn't supposed to go that far in that mission either," Sakura mumbled. Unfortunately for her, Sasuke heard her and spun around. Grabbing her by her collar, he angrily ordered her to answer. "What the hell do you mean? What happened when I was out?"